when you take those things and try to make them literal that you lose me. Now, if you have a different definition of spirituality, then first, sorry, yours wasn't sufficiently popular to make it into the dictionary that describes popular usage. So you have a particularly esoteric use of spirituality. I'm happy to hear yours and let you try to defend that, whether you're religious or not. Tell me what it is. Demonstrate that what you're referring to is real. And
it's gonna munch our bandwidth, man.
It is deserving of pursuit or reverence. Sorry. There are people who say that they are spiritual but not religious. There are people who say they are engaged in non-religious spirituality. And there are people who say they're involved in no-nonsense spirituality.
Yo, what's up, Captain?
And then there's plenty of other labels. To me, the first thing you've got to do is tell me what it is that you're studying. What do you mean by spirituality? What are you striving to grasp or teach? And how can we be confident that it's real and not just a construct, an expression of hyperbole for something that isn't there but you wish was there? Because I'm convinced that we're speaking about people who don't like organized religions, or found their way out of an organized religion, or found that the organized religion lied to them, but they missed the community, or they missed the mystery, or they missed the feeling of, there was some kind of feeling there. I stood in church, I felt goosebumps, I felt elated, I felt like I was filled with the Spirit, because that's what people around me would say. The experience that I had is real, psychologically real. It is triggerable by all kinds of things. It doesn't mean there's a spirit or a soul, all kinds of things. It doesn't mean there's not. But there are people who
Right, so there's background sound in the game.
Want to find a way to not just experience that again, but to potentially understand it. There are other people who miss the tell me what to do because I don't want to have to
Game's
think
pretty
for
quiet.
myself. That is to me, but that is definitely...
Yeah, we're over on TikTok, bro. We're on the purple app, if you know, the one with the T, and we're on the red app, the one with the Y. We're just getting ready to start up. It's been a little bit of sound check test.
The population would rather have someone just instruct them. This is why we get gurus and life coaches and things like that. So those people will latch on to spiritual or spirituality because it is sufficiently ill-defined as to be
that's Matt
largely
Dillahunty speaking in the back.
criticism.
Head held high. What's happening? It's very interesting.
Content.
A couple of words. Why head held high? What's up, Pisces? Pisces says every single thing ever written is man-made. I mean, in a way, yeah. I do think some things are discovered, though. Don't get me wrong. I think there are things that are indefinitely discovered, but then there are things that are invented. Sometimes our inventions are based on observations too, or like abstractions, really, you could say. Alright, I don't need this headphone yet. We'll find out if with audio for guests when someone calls in, if someone calls in. Just getting set up. Aeon, what's that quote from? I'll let this play for a minute. All the to-do lists are completed. Good on you, man. It's like a second Sunday, isn't it? So we get that little extra prep time this weekend, which is good. It's a good feeling. Whoa! I didn't know that about octopuses. Why do you think that? Is that actually true about their anatomy, or are you just like joking about? Volume is too low. For which? For microphone or for game? Are you talking about the guests? Volume seems to be about the right place for me, but I can't really test it. Let's have a look. Test 1, 2. I don't know why on TikTok it's like super loud. You can barely adjust it. On any other app, it's like hardly hearable. I think my mic is too low. Maybe it's because I'm muttering. If I start talking like normal talking voice, it's just gonna go boom and like pop and start going like super distorted. Is that better? Louder is better because we can turn it down. And yeah, but if you get distortion, then that can be really uncomfortable to listen to. Is that better? Test. Shane, still too low. It can be. Oh, maybe it's because my mic itself is glitching. Yeah, I'll be back on Elden Ring probably in a bit. I just want to give this another try. I gave it a try a couple months back and I just deleted it. I rage quit. Well, not necessarily rage quit, but it was just like it wasn't holding my attention. So I want to give it another shot. This is Infamous. I think this is like the first one that they made on the PS4 when it first came out. Seek and I shall find what? That verse doesn't seem very relevant. Huh? No, I was responding to you asking if the game or his voice is too low. Which is which? Yup. Test. Yeah, perhaps it's just that my sound card is... Bees, that's the one. Test. Can everyone hear me? Can I get like some signal, maybe a 1 button or something, if you can hear me? And also if you can hear the game at like a reasonable level. It's not too loud. May Satan bless you all, and my unicorn. What, Satan hands out blessings? I didn't know that. So what's the typical blessing that Satan hands out? I would agree with that. The patrician. I would agree with that. What's up, Kierst? Interesting name. Yeah, I think it's called Second Son. Now I can't even hear the game myself, so there's that. There's no telling how long I will actually try to play it though. Oh, now I can't even see the game. But we're gonna give it another try. It's like 2%, it's probably too loud. The Lord is coming back. I mean, I once heard an interesting story about why people even call him the Lord, and it's not a good thing. But that's another conversation. I don't think there's a sprint button. No. The original Infamous, actually Infamous 2 for me is the best one I've played so far. I am still doing playthroughs on a PS3 every now and again, but I haven't been on it in a long time now. Yeah, I guess I'd say I'm an atheist, considering I'm saying humans invented God. So, how far away are they going to be? Hey, there we go. I'm yet to do like a full evil playthrough on Infamous. Like I always do hero. So I think that's one thing I'm going to do. Actually, Prototype as well. Prototype's really good. So yeah, I get the want for that to get remade. So if I'm not mistaken, you should be able to call in. Let me see, test it on my other account. Oh, I just got myself marked. Alright, let's test the audio. Might get a feedback loop. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. For some reason, like on TikTok, I think TikTok does some kind of AI enhancement on audio, because it's always like super loud. The background is never dubbed out. So yeah, you should be able to actually call in now. If anyone wants to actually talk about the subject or anything interesting, just in general, you can have a little chat.
Well, hate to interrupt this little pep talk, but you have any luck with that first victim on your face database thing?
How comes I put? Oh yeah, so I just put it back to vertical on YouTube because I mean, the like the full screen streams, they don't hit the algorithm the way they're supposed to. So I figured I may as well just put it on vertical for now. Just let it. Because see the channel you're watching on, the Culture Crack channel, Dropkick, most of that channel's like following and subscribers came from verticals making YouTube shorts. So most of the audience on there don't actually watch long form content anyway. So it's just kind of a waste. So they have to like start a whole new channel and just make like the type of long form content that I actually want to make. But you know, you can't fight the algorithm to do what you want it to do. It just like it slots you in somewhere and then just plays into that. That's why the internet's such a dangerous echo chamber. But yeah, it's a shame. I want to be able to make long, thought out content. Oh, I'd say well produced, but I'm the only person filming, editing, scripting, and all that. So, but yeah, higher quality content. But the way it is, the game is Infamous Second Son. I'm not really playing it properly because I don't really know what's going on. Getting shot at, that's what I do know. Yeah, and that's the other thing about this this version of it. This is like, I think this is the third Infamous, excluding the DLC, right? And they still didn't manage to do the movement as good as Prototype. The movement in 2 is probably the best. And this they had like PlayStation 4 technology at this point.
I got a convoy of dupes.
Oh yeah. I think we are going to Twitch, so you can also always go over there if you want to see full screen without ads. Hello. Hello, can you hear me, bro?
I can hear you.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. You?
Not too bad.
So I want to ask you. You think like that there's no God that exists?
I mean, I think God is a human invention, so based on that, I don't think it exists outside of us.
You any luck with that first victim on your face database
Interesting,
thing?
but how can you? Why are you so certain about it that it does not exist?
Well, I mean, the way you're asking it is like, from my point of view, it doesn't make sense to ask that type of question. If the idea of God itself is a human invention, then yes, it exists, but as an idea, you know?
But yeah, but this idea could be theoretically be true, you know?
I mean, in what way?
Yeah, there could be like a creator, because how can you disprove or prove God's existence in the first place?
See, yeah, that's one of the bigger problems, right? So when I say humans invented God, that's like an explanatory claim. So it explains why people might believe in God, the types of gods that exist. But it doesn't necessarily account for supernatural entities, because how could we know anything about supernatural entities, you know?
But this means like atheism is a belief though, because you don't know the truth.
I would disagree about that. So the definition of
Know the
atheism,
truth?
no, I would say you've got a different kind of definition. So the definition of atheism that I use, or that I understand, like a public definition, not a philosophical definition, is just the disbelief in God or gods. So that's not really about having belief. It's just like not being convinced of something.
Yeah, but I talk about the existence of God, not about religious truth itself.
Reg, I got a convoy
Like-
of dupes heading to the scene.
Not the aspect of whether Jesus was real or not, but God in general.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I can.
No, okay, it just said there's no sound for some reason. Yeah, but like I was just explaining the definition of atheism. So atheism itself, it doesn't mean you have to believe in something. It's the disbelief in something, particularly God.
But atheism is the belief that God does not exist.
No, so you're framing it wrong. It's not the belief. So, for instance, right, what God do you believe in?
God, I'm Yazidi.
Say again, sorry.
I'm Yazidi.
Sorry,
Yazidi.
Yazidi.
Yeah.
Is that the name of the God or something else?
Nah, it's the religion, like it's a minority, but
Oh.
I believe in one God.
Okay, I've not actually heard of that before. That's interesting, actually. That's actually quite niche, right? But that being said, right, so you believe in a specific God that belongs to that religion, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, but the thing is, people seek to define God, but I can't, you know.
So you don't believe in like an anthropomorphic type of God?
Yeah,
Who's singing that in the background? Oh my gosh.
my brother.
Man, it's a bit early, isn't it? Alright, but anyways, the point I was gonna make is this, right? You have a type of God that you believe in, okay? That you're convinced of. So if I asked you, do you know who Shango is? Do you know who Quetzalcoatl is? Do you know who Brigid is? Do you know who Inanna or Ishtar are? Right, so all of the people I just said, all those names I just said are gods that people actually believe in too. But since you don't know who those names are, and that fact that they are gods, it's very fair to say that you probably don't believe in them, right?
Yes, but I'm not talking about these gods. I'm talking about the God in general, like the creator of the universe, of existence itself. You know?
I understand that, right? Some people might assign that attribute to any number of gods, like names of gods that we don't know. Either of us don't know, right? But the point I was making is this: the fact that you don't know who Quetzalcoatl is, it doesn't mean that you believe Quetzalcoatl don't exist. You just don't believe in him as a god, and that is what it means to be an atheist.
Yeah, but you can't exclude like God like from your worldview, because how can you if you can't even define him?
I would disagree in that kind of way, but I'm not saying I exclude gods. Put it this way, right? When I say humans invent God, I'm giving an explanation to how God concepts and God beliefs come about. I could walk through it, but it's kind of long to do in this kind of fashion, in this setup, right? But I would say if there is something that is responsible for the universe, it wouldn't be a god in the way that we've cooked up gods, which is like mostly anthropomorphic deities. If you don't know what anthropomorphic means, it just means humanoid. Okay, bro, you're rustling a lot.
Wow. Well, hate to interrupt this little pep talk, but
Do you
got any
think
luck
like
with that first
science,
victim on your face
like
database?
science is the way to describe everything?
Uh,
Because
No, I don't know necessarily. I don't think science can account for absolutely everything. Bro, you're rustling too much. You got to mute up or like hold your mic still, because that's annoying me in my ear.
like, is there echo or something?
Nah, you're rustling, like you're moving around. You're touching the mic. Pause.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's annoying.
Yeah, my bad.
All right, can you guys hear? Can everyone hear in the chat? And can you hear me as well? Yeah, you know.
Wait, I'm gonna leave.
Okay, bro, dropped. That was interesting, I guess. Yeah. So what was we doing? we didn't really get to any. Okay. That's why I stopped playing this game, right? So
Yeah, well, so is
you
mine.
actually have to be able to concentrate on these parts because it's like asking you stuff in the storyline. Oh wow. Whereas like when I'm just playing Elden Ring and stuff, I know what I'm doing already. So there's no like listening to speeches and commands and stuff like that. Yeah, might have to play something else. I think I might actually play Just Cause again. Just 'cause that's another one of the ones I said I'll give it a second try. Oh, you came back. Yo.
Yo, like, what's up?
Oh, so you came back, yeah. So I thought you just dropped off.
Dude's headed to the same.
Right. So what was it you were trying to say?
Like,
So stop moving your phone, man. Oh my gosh.
no,
It's like are you using headphones maybe?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but the problem is, like, you see if I did this. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like when you're on your phone.
Maybe. Is it like my breath?
No, it's like
That's
it's like
causing the sound?
something's rubbing against it. Pause.
Okay.
Yeah, something is brushing the mic, right? But no.
I think it was my blanket because.
Man's in his blanket. I'm joking. I'm joking. God.
Let me test. Hold on.
Yeah, yeah, that.
Bro, that's my blanket.
Yeah, just hold still, bro.
Okay.
Second. Hey yo, like there's like layers of jokes there for like internet culture that is just it's not worth going into. A blanket made us happy, but that's funny.
What was I again?
Yeah.
Science.
Right. Yeah. So what was you saying? You asked me if I think science can explain everything.
Yeah.
I don't think necessarily. I don't know. Right. I think that's the best answer I could tell you is I don't know.
Okay, so if you don't know something, you think it's not true.
I mean, it depends. Context is required because you could just if you could be more clear.
Because, like, you don't know how you can define God, you exclude from your worldview. You know.
I mean, I wouldn't describe my position as that. Because I know when I say something like humans invented God, I'm using God as a category definer for like all different types of gods. Meaning that I take gods to be abstract concepts, so they're just ideas. And the fact that they're abstract concepts means different humans will have different ideas of what they are.
I agree with your point. Like, what you're like doing is like saying that there's no religious truth, right? Like,
What do you mean?
well, because it's man-made.
In a way, like bringing religion into it is kind of like a secondary topic.
Because no, it's the same category. Like human invented God. Like you could say, like the God other cultures created. You know. It's
Yeah, but why I say it's a secondary category is because you can have God concepts or gods, beliefs in gods, and we have historically without building religions around them. So religion, like for instance, if you think about the God of the Bible, its origin is like a national deity called Yahweh, a storm warrior god of the Israel tribe, or tribe of Israel. Okay, it becomes like super god in the Bible through like history and humans adding to it, but they could have decided never to build a religion around it. You know, that's why I say religion is like a secondary thing. If that makes sense. I don't know what this game is actually asking me to do right now. It says go to a crime scene. Oh, yeah, go on.
What is this for kind of game?
Say again?
What's the game called?
It's Infamous. Well, I'm getting jumped.
So you're saying humans invented God, and therefore religion was invented.
Well, yeah, religion would be an invention anyway.
So it's
even if there was a god, right? For instance, look, you can have religion and there be no god still, right? Or you could have religion and gods have nothing to do with the religion that you make up. So religions are always going to be man-made either way. There's no two ways about that. Religions pertain to human culture, human lives.
Wait, religion can't be man-made, you say?
No, religion is man-made. It's necessarily man-made because it's about your culture. It's about the life. It's about the rituals and the practices and the things you do.
Then you're saying that there's no religious truth, right?
I think that's like a weird way to say that because I don't necessarily think that's true. So again, to me, right, I take religion to be codified culture. So within religion, you'll have practices, you'll have prose, the way you write, like you'll have poetry, you'll have historical facts, geographical facts, metaphors, etc. All of these things that make up what you call religion or the religious text itself. So to me, saying there's no religious truth doesn't make sense. Now, the fact that I think the deity at the center of that religion is an invention, I take that to be true. Yes, the deity is an invention, but to say there's no religious truth doesn't make sense to me as a sentence. Does that make sense?
So how you define religion? So there has to be like a holy text that bases your religion, like in which your religion is based. You know?
I don't know. I actually don't know if you have to have a holy text to be considered a religion. I actually know if that's true. But
So
yeah.
because my religion is, we have no sacred texts, but the prayers are passed on from generation to generation. You know.
Oh,
So
that's actually interesting. What part of the world is that
yeah,
from?
from where? It's from northern Iraq.
Northern Iraq. And what was the name of it again?
Yazidism.
Yazidism. You're not trolling, are you? Like, you
No,
legitimately,
no, no.
yeah?
I'm dead ass.
I
live
said,
in
I'm dead
Germany,
ass. Oh, you live in Germany?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I mean, I don't know. Listen, this is the first I'm hearing of it, so there's lots to know.
Yeah. You could see it like an ancient Mesopotamian religion.
Ah, okay, so it's from that same Levant kind of tradition then.
Like we have like Adam and Eve too, like
So,
Arche Noah. I know it's in Germany. Arche Noah.
I can know.
Yeah, like when Noah had the boat.
Oh, Noah. Oh, yes, yes. So of course
Yeah,
I've heard about it
we have that too.
from like a Western perspective, but I've never gone deep into reading about it.
We have like seven angels. 7 angels and one singular God.
This game is annoying.
Like I've heard that Christianity also has like 7 angels, right?
I don't know.
Are you Christian?
No,
Are you? Did you used to be Christian?
no, not like in like a part of a institution type of way. No.
Like, is your family religious in any way?
Yeah, I do have religious family members, but it's not really important to me though.
So, how did you came to the conclusion that you became like an atheist?
I think it's a long like so right. No, put it this way, right? I'm not a teenager, put it that way, right? So I've had a decent experience of life. So I'd say to arrive at this point in my life is going through a lot of learning and a lot of unlearning. So it's accumulation of things. It wasn't just like, oh, this thing happened and I just couldn't believe in God afterwards. It was just like a build up of things that just appeared inconsistent to me. And then you start to look at history as like, oh, why would people invent this? What are the uses for it? And how does it benefit me to be a part of it? Stuff like that.
Yeah, I totally see, why you think that way, but like that gods are like in human invention, but this doesn't mean that God does not exist.
I mean, I would disagree based on like the definitions of it. I think it is possible. So in the realm of possibility, which is like vast, right? I think it's possible that there could be something out there that created everything. I don't dismiss the possibility of that, but I would say if that is a case and that is actually a concrete fact,
So
that thing wouldn't be the
you're
same thing.
agnostic then.
No, not necessarily. I'm saying that thing wouldn't be the same thing that we've been inventing called gods. Gods are, to me, without a doubt, like there's not, I can't say without a doubt, right? But as I said, saying humans invented God is an explanatory claim. So I think there's good cognitive theories, good anthropological studies on human cultures, how we operate, why we do the things we do, to say that the idea and the various concepts of gods are human inventions for human needs. So if there does turn out to be something that's running this whole scheme, I wouldn't necessarily say that's a god. I would look into that for what that unique thing is, that which would currently be an unknown. You know.
Do you think like believing in a god is like a coping mechanism when you don't know something?
Yeah, I do to an extent. I do.
But yeah, interesting. But the thing is, theism and atheism like can't be proven, like both sides.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Or can they? Because if they can, that basically all of the people shifts like towards the truth, you know. But this hasn't like occurred yet.
I'm not quite sure. I know what you mean.
Like you can't have a proof for theism or atheism because
So I would say, right, if you're saying that you can't prove your God exists, then what you should do is just be upfront about the fact of the matter is that you just believe in something. Right? People walk around believing in stuff, all kinds of different things. Right? Now, that's not to diminish you and the type of belief that you hold, because there's all kinds of them. But the reality is, you need to be upfront and say, look, I don't have proof that this thing exists, so let me stop acting as if it's a concrete. Whereas atheism is just the position of not believing in the thing that you believe in. That's all that is. So atheism isn't something that needs to go about being proved in that way, as by definition, do you know, unless you're making a strong claim on atheism, you know.
So when you say you're an atheist, like you have like a definition of God that you can disprove?
I mean, I think of God as an abstract concept. I think the first type of gods that we ever created were observational, and we did it using what's called hyperactive agency detection device, which is a cognitive theory. Why we did it is for survival. So basically, in short, in layman's terms, the ancestral minds, some members of our ancestors in the past, they experience an act of nature like a storm or volcano or tsunami, or maybe even a solar or lunar eclipse. And what they did was subconsciously assign agency to that event. So what that really means is like saying the lightning is acting on its own, it has its own mind and it's doing what it wants to do. And over time through human history, that story, which is really passed on for survival, becomes deified. But then as we develop as humankind, we also deify abstract concepts as well, like love, like justice, like war, like creation, like destruction. And they go on to they go on to become embodied within our cultures. Then on the third level, we start to anthropomorphize both of those two types of gods. That's when we start getting gods that take on human nature. They have human psychology. They think like us. They act like us. They express our will and our history. So knowing all of those things about how God concepts are put together and having good reasons to think that's why and how, I wouldn't ever be able to say that those things can exist independently of us, because we've got good explanations for why they exist in our human realm anyway.
So, but I would actually think the same way as they did, because like for me, I ask myself, what's the cause of creation? Like and therefore God.
I think
That's
that's a bad way to reason though.
Yeah, but that's the way I think. Maybe I don't want to say that you have to necessarily believe what I say, but you can disagree. But how can you disprove this fact? Like,
Because, well, it's not a matter of disproof. It's just about thinking about what's really being said there. You're saying, I don't know something, therefore God. Right? So, like, some people would say that's question begging. So you're assuming God.
like
by
creation.
Yeah,
like,
so calling things a creation in this kind of manner is the question begging. Because you're saying things. Alright, so there's layers to this.
Not like human beings.
Yeah, I understand. Just everything in general, right? Calling it a creation in this like semantic type of way, right? The way you're using the words is implying that there's a creator. So by calling it a creation in that kind of way, you establish that you've already concluded that there's a creator, which is the question begging type of thing. Now, if we were to like try and operate, I can't really say objectively, but a little bit more divorced from our cultural leanings, we'd just say, all right, we're here in the universe. We don't really know why or what's going on. So let's examine the universe, the natural world, e.g., to figure out what's behind it. You know? And that's where we would all be operating from, in an honest way. Right? But instead of us doing that, some of us say, I have the answers already to why the universe is what it is, how Earth is what it is, where it all came from, and that answer is God. And to me, that's silly. One, on the reason in front, and two, the idea of God is something that another human imparted to you anyway.
But do you think like there could be a God that would create the universe?
I mean,
the possibility.
As I said already, like, it is possible. Any number of things brought the universe into being how we understand it. Because remember, like when we say in the word universe or the earth, we're looking outwards from a human-centered point of view. We don't actually know, right? The concept of a universe is a human concept. Now, of course, we've accounted for space, time, and matter through science and stuff like that. But everything, because everything we're talking about is anthropocentric. It's humans using human cognition and understanding of the world or the universe. It doesn't necessarily mean that anything that we're explaining works in a way that we think it does. Do you get what I mean? Because there's no outside for us to operate from.
Like, you think like there's an answer for everything, but we don't know it yet?
Not necessarily. I can't say for sure. I don't know. I don't know if everything.
Capable of understanding it.
I don't know if everything has an answer. I don't know if everything has a cause and a reason, and I don't know if it's necessary for it to. I would say the only real reason one might think that way goes back to our human nature, needing things to fit into these nice, neat boxes that make easy sense to us. When reality doesn't, it's not obliged to make sense to us. Do you know?
Like, yeah, I agree, and yeah, due to this uncertainty, like, I believe in God, you know, due to this uncertainty that you described.
I mean, yeah, that's fair, but I mean, it's at least it's established that it's a belief, right? It's not a concrete.
Yeah.
It's not a concrete fact.
Yeah, but in the same way, atheism is a belief.
No, it's a disbelief.
Yeah, disbelief in God, but you have to like prove that God.
No, you don't. Like, so if I say to you, right, I know this is like probably a poor analogy, just on the fly. If I say to you, there's a purple elephant with a universe on its tusk, just like right under my desk right now. Do you believe that statement?
Like, there's a purple elephant that creates the universe?
Under my desk, like while I'm speaking to you, like it's literally just chilling next to me.
You see, an elephant is created of matter.
I know, but as an analogy. Alright, go on, bro. Oh, where's the wolf? There he is. On the line. Yo, where is that guy? There he is. Who we got in the queue? Oh, no one's in the queue right now, so it's just chill. You guys want me to go back to playing Infamous instead, or maybe give Just Cause a try? We do play this every day. Damn, every day. Oh, this is the 5th playthrough. I only just restarted it again so we could do the DLC properly. But the way the DLC works, you need to get to a certain part in the main game to be able to play it. So that's kind of just why I'm spamming this way. It's not like a serious playthrough. So yeah. Anyway, so let's let this guy come back. We'll talk to him for a bit. If anyone else actually wants to come up and talk about a subject, feel free to request up. And, come have a chat about it. Let's get a little rest here. Hey, thanks for hitting that like. Do tap the repost button so like more people can see.
I'm back.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Wait, the door rang. Someone rang the door.
What? He's off again. Nah, I don't do invasions, bro.
Okay. Back to your like Anna. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Hello?
Yo.
Yeah, so when you say an elephant,
Yeah.
but
It was just like a magical example. So you can change elephant for fairy.
but the thing is, an elephant is made out of matter, and matter cannot exist
Not this elephant.
outside space-time.
Not-
you know,
not-
but making
not this
it sound
elephant.
like silly.
No, this elephant can just pop in and out of reality whenever it feels like. It's magic.
But the thing is, living beings like an elephant, or which consists of matter, cannot exist outside of space-time, and this is trying to make it sound silly, you know. But
I mean, to be frank with you, right? The only things that you like, put it this way, we don't actually know if anything can exist outside of space time, because really and truly that doesn't make sense from a human point of view.
yeah,
But since you're making God anything you want it to be and giving him any capabilities you want him to have, then you can say things like that, but it can never be falsifiable. There's no way anyone could test that. There's no way anyone could prove that wrong or prove that right, because it is actually a ridiculous statement, you know?
yeah, but
It's like if someone was like writing a Superman comic, and like another writer comes on the team and is like, all right, let's make a villain for Superman because Superman's alone in this universe. Then the other writer writes a villain that can beat Superman in some cool, unique way. Then the main writer's like, I can't have Superman just losing in this way, so I got to just up Superman's power level. Kind of like how Goku just keeps scaling up and getting more and more ridiculous.
yeah,
That's how God concepts are currently. For you to say God's outside of space, time, and matter is like saying that. It's actually a ridiculous statement, but due to the fact it's just
trying to
a
make it like sound silly, but you
no,
can't.
I'm saying due to the fact that it's just a abstract concept, you can get away with saying stuff like that and maybe even believe in stuff like that. But is it a concrete reality?
Possibility is there.
I don't right, so yeah, in terms of possibilities, but I'm not a philosopher, I'm not a scientist, but I understand if people talk in like modal possibilities in philosophy, then yeah, you could say in some possible world that might be able to happen, but I wouldn't operate in this world as if it's a concrete fact that there is a God and it exists outside of space, time, and matter. I just don't see good reasons to think that way. You know?
Maybe, like you're trying to seek a reason, like find a reason for why that is, but
What do you mean?
so, but outside space-time, like there's no causality.
Yeah, but there is no outside of space time also. Like, grammatically, it doesn't make sense.
But outside of space-time,
Yeah,
maybe it could be like,
it doesn't make sense.
yeah, yeah.
Bro's in trouble.
Nine, what? It's my brother.
Okay.
What's that?
Oh, man.
Was? Man Gott, so.
Hey, bro, you gotta lock in, man. Oh, I'm gonna drop you down.
Okay.
Alright. Oh. How is that possible? I think we got some glitching. I like this pixel guy. Who's the pixel guy? Are you saying my stream all pixelated? It's probably because the bandwidth's like proper strained. But yeah, anyone else want to come talk to me while we chomp some monsters? Like, why is that guy so racist? I said average black person. Like yesterday, we had some like last night, just like the first person that connected on the call just started spewing mad like racist like words, and it was just like, why are you like that? And the crazy thing is, he's saying all of these racist things while supposedly being on behalf of God existing. It's like, what kind of representation is that? And just stuff like that make you wonder. Now, I'm not one to make emotional arguments about disbelieving in God, but things like that make you wonder. It's like, okay, if a God exists, why allow this, you know? But anyways, yeah, let's grab this rune. If anyone wants to come up, hit that request button. It's two people. It looks like the old school MSN sign. It should be like a red person and a blue person standing together. Look at. Oh, this pixel person, I see. I just seen him now. What is meant by the human condition, though? Let's just start throwing out random invites. Alright, guess we're just playing a game then. Yes, I kind of like horror games. Depends. Can a square measure the circumference of a circle? What do you mean, bro? Oh, you're gonna download TikTok? Nice, man. See, that person's making an effort. But it depends. If you haven't got an account already, it might not just let you go live straight away. It might be some like pre-requirements you gotta meet. Yeah, well, I say I like horror games, but the only horror game series... Nah, I tell a lie. I like Resident Evil as a franchise. I've been following that since I was a little kid. I like Evil Within 2 games. I like zombie games just in general, if I'll be honest with you. But horror games, it depends. I tried to play Outlast. I couldn't really get through that. I don't like games where you're like restricted to fighting back. If you can't fight back, I don't want to play it. Silent Hill's okay, but Silent Hill was quite depressing. Quite depressing. I played 2 and 3, like the PS2 versions. Well, yeah, I think they're both PS2. It's interesting, but it is quite depressing and a little bit spooky in terms of like all the witchery stuff. I don't really have a favourite game, but I'd say my 2 favourite franchises, Metal Gear Solid and Resident Evil. I mean, I don't think God is real, as in it can exist independently of us inventing it. No. Feel free to come up, though. Nah, not a big fan of Final Fantasy. I don't like turn-based games. I did play the remake of, I think, is it 7 or 8? Well, I think both of them got Cloud, but the one with Cloud and Tifa and the Barrett dude. That's actually, that game is low-key like hella political. It's about ecology, it's about like classism. It's like low-key lots of gems in that game, but it's still just a bit too Disney for me. It's like Kingdom of Hearts. Well, you could say Kingdom of Hearts is like Final Fantasy, really and truly. Nah, I think the idea of a higher power is just super vague. It can be anything, can it? It's like spirituality. Spirituality doesn't really have a... It's so open that you can just say and think and believe anything. I mean, I don't know. I like to be able to participate in action in the game itself, so I don't like turn-based things. I think I did one time switch on the original Final Fantasy back in the day. I was like, nah, this ain't for me. I like to get into the game. I've got a guest. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Not too bad.
All right, very good. Actually, I went through that phase of, kind of understanding myself, who is God, because I was a Christian before.
Is it?
And I became agnostic. So I decided, I wanted to find answers for myself outside of the Bible. And I did comparative study, which I did for myself, which was, to see who could actually be a convincing argument against an atheist, because I was thinking about being an atheist. So I came across Krishna consciousness.
What'd you say?
And Krishna consciousness.
Ooh, that's new. So is that like a different type of Christ consciousness for you?
Well, Krishna, he is the supreme personality of Godhead. In India, they have Hinduism, but that's like speculation. But Krishna, he is the godhead of all the devas or the demigods, and each and every person is just a part and parcel of God, and we're just spirit souls covered by material nature. So we were originally with God in the spirit world, but because we wanted to enjoy like God, then God, by not touching our free will, he says, okay, you can go, but by your own volition. So in this way, we find ourselves in
what
this
story is that
material
from?
world.
Which religion is that story from?
This is actually from the Vedic scriptures.
Okay.
This is also explained in the Bhagavad Gita. But I'm just explaining how I came to my position,
Okay.
so we can understand. Yeah, but I appreciate your live stream and everything. So I just wanted to share.
So
I'm not looking
are you an
to change
atheist? Are you an atheist yourself?
No, I was agnostic, and then I became a Hare Krishna devotee as soon as
Hare
I
Krishna.
found a Hare Krishna devotee.
So what does that entail then? Because I think I've seen them before in England, but different
Yeah,
people have different views.
you might have seen like the shaven heads, saffron, and everything. Of course, I'm an independent devotee, so I'm not like with like any particular temple, but I do recognize how valid the philosophy is.
What is the crux of it?
So the crux of it is we are spirit souls. We are not this body. We are part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because everything that we experience here in this material world is just a perverted reflection of what is existing in the material and the spiritual world. Just as a shadow is casted from an object of substance, we're just the form. We're just experiencing the form, and what actually is the spiritual world, the substance.
I mean, it's interesting. What like convinces you that that's true though?
Well, first off, I had to understand our position. We are conditioned souls. We are pure, eternally pure, and on the eternal nature of God. But because we wanted to be in this material world and try to enjoy like God, we're under conditions. So we have 4 defects. We have imperfect senses. Because we have imperfect senses, then we tend to be under illusion. And because we're under illusion, we tend to cheat. And because we tend to cheat, then we cannot come to the absolute truth, because I forgot the 4th reason, but we're under these 4 defects. So I had to understand that we're in illusion. That is the first way that we can cure a disease, by naming it, by understanding its symptom.
I mean, I would agree with that sentence that you just said there. But yeah, I mean, like, I still don't know exactly what it is that is convincing you to believe that, because to even get to that point where you think that like we were by God and we were souls and we did something wrong, like it's kind of like a fallen story, similar to like an Abrahamic view, just more philosophical. Like you're already accepting a lot of things. You're accepting a lot of things, like souls, for instance. But what even gets you to the point to accept something like a soul in the first place?
The acceptance of the soul. Excuse me.
Hey.
The acceptance of the soul. I had a very nice meal.
Brody's burping, bro. Flipping out.
Excuse me, sir.
Flipping out. It's all good. Somebody say he knows he's gassing. Nah, I'm just joking. Right.
I can say you're gassing me up.
Yeah, I guess.
I can say with the spirit soul, it's by everyday experience of conscious. We're conscious of our feeling. We're conscious of our hands, our ligaments, and everything. So we can understand by that symptom, the spirit soul is existing. So the spirit soul is actually causing us to be conscious of all these things that we're experiencing inside and out.
But why would you think that? Why not just leave it at consciousness? Why go the extra step and say consciousness is spirit or soul and some external thing?
Because consciousnness, it may be an emanation of the spirit soul, but it's impersonal.
What do you
Just
mean?
like a shirt, because just like a shirt has a hole for the head, a hole for the arms, and for the torso. But if we just stop at consciousness, for example, there has to be a person. So this consciousness is
Why?
not,
Why does it
by
have to be a
itself.
person? Because one could say, right, the fact that you have consciousness allows you to experience, e.g., taking in sensory data, and the sensory data is what's building your personhood.
Yeah, you can say like it's all like a data set because of such and such inputs from the exterior, right? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah. So like you said, because the consciousness would just be impersonal, so that would make it. That's why you would need a soul.
Well,
Or
it's
did I
not that, like, we're
misunderstand?
trying to well, you're not misunderstanding because like it's not necessary that like that consciousness wait, excuse me for one moment.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so basically a shirt is made and it is just an outer covering, but a person who wears a shirt, then that actually makes the shirt complete. So similarly, the consciousness, it's there. We have the intelligence, we have the mind. So all these things, even the body, those are just coverings of the spirit soul. And the consciousness of everything that we're experiencing is just, the symptom of the soul also.
I mean, I can see what you're saying, but I feel like it does more to mystify a material reality than it does to clarify. Do you know if that makes sense?
Well, the thing is, even though there's an explanation that I may give and I can break it down as much as possible, that's all right. But there's a time and place where education has to be taken upon our own hands. That's when we have to take to understanding through someone who is expert or coming to the scriptures. And even if you come to the scriptures, you still have to come to an expert, a guru.
I don't know if I agree,
Actually,
but I mean, I do understand what you're saying.
Yes. You may disagree. That's all right. You may try to understand. And if you are surrendered, if you're pure, then who am I to say that God won't reveal himself to you?
I mean, I take umbrage with that idea as well. I feel like the idea of purity is a certain type of perversion of our humanity. Who demands that
Well,
we should be
you're already
pure?
It's just that it has to be revealed again.
I don't know. I don't know if I could subscribe to that. But what I disagreed with about the guru bit is that really, if you're talking about matters, let me not even go there. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary. I guess if you're subscribing to a school of thought, then it makes sense to go to the people at the top of the school of thought. So from that point of view, it makes sense.
Yeah. So, again, I would like to. This is what my position is. I would want to share it, but my aim is not to like change your mind, but at least like lay down this information. Is that cool?
Yeah, go for it.
But other than that, I hope you have a nice day.
Oh, no, cool. Well, you still really give me the most. Yeah, it doesn't matter though. It was interesting learning about your culture though. It was interesting.
Well, like if you have more questions, you can send. You can ask me some questions.
I would say if you could summarize, if you could like pinpoint just one thing about the whole Hare Krishna philosophy or the way it functions that convinced you that it's true, what would the one thing be?
The last verse of Bhagavad Gita. Sarva Dhamam Parichaja. Mame Kam Saranam Bhaja. Aham Tvam Sarva Pavebhyo. Moksha Shami Masuchaha. Krishna says, forget all other religions and surrender unto me. When Krishna says that, is he advocating for atheism when he says forget all of the religions? No, because Krishna in the entire Bhagavad Gita, he's saying different types of religious practices, different yoga practices to come to God realization. But he's saying the fastest way, beyond these ways that he has already created, God, Krishna, he can create many religions for different types of people. But to bypass or even like take the fast elevator to the highest point in the fastest way, it's just surrender to him directly.
I mean, that's like very reminiscent of other views. Like, how is that any different from Ma'at saying put nothing before me, or the God of the Bible saying put no gods before me in the Ten Commandments? Because it's kind of like, for if you was to say, for instance, I don't know the actual history of it. If you was to say the views of Krishna come any time after those two views, it'd be like saying, okay, we've cooked up a philosophy over here where we are. It's pretty good as it works, but we could just say we can make this godhead responsible for all other godheads. We can just say it. We don't really need to prove it's true. We can just say our godhead is the one that's responsible for all those other gods as well. So just forget those other gods and just listen to ours. Do you get what I'm saying from that point of view?
Yeah, I'm getting. Forgive me if I'm misunderstanding, but my God is greater than your God. So surrender. Forget your God before you met me, and just surrender unto me. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, if you would say Krishna is like the godhead, and all other gods that humans have followed are an expression of him in some fashion. Is that what I understand?
Yeah, because basically everyone has their own free will, but if they surrender unto God in some sort of fashion, then Krishna, the Supreme Person, will try to reciprocate with them so they can at least, within this human life, devote themselves to that aspect of Krishna. So it's not that, each and every religion is false, but it's just a stepping stone to this ultimate last step, to surrender to Krishna.
Yeah, I hear. That's the kind of sentiment that I got. But I'm just saying, if it were to be that humans were behind it, it would make sense for humans to say that, though.
When you say humans, that's alright.
So, like, say, like, imagine.
These are the four defects that we have. These four defects, no matter how intelligent one may be, he will still fall under these discrepancies of illusion, faulty senses, etc.
Yeah, I can understand that from a critique of human nature for sure. But what I would also say is there doesn't seem to be any other reference point to look at the world from besides being a human. So that is entailed in what I'm saying also. So what I'm trying to say is Krishna would be essentially another type of sock puppet that humans use to tell a story. Just like Yahweh would be, or Ma'at would be, or Ra would be, or etc. So within humans using Krishna as a sock puppet, it would make sense for the structure of what they're trying to deliver to say, actually, Krishna is responsible for all those other things as well. So you may as well just come to us because we're the top. Do you get what I'm saying? Kind of like how Muslims might say Allah is known by 99 names. So you're probably talking about our guy as well.
Yeah, because in the scriptures it says Nam Nam Akari Baudan Nityasavarsak. Krishna, he has many names, infinite amount of names. So it's a given that Allah or Yahweh, all those names will be included in the name of Krishna. But to say that, for example, Krishna being a sock puppet,
I say that respectfully.
No, that's all right because it's part of history. It's part of history. If you don't understand history, how can you live it? You cannot. So I would want to
I wouldn't disagree with that.
acknowledge what you're saying. What, knowing history?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. I think that's necessary.
Oh.
Or at least as much as you
Yes,
can.
it's very nice. Yes, because even in the past, Christianity, it was even though that is a religion to try to surrender to God, it was misused to try to control the populace. So that is a religion, but it had an atheistic undertone to just control. It is not.
I can understand that.
Scripture.
But I think
So
people would
this
approach
way-
that a different way.
Yeah, in many different ways. But when it comes to the position of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, if he is the ever well-wisher, and he comes down himself to negate any speculation on who God is, how his activity is, he's just cutting to the chase, like, here I am. I'm speaking to you, I'm telling you how you can come to me very easily.
Yeah, but
And
one
no,
would say
you
that
don't.
that's quite convenient, and also could be considered another control tool. Another type of manipulation via humans.
Yes, that's all right. But Krishna spoke about it in the Bhagavad Gita that common men think that I am also a man, because this is our perception in the material world. As we think others think as well.
I agree.
If I am a thief, I may think that this person is a thief. He's trying to cheat me. But Krishna, because he is God, for example, the king may come down to the prison house to check on, those who the prison wardens are taking care of. But the prisoners who are looking at the king, they're thinking, oh, he is like a prisoner like us. But it's not
Yeah,
that.
I see that. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm trying to put forward is why? What's happened there? That's interesting. Sorry, I got distracted. Something strange happened to the stream. All I'm trying to say is, like, if it was a human cooking up, which I'd take any scripture that you could find to be the words of man, no matter how enlightened they may claim to be, or whether they claim it was revealed to them in a divine way. I take anything that is written and passed on by a man to come from man's experience directly. So I'd say, right, though you take what it says is it the Bhagavad Gita?
Yes, Bhagavad Gita, yes.
Though you take what it says to be fact and you subscribe to it, I would say there's no reason for me as an outsider to view that any different to Christians subscribing to the New Testament, Jews subscribing to the Torah, Muslims subscribing to the Quran, etc., etc. I would say that's another expression of humans organizing ideas and concepts for their own, uses. So I still don't see the divine in it. Do you know?
Well, I would have to come to the three things: Guru, Sadhu, and Sastra. The Guru, he'll clear this doubt. Sadhu, he'll also clear this doubt. The Guru is just a teacher, and the Sadhu, he's the one who actually clarifies, some of your questions. And the Sastra, they're also given by the spiritual technology of Guru Parampara, the disciple succession from God himself. So we can understand.
I would say that's
the Bible.
dubious too.
Dubious?
Yeah.
Well, you may say, but that is the technology.
I would say, like, the arrangement of hierarchy that bends to human nature as well. That seems like something humans would do, to be able to have that kind of hierarchy over other humans.
Well, hierarchy exists all over the material world, and someone has to die to something bigger than themselves.
I would say that's
So
true.
Similarly, someone has to serve someone who's bigger than themselves.
Well,
Service.
I don't take that part to be true necessarily. I don't think it's necessarily so. I'd say based on the laws of nature, yeah, predator and prey seems to be a fact. But in terms of hierarchical structures, those are usually put together by humans for human agendas, needs and wants. And with that comes a power imbalance. And without a doubt, will always be some kind of destruction from it.
Well, a power imbalance when it comes to practice of these sort of hierarchies without scripture, without a connection to God. But that is beside the point. My point is that when it comes to service, you have to serve something or something, whether it be your mother, your wife, your child, or maybe your own senses. You're maybe self-centered, or you may be self-extended selfishness. You know, you may.
I do understand that, yeah. Whether it's a being or like an idea or a view of some kind, I do get that. But to me, again, that speaks to human nature, nothing divine. That speaks to quite how typical we are, you know.
We have to start there, actually. Like, if you don't understand both material and spiritual, how can you liberate yourself?
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that second, like that spiritual part. I think that's part of what we cooked up from the material world. You know? We're not, put it this way, that's what's in question.
If you're saying that is a, let's say, a material thing, how come there's a natural question of who am I? Kayamik, who am I? Why am I here?
Yes.
How did this whole thing come about? Naturally, the conclusion in the material world will be that this all came about by sex, or by the creation of matter.
Yeah,
Or,
as
like,
as
the
it
matter
pertains
has, you know,
to
created
to like to mammals and things like that. Yeah, that's without a doubt. That's a fact.
Well, that's according to their perception. But by this question of who am I, then it goes to, okay, if I am this body, how far does where is the I? If I say my hand, my body, my leg,
Yeah,
you know,
I understand.
Like, where is the I?
I understand.
But so here's the situation. Like, if we're thinking that this is just a material conception, like in our consciousness is due to some stage of material arrangement, then where's the I within the arrangement of my?
Wait, can you say that another way?
Okay. If all this, you know, body is because of this material, you know, creation, you know, and there's no divine, then who am I? Where am I
I think that's
amongst, you know, this bodily matter?
well, you would be the matter, but like truth be told, the why in it is the very like the human factor in the first place. I don't know if animals ask why in the same way that we do due to how they're configured, right? But it's a point of fact that animals are also configured from the same stuff as we are, just moved around in a different configuration. That being said, I don't personally have the answer to the why. You know, me personally, of course, how can I know? I'm just a person in the experience. But I think all of these views that we cook up ultimately come back to that factor that we've somehow gained cognitive faculties at this level, and we may be afraid to say, actually, this might be an accident, so we need to get some larger reason out of it, or actually this might just be like a coincidence or a brute fact, but that's not satisfying enough for the way humans are, so we need something more. So we build and we build, but from my point of view, really what we're building on is still like it's like a castle made out of sand or matchsticks anyway, because when you kick all of the immaterial or idealistic ideas, you will fall back down to a material reality, one that we will probably cease to exist, at least in the way we are. We can have hopes, we can have theories about our consciousness continuing or our mind extending from our material, but those aren't things we can know, you know. It appears that way. So from a more practical point of view, I say yes, the question of why is very important, but the why should lead me to establish something concrete. And if I can never establish something concrete, then I need to be comfortable with the fact that I don't have answers. Do you know?
Well, you may be comfortable with with trying to explore the why, but you must establish who am I first. You
Yeah.
cannot explore beyond that.
From a
So this
from a
is the
human
problem
point of
that we're
view,
finding.
I would be the matter. Right? I would be like we said. Like we said earlier on. If from my point of view, like a basic, like I'm not like any philosopher or anything like that. If I was just like thinking with monkey brain, yeah. My material configuration produces my consciousness, and that ability to have awareness and experience, I take in sensory data, and that builds the I. Because as a baby, I had no understanding or cognition of what an I was until a certain point in life when it snapped, and I'd accrued enough information and tools to form an I from like a psychological point of view. But that I also entails others and other things. For instance, the language I use, the nurture, the nature, all of those things. Right? Does that make sense? So not to be a dick,
that makes
but
sense.
I could then just go like a step further and say, all right, I'll take a monist view and say there is actually no I. I'm just the same as everything else. There really is no I. Do you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can understand your position, but that's already stated in the Vedic scriptures that, like, actually, I'm not stating scripture. I'm actually stating science, because when it comes to the consciousness of a child, there's I forgot the Sanskrit word, but his consciousness is on eating.
Say again.
You know, his consciousness is about eating. You know, he has no
Survival.
understanding of survival. So he can understand the I in that aspect of eating, and then once he grows older, his the understanding of I evolves to, okay, I can take care of myself now. So what is it? And then after that, it becomes higher and higher, and then he comes to a conclusion that, okay, who am I? I'm self-sufficient. I know I have a connection with my family. I told all my knowledge, but with all this knowledge, I still don't know who am I.
Yeah, because I would say it's circular fundamentally anyway, because you're going to return back to that phase of nothingness kind of thing. So you will return back to that phase of maybe, if you're lucky, if you're afforded old age, you would essentially fall back into that position of being a child again. You may have more cognitive activity, but you'll be right back to consumption and survival, even though that's the primary thing happening the whole way through.
Yes, I would say that you are correct because you are conscious of the body, but you are not the body. It is correct that this body will become earth again. Just like a clay pot, once it's broken, it becomes clay. But as soon as you understand what your true position is, that you're not the body, you're the spirit soul, then that does not apply to you.
I can't subscribe to that fully because I feel it needs more. Well, let me not be like more. It needs more. I think to each their own in terms of what they're willing to accept. But I can't like reasonably say, yeah, I'm not me. I'm a soul, even though culturally I've been grown to think that, right? I can say to myself that I am the body, and if I'm the body, then I'm synonymous with everything. Do you know? I'm the molecules that I've consumed to grow. I'm what I'm gonna become when I go into the ground. But like, other than that, am I really anything other than a body, or is my ego projecting that I'm something greater than what I actually am? Just a flesh, like a accumulation of pieces moving around, just animated.
How is it that you're so sure that when you say I am, like I am the body, as you say, how is it that you're so sure of that?
I'm not.
You haven't even.
I'm not. Right, so I don't offer certainty in that way. I don't even think like I think knowledge is fallible anyway. So due to the fact that we are fallible, all that we can know has a percentage of failure to it, or a percentage of incorrectness to it as well. But yes, I get what you're saying. But since you're asking me the question, who am I kind of thing, and you're assuming, or not necessarily assuming, it's your view that you are not the body and you're this other thing called a soul. I'm saying the opposite view to that would be that I am just the body, and this view of the soul is something that the configuration of the body can produce, but a materialist kind of view.
Randomness does not exist in this world
I mean, I don't know.
because if we look at quantum physics, for example, the 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 double slit experiment. When someone is not perceiving such an experiment, a different result produces. But as soon as there is a perceptor,
That's not
an
actually accurate.
unexpected result.
That's not actually accurate, but like I don't think it's necessary to nitpick it. I think the metaphor that you're drawing out is more important than nitpicking the actual science. But yeah, that's not what the science says.
I'm not so literate with science, but I would say that when it comes to someone's perception, there has to be something superior that allows that change to happen. So
I don't know.
unless there is something conscious within the body to actually have a different result, then we cannot say that it's just purely randomness. Randomness is when there's no perceptor.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. At the same time, I don't necessarily assert that it's random either. Me personally, like I would take a more agnostic view on most of these matters. To be fair, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I thank you for your time.
No worries.
Appreciate this talk.
It's interesting, bro. It's very interesting. Again, it's rare you get to speak to people who subscribe to things outside of the mainstream, typical religions,
Thank you again. Hare Krishna.
I appreciate you, man. Have a good day. Hey guys, I'm gonna use the toilet quickly, then we'll take up another guest, and we'll get back to it.
So, do I exit out?
I got you, bro. No worries. Alright, be right back. Just gonna go do the foghorn leghorn pissing. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Thanks for the patience. We got any requests? Hey guys on the Red app, is the stream looking funny to you or strange? Because it looks like it's like half of the stream visible for me. Someone did request while I was talking to that guy. So, I didn't actually get his name, to be fair. Let's see what we got here. Manu. Someone on the Red app said they was coming over to TikTok. Hey, appreciate it, Manu. It was interesting, bro. It was interesting. I think your views are more like philosophically in tune than just typical religious views. At least how, I say this with respect, at least how typical religious people espouse their views. I think what you're saying is a bit more deep than just, you know, there's this book and it says God exists and that's all I need to know, you know, and then God said I could do this and I could do that, and, you know, that kind of typical kind of approach. So that is interesting. And the caller before as well, Emmanuel. I'm not gonna. Oh, you came from Red App. Hey, big up to you, bro. Hey. Yes, I see you, bro. I see you. Big up to you, man. So you did migrate, right? First brave person from YouTube to make the trip. See, guys, see? It's safe. It's safe. TikTok's not going to unalive you. You can leave the Red App. Nothing bad's going to happen. I promise. There it is. Uncle Ruckus said, oh, his name was Uncle Ruckus was right. It says, judgment going to be horrible for you. I would like to talk to you, but I feel like you're going to be like a terrible troll. I have some questions. I have some questions indeed. All right. Should we just jump this guy just to save time? Because all we're really trying to do is get back to the DLC. Not really trying to play the base game properly anyways. Just jump in, man. Says me. So do request up. Make sure you tap that like. Make sure you hit that repost button so people can see the stream. So we can talk to people about things that we maybe not even know. Staying for the topic, not the game. Where'd you sit on this? Where'd you sit on this matter, Arjun? Me personally, Santana, I say humans invented God because, well, when I say humans invented God, it's what's called an explanatory claim. So it aims to explain the how and the why, and in some instances, the when and where God concepts and God beliefs are produced, without positing the existence of any supernatural entities. Because truth be told, I don't know if it's possible to prove a supernatural entity exists anyway. I don't even know if it's possible to prove supernatural things exist anyway. So the approach I take is to explain what a God concept is and why we make it, how we make it. So based on that explanation of it, I think that explanation defeats evidence for God's existence independent of us inventing it. Hopefully that wasn't too conflated. Yeah, I mean, I don't intend to argue with anyone either. Yeah, and that's an interesting point. That God's favorite said there. I don't think our ancestors were dumb at all, because if they were dumb, we wouldn't have made it this far. So don't consider what I'm saying as like, oh, these idiots in the past just cooked up God. No, I think there's very reasonable and rational even reasons to create gods. I think the needs and the purposes they serve then, society or humanity don't necessarily have those needs anymore. We've got a lot more invention, a lot more information at our fingertips since those times. What's up, Grav? I mean, I don't know, Santana. I think I'll find out when it happens. But as it currently stands, I think I'm alive, right? So I can't have any certainty about what happens when I'm not alive. But if death is as it's defined, the cessation of all bodily functions, then yeah, it might be impossible for me to ever know what happens. Also, people that I do know that have passed away haven't told me what happened either. So they didn't tell me what happened. I haven't been able to experience it. I don't really want to experience it because being alive is quite sweet. It's quite nice. It's hedonistic to exist. It's like everything, even the suffering to an extent, is pleasurable. in existence, which is kind of ironic and a bit twisted at the same time. Uncle Ruckus, why are you full of self-hatred? Come up, Santana, bro. I'll talk to you about it. God's true story? Don't know. I would say we came back from natural processes, but do I have 100% certainty? No. But again, if I had to compare what's learnable, what's studyable, versus creationist myths, which aren't really studyable, I'll take what's learnable. You know, e.g. the sciences. I see no requests. Yeah, people be getting at me about my lip, bro. It's a scar. It's a scar. It's not that it's dry, but sometimes it is dry. But yeah, it's a scar. Hey, some guy lied about science proving things exist outside of space and time. What was the deal with that? I did see like in passing something the other day. I still haven't figured out how to get that as well. That's annoying me. But yeah, I did see in passing the other day some I don't know if it was an article or if it was like a science communicator. They were saying that scientists have discovered things supposedly older than the Big Bang. Can't remember what it was though. But there's that. I don't know. There's definitely a way to get that item, or else they wouldn't have put it there. It's like, people like it's kind of funny to see like how religious people tend to say the most malicious things. Again, like I think we should have a stream about the actual harm and destruction that Abrahamic faiths cause. I would be more interested in talking about that. Oh, it's that guy. Woo. Why should I take my DNA to be evidence of a god? To be fair, like if I was to be like a ultra skeptic like some religious people claim to be, why should I even believe I have DNA? Did scientists just make that up like everything else, like space? Like they have to be around. Like, why should you believe you have DNA? I'm just messing with you. But yeah, like I think sometimes it's not quite apparent to people what I'm actually saying. I'm saying, from my point of view, right, all known gods are psychological constructs and they don't exist independently of the mind. If your god requires belief, imagination or faith to interact with, they're functionally non-existent. So being that I find gods to be abstract concepts, me simply stating that here's the how and why we invented God doesn't mean that there aren't various different possible answers to how humans come about and how the earth comes about, how the universe comes about. It doesn't mean there aren't good answers to those. From my point of view, it just simply God wouldn't be the best answer for that, since God is a direct creation from us. Let's get that guy out of here. Yeah, blingo. Yeah, so Daz, I don't know much about that kind of stuff either. Again, it's not it's not my job to make claims about where we come from, how it was made, how the universe was made. I personally feel that theists default to those kinds of questions because they know humans don't have an answer to it, or at least a concrete answer to it, so they play God of the gaps in those things. And I feel the reason they have to do that is because they don't have concrete evidence for the entity itself. So it's like, okay, if we can't point to one specific thing that 100% proves this God, then we'll use an unfalsifiable kind of point and say he created everything, absolutely everything, you know. It's like, okay, like where do you even begin? So it goes past the point of, hey, we're having like a cultural slash theological conversation to like we're having a super deep philosophical metaphysical conversation, which they are intertwined, but it goes past the point of making sense in order to keep with the lie, essentially, because it's not a fact, you know, or the belief. Bro says, I have no top security clearance. I probably shouldn't, because I'm the type of person that would help the people. So they better not give me any security clearance. I would be leaking all the government secrets in the torrent or something. It's like, yeah, do you want to know what really happened on the day in March 1997? Go to this website right here. So you can start posting leaflets through your door. Whoops, I wonder who had clearance. I'm joking. Be like it'd be like that scene in Men in Black 2 when Will Smith has to flash his colleague and he gives him the pie and he starts crying. Be like that. Like that guy's actually like an OG voice actor. He's Kronk from Emperor's New Groove. Feel free to request up. I'll speak to you while I play the game, bro. What's up, Russell? I don't think I make arguments in the first place. I think you've got quite a rigid debate type of brain. Now, like, if you was to just talk to me about your reasons for believing, I'd be interested. But going into, I wouldn't say you're Phil, bro, because I think internet culture has us calling just anyone a Phil, bro. Just like internet culture has anyone calling themselves philosophers, which kind of gives me the ick. Like, okay, even if you did study philosophy, I feel like philosopher is a title that you should earn, you know. So me personally, I know that something might be disrespectful, because it'd be like saying, you got a degree, or, you know, anyway, let's not go into that, right? But anyways, I'm not really interested in formal argumentation like that, Russell. Not to say I won't listen to your argument though, but yeah. Going down that kind of debate brain could be a bit jarring. Hey, I'm not a scientist either, bro. But yeah, I don't know, like, again, it's not to be disrespectful to people in that field, but I personally, as like an unlearned, I hold philosophy still to be something quite mystical and like on a sort of, you know, just on a certain level. I forget what it's called, when you put something on a high stand, on a pedestal to a certain extent. So when I think of philosophers, I think of like really great minds that put forward like incredible ideas, not just random people who can go on the internet and say, oh, I did a course, now I'm a philosopher. That kind of annoys me. That's none of my business, because I'm not the one who did the course. So, hey bro, come up. Why do you think I'm mocking God? Seems like a very, he's not even able to go live. There's probably a reason for that. Oh, she's dead. I've never noticed that before. To be fair, I don't think I've ever let her die before. She turns into a tree. Yeah, but also, I don't think I'm going to do any quest lines in the main game this run. So let's just try our best to get to the DLC quick as. Stupid slow-mo. Got me out of here. Huh? POC? Oh, post hoc. Oh, yeah. I mean, in the way I said it, right, there's context to it. A worldview comparison, yeah, I think that's like hyper specific language as well. I think that's more borrowed from an apologetic worldview. Ironically, now I'm using that kind of language. To be honest with you, before I ever came into contact with like apologists and apologist type of content, the words worldview weren't even a thing that I've ever thought about. I don't even. I still don't really think it makes sense. I feel like it's just a way to categorize people as other to whatever it is you subscribe to. Because I think traditionally people would have just said it's like it's my school of thought or my philosophy or what I subscribe to. But this view of worldview, lol, right? Meta, it is done like you said for comparison, but not comparison in a way just to understand. In a comparative way, it's done in a way to belittle. Like, let me look for inconsistencies in what you think about other things so I can discredit you here and make my worldview, air quotations, seem more plausible. But the reality is, I don't think... Right, so here's an analogy for it. It's like the man that goes around town breaking down everyone else's skyscraper so he can have the tallest building instead of just building the tallest building. Do you know? I view it like that. We got a guest. Please don't spam, bro. Hello.
What's up? Low key, I agree that humans invented God. I think we low key invented everything.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Nah. I think we invented everything.
Why?
Just because, like, I don't know. Like, we can't prove nothing that it's very, very, very core. You know what I mean? Like, we can't even trust logic without using logic itself. You know, we can't even trust our memory without using our memory. So, I don't know. I think low key at the end of the day, we low key just made up everything.
I mean, that's kind of.
I think the Earth made up.
It's kind of an extreme take. Not even gonna lie, but maybe there's some sense to it.
Hear me out, bro.
Go on, go for it.
About it, bro.
Go for it, man.
Bro, just think about it. We low key invented everything, bro.
Bro's hitting me with the Mark meme. Are you still there?
I'm just saying, bro. We low key invented everything, bro. You really think about it, bro. Like everything that we experience, bro. We low key are the cause of it. Even if we didn't mean to, bro. Like, even if you didn't want it to be that way, your mind is filtering these things for your experience to happen, right? If it didn't, it'd be too overwhelming, too much. So, like, in all reality, you controlling your reality, even when you're not meaning to control. Your subconscious is controlling your reality.
But what if I'm in a deterministic system, though?
It's your fault, like, in a sense. Even if
But
you get to control it, it's your mind's fault. It's your subconscious fault.
I mean, that's a lot to take in, bro. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, bro. Low key.
So
like the moon, the earth, like time itself, bro. Everything, bro. Is like we invented it. It's all up in our heads, really. And there's none we could really say to prove that it's outside our heads. I mean, like, because again, everything gets filtered through our mind.
that's true in a way.
Reality that we experience gets filtered through our mind, no matter what.
I do think there are things that are independent of our mind, though. You really? You don't think so?
I don't think so. I think it's all one. I think all is one and one is all.
Fair play. To the fullest extent, you said. I mean, like the way you're delivering it is kind of like a bit spooky, but there's sense underneath what you're saying. I'm not saying it's just ridiculous, out and out. There is sense under what you're saying, but you're delivering it in kind of a doom kind of way.
Nah, I don't see it in that sort of way. I'm just saying, like, we low key, like, not that we God or anything, but like, we are, like, I'd say like a lowercase God in a sense. Like, we just control our reality so much, like we control our experience. Like,
Right, why do you think you control your experience, though?
again, I don't see it as like a conscious controlling thing. Like you can willingly like control these things. but more or less like your mind controls it. You know what I mean? Like your conscious, your subconscious controls your experiences. It filters your experiences. You know,
But
because
if
again,
you're not in control of your
given
subconscious, then how
wait,
do
what?
you? So if you don't control what happens in your subconscious mind, how can you really say you have control over your conscious mind based on what you're saying?
You control it and you don't control it at the same time. It's a little weird to explain. Like it's influence, but it's not like directly controlled. Like you are not the pilot, if that makes sense. But you can influence it.
In what way?
Like for instance, like if you grow up around like a bunch of imagery, right, and like specific imagery, you're likely going to be coming up with that whenever you just want to make art of your own and you just express it from your heart. Or let's say you have a mental break, you might be seeing and hallucinating specifically those things because they get embedded in your subconscious.
Right.
So it's like your subconscious can be influenced, but you cannot directly make your subconscious like anew or anything like that. Like you can just automatically make your subconscious learn something new. You can automatically throw
So
things in your
how do you
you can
determine
throw things in your main conscious.
how do you determine what level of influence you get to have consciously?
I don't think you really get to determine that. I think you just take things in, and I mean, if it's repeated, if you're constantly around that, I mean, it's really your environment. You know, it's like if it's all around in your environment, there's nothing you can really do about it. You know what I mean? If you're surrounded with it on a daily basis, like, and you constantly seeing that, especially if it has any meaning to you, like, it's going to affect your consciousness. I'd say like just meaning and how much you're around it.
I would agree. I'd agree. But from that point of
But I
view,
think
then,
we also give it meaning to an extent.
I'd say like you're not in control of anything. Then, fundamentally. Now, obviously,
Facts,
I don't
facts.
necessarily think this, but I guess we're really just playing with ideas. We're not talking about what it actually is, because how could we know? From that kind of point of view, if you can't even control the subconscious mind and everything that's been fed into it, and you're kind of just a product of everything else, how are you even able to express your conscious thoughts are already predetermined also.
Shit, I don't even know.
But yes, very interesting talking to you, my friend. I'm gonna
Hey,
I'm gonna let
bro,
you down.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. If you want me to be real,
Yeah.
I believe in God, bro.
Alright. So do you actually want to talk about that instead?
Nah,
Nah.
cause I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't want to change your mind, bro. I think it's up to everybody in their own journey to learn about God and to like understand what it truly is at the end of the day. And like, even if their definition isn't like the closest to what I might think, as long as it's like at least in a good light that they can find peace in, I think it's all good. You know, as long as we find peace in everything, at the
But
end of the day, we just gotta find our peace for real.
what if a belief in God can cause destruction? What then?
I agree. I agree. Belief in God can sometimes cause that stuff. It all depends on like what kind of God you're talking about, and also like where you coming from with it, you know, and like how much you're attaching like history to it, language to it, or if you're gonna attach your own ego and your own mind to it and yourself to it. Like for a lot
You
of
don't
these
have
people,
any other choice, really.
like I mean, like for instance, I mean, look, uh, whenever like you look into some like sect like Christianity, for instance, right? Like Christ constantly and like also Buddhism too. They both like constantly talk about like well, I wouldn't say Christianity exactly, but Christianity like refers to it a lot, especially in like Eastern Orthodoxy and like the early ones. Just Jesus in general mentions a lot of like aspects of like letting go of like the ego and stuff like that, and like not like letting it go because you can never like fully let it go, but like letting it go on a personal scale, like not letting it define you, not letting it be the one that controls you at all times, like Buddhism, that's another big part of them is like being able to let go of that ego, not fully because you can never fully let go of that, but more or less letting it take the back seat, not be the main driver controlling your life.
That
um
sounds like something very
and so
human,
like
though.
Jesus, for instance, he asks for you to like put down your ego and take upon like unconditional love, right? So like loving everybody regardless, no matter what, even the people who prosecute you, even the people who hurt you, even the people you don't like, everybody. It don't matter who it is, right? But the main issue is when you look at a lot of these religions, when they commit violence, usually they haven't let down their ego yet. And the ego is rooted in survival. It's rooted in just protecting you, your identity, who you are. And so, like, when you don't give that up, you're going to protect your personality, your identity. And this whole identity these people built around whatever religion they have, they built a whole ego around it, a whole identity around it, instead of doing what that religion says, which is surrendering the ego.
But the
So
religion
whenever
itself,
they do that,
the religion itself is a
they,
product of people's ego, though. All of the views in it. It's unavoidable.
to an extent, but I would more or less say, like, again, when you look at Buddhism and Christ, it's about submitting that ego into not allowing your your survival mechanism, in that sense of like protecting your identity until the very end, even if your identity is wrong. 'Cause that's what
Well, you
ego
can't really
does a
say
lot of
that.
the time.
You can't really say that.
I mean, ego a lot of the time does defend until it's wrong, and even when it is wrong, it continues to defend. That's what a high ego does. When you feed into
You could say
ego,
that's
you don't really
ignorance.
get good
You could
things
say
from
that's
it.
ignorance, but in terms of you saying like your personality is wrong, kind of thing.
No. You have to
That's what you
understand
meant.
your ego and your personality are separate.
Yeah, I have like a very like basic understanding of what the ego is, so I'm kind of aware. But like all that aside though, right? What makes you actually believe in the Christian God in that way?
Well, for me, it's more or less about just metaphysical alignment with what I see to be the highest truth that's laid out in reality itself, that's embedded, entwined with reality. And what I see is love and connection. Because
So the
love and
highest truth.
connection builds reality, and disconnection, isolation, sin, like,
Well,
self-indulgence,
you're saying a lot.
ego,
You're saying a lot, bro.
typ- typically leads into destruction.
You're saying a lot. Well, one could argue love would lead you to destruction, also. No.
Well, it depends on what sort of love. I'm talking about unconditional love, which
Yes,
means
even that.
self-sacrificial, unconditional love.
Even that. Self-sacrificial love, e.g., agape love, is also an expression of ego. You realize that, right?
To an extent, yes.
So,
It
is
also
there
depends
some
on
kind of
how you.
is there really some kind of pious place you could operate from whilst being a human?
Again, the ego is built around survival, like what you would call it, like instinctually. So it's about going against that instinct of survival. It's about
Ooh.
putting down that instinct, saying, even if I end up dying, I'm going to choose to do the right thing. I'm going to choose to love. I'm going to choose not to hurt anybody. Like, for instance, when Christ was being beaten and whipped and tortured, I mean, he could have lashed out at any point. He could have hurt people. He could have, argued, been rude, but he didn't. And he, even in court, he could have, just screamed, no, 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 these are all false. These people are all liars. He could have lashed out at them. Most people would have, but instead he didn't choose to defend his identity. He didn't choose to protect it. He ended up preserving it through love, through
I don't
forgiveness.
know if I agree with that. I feel like that's more of so let's just imagine. Obviously, you believe in Jesus. I would say in this way, the story is Jesus has been used as a tool of a story to convey ideas and values. So what is really being projected there is like a view of martyrdom, not necessarily about love.
I would
You
say
know.
more. I would say more or less. It's a lot of different things. It's not just one. It's not just one main message. I would say it's a lot of different messages being conveyed at once. The crucifixion, but I would say a very large part of the crucifixion is understanding that the highest unconditional love can be self-sacrificial.
Yeah, I understand. That's kind of one of the things that
And it's
Christians
quite
take
different
away
than putting
from
yourself
the
aside and serving
crucifix,
somebody else
the
before serving
crucifixion.
yourself.
Yeah, understood. But there's also a crazy internal critique there based on the fact that Jesus is also God. So there's no true reason to do it in that fashion anyway. But let's overlook all of that in the first place. I had asked you what convinced you that you should believe in the Christian God, or like take any of this to be true. And you, like you said, a bunch of things really fast instead of just like one cohesive thing.
I would say it's a lot of different things. It's never just one cohesive thing.
Oh, well, the most important thing, I mean.
I wouldn't go as far as to say anything's more or less important than the other. I'd say a lot of these different roles play key factors in each other, you know. They all unify to each other to an extent. They also separate to an extent.
So would you
know,
say you coming into Christianity was something you done of your own like choice, or was something you grew up in being a part of?
I was actually raised like highly atheist, and my atheist parents were highly against Christianity. If anything, they begged me to get into any other religion except Christianity, but it was kind of too late because I already was into every other religion before I got into Christianity.
So if you came from an atheist stance, then it should be a clear path, well, a somewhat clear path of how you arrived at a Christian stance then. So I want to know what that is.
Well, I'm a very logical person for me, and the more that I looked at reality itself, the more that I understood that reality is like built and, to me, in my experience, founded upon the essence of creation, love, in which again I would say creation is rooted in love. So I would just say love, like pure, unconditional, agaping love. And when I say pure, I mean actual pure love.
So
Again, built on
what is that? What is love fundamentally?
So love is serving, self-sacrificial system where you put yourself aside to serve others before you serve yourself, based out of just rooted in kindness, rooted in the how would I put this?
I would say that's not
Like
self.
I would say care for others before care for the self. But
So you think that's the
again,
fundamental
that has
principle of love?
uh to an extent, yes, and it can be taken like it can be abused, it can be exploited, in which it has been, but I would say in the purest stance, it lays within also having wisdom to overcome any sort of exploitation and stuff like that.
Would you say holding that stance, right, would commit you to having a duty to avoid or, stop suffering and things like that, since you're committed to this view?
I would say that although it doesn't completely end suffering, it helps in suffering. For instance, if there's darkness all around, right? There's always going to be darkness around unless there's light. And if there's no other light to help you, you quite literally have no other choice but to be that light around you. You know what I mean? So it's the same sort of thing with love and kindness. You know, there can be suffering everywhere. Your entire life can be suffering. If you are the only one on the entire planet to choose kindness and love, you are being the light out of all the darkness. You are still doing good. You are still doing, right.
Right, so you could hold that view and still not subscribe to anything to do with all of the gods or the Jesus stuff, right?
Well, for me, the main reason that I got so far into Christ is because I got heavily into Buddhism, with the idea of, okay, the ego itself is rooted in survival, protecting this identity and stuff like that. It's it constantly falls to itself. It constantly follows temptations. It fails its own morals 24/7. So give it up, right? But
I don't
then
think that's wise.
Something that Buddhism really hinted at was, again, not fully giving up, but letting it take the back seat. But they never pointed at who to give the driver's seat to, and they just emphasized love so much.
Yeah,
Again,
because it's
love
a
all
scapegoat.
things
That's
like
like
love
that's
others.
a cop out. It's a cop out line. Because across cultures, the word, right? So me and you speak English. Within our culture, the word love comes with certain connotations, like sensual love, relational love, agape love, etc., brotherly love, love of food, etc., right? Within our culture, the word love is like a container in which we fill with various different subjects or concepts when we look at different scenarios. Across cultures, the language of what love entails changes. So the concepts or the content they fill the word love with
So
will vary.
the love that they specifically said, Buddha specifically said, was that of a mother to which its child. So naturally, how a mother loves and takes care of its child regardless of itself, even if it dies,
That would
just
be a
like that.
duty.
And I know
That's not
it's
necessarily
because
love,
they, yes,
but because
it
it's a
will lead
concept.
to love.
No, when you think about duties, right? Duties come about based on what you're one responsible for, and two, what you value or what you
So
disvalue.
what
But the
you're probably picturing is a
idea of
mother
love
sighing
itself.
at taking care of her
No, no, I'm
child
not.
because
I'm
it's
not.
her
No, no,
duty.
bro.
What
No,
I'm
don't get me
thinking of is
wrong.
a mother loving her child so much that she takes care of it and puts
Yes,
every work
yes,
and
but
ounce out of it
I'm
the
trying to
entire
explain
time.
something to you. I'm trying to explain something to you, right? And even if you were to view the Christian view from that point of view of duty to care for your child, right, it would be highly problematic considering what that entails in the religion. Okay, but that aside, right, love fundamentally is just conceptual, based on our language, how we function. You'd say the only universal thing across human cultures when you talk about love is the biochemical aspect, because we apparently share the same anatomy, right? Being that we're from the same species or race, okay? But conceptually, John is walking around with this idea about love that's different from Jane's. Jane's is different from Paul's. Paul's is different from Mary's, etc. But the only thing that ties all of those experiences together, what we point to with the word love, is the biochemical or the material part of it. That being said, you could stuff yourself full with all of these philosophies of how one ought to act in the world and still not need
When I
some
say
god to tell you
love,
that.
I want to clarify. Um, More or less, I mean when it goes past humans, like, again, I see connection entirely as love. So, for instance, when a star, whenever something explodes or implodes and then explodes out into space, right? The very matter that made it up, right, just exploded and whatever object it was died. That is death. That is negativity in an aspect,
No,
right?
it's not negative,
But then
bro.
whenever you look at those molecules coming into something new, becoming something new, that connection in my eyes, that is also love. So what I'm saying love is a
It's vague.
metaphysical thing.
What you're saying to me is love is whatever I want it to be when I want it to be that. That's what you're saying to me.
No, I'm saying that love is a very, very, very broad thing.
Yeah, you're saying it's whatever I want it to be.
Not really.
Yes, essentially you are saying that, right? But like we're harping on about like a very silly topic, right? But you're saying, coming from being an atheist, right, what convinced you to get involved in Christianity or believe in Christianity is that you value the concept of love. Is that what it is?
I would say that the concept in which it founded itself upon love and morality
Say that again,
is
sorry.
what got me. Specifically Christ. I would say Jesus Christ was the very one person who resembled love in every single aspect, resembled logos in every
I don't
single
know.
aspect,
I don't
higher
know.
than any other human. If you can find me any other human who has love and or have a higher logos
Yeah.
aspect to them
I
than
don't
Christ, then
obviously
by
you
all
realize
means
I don't
find me.
think Jesus Christ existed in that capacity, right? I take him to be a literary device. Now, if you're talking about a guy called Yahshua ben Joseph, probably some Jewish priest who had interesting ideas, he was no different than me and you. He just had some good ideas about how one ought to act. He could have been considered more moral than the people he was around. But obviously I don't take that Jesus Christ, the
Very
embodiment of
interesting, but
love,
Jesus
to
Christ
be a
outdid every
person.
single other philosopher in the last 3,000 years.
Say again, sorry?
I would say that the philosophy of Jesus Christ has outdone and still challenges the
No,
philosophies of every single philosopher
I
in the
don't know
last
if I agree with
3,000
that.
years.
Again, me personally, not a biblical scholar, don't really care to get into scripture at that level, right? But I don't know if I'd agree with that. And just on the
I would
surface,
also like to point out that
of what you're saying, it seems to be
BS
dubious.
usually falls apart pretty quickly and or dies out pretty quickly, but this is one of the
No.
largest things in the
Have
world.
you
Not
seen the
only
world?
because it provides comfort,
Have
but
you seen the
once
world?
again, it provides again.
brother, have you seen the world, right? What do you mean? There's an old saying that bullshit walks and talks, doesn't it,
Have you
right?
been watching the
There's
world for
another
the
saying,
past 2,000 years?
yeah, that the lie will be halfway
World
around the
hasn't
world
been
before the
this
truth
way.
has put on its bloody shoes, right? So what you're saying is fine in terms of what you subscribe to, but it's not a clear depiction of how reality actually functions. The very view that you're holding that Christianity entails just this principle of love is in itself is just vague
It's
to
a very
someone
thing
like
that
me.
most Christians do not follow.
To someone like me. But at the same time, if I was to like build rapport with individuals within Christianity and actually go into a deep like conversation and questioning what they mean when they say things, their views about love and what they hold to be love will vary across the spectrum of every single person within Christianity, likely. Right? Just like a minute ago, you said it's like a mother and a child, and the next minute
I
you was like,
would
it's the
say,
creation of atoms and molecules and shit, right?
if you read
It's
the
just
New
whatever you
Testament,
want it to
the
be, bro.
message of the sort of love they
Excuse my
speak of
French.
is quite clear. And I know you may disagree with that, but I mean, look at all the thousands
Yeah,
of
brother.
different denominations we have. Most of them
It's a
still follow the very central aspect
yes, but when you
of
look at how
Christ
they
and
act in
that.
the world,
Almost all
right?
of them do.
When you look at how the followers of these religions act in the world, they are contradictory to their supposed philosophy or ideology. Like there's
Why? Because
why?
most of these people never get into the full actual depth of it. Most
No,
Protestant
because
and
it's
Catholic
clearly
churches
because it
never
clearly doesn't
ever
work,
talk
bro.
about the ego part of it. They never
Brother,
talk about the
the
ego part of it.
reason
They
the
never talk
reason
about
is
giving
because it
yourself.
doesn't
They never
work,
talk
bro.
about these things. The reason is because they preach false gospels all the time.
Bro, listen. If it was the case, right? They like for instance, the people who walk around with their beliefs, right? So the belief system that you walk around with express themselves via how you interact with reality and other people. So if you would say, right, and I know it's nitpicky and it's even like a bit dread to say, that across the spectrum of different religions and religious people, you still find destructive individuals within those places not expressing the ideology of love, would tell you that essentially whatever it is that they're getting from the institution isn't working. So it's either something
I
wrong
would
with the
agree that the
teaching,
institution has a problem, but I
it's
wouldn't go
either
as far
something
as to say
wrong
that
with
the
the
message
teaching
itself
or
has
the
a problem. I wouldn't
institution.
go as far as to say Jesus himself has
Yes,
a problem.
because if
I
you
would
just
say
tell someone,
that the institution has a
because of the
problem.
vagueness of it, brother, if you just say to someone, oh, it's like, all you got to do is care about love, right? And you don't even give a clear, concrete understanding of what love entails, and everyone's walking around with their own version of it, of course, you're going to create chaos. You're going to have all these different denominations, these different interpretations, because it's just vague. It's like an empty platitude in the first place, if you could say that, right? But don't get me wrong. It's not that I disagree with the view of showing love and being caring towards others. I do not disagree with that at all, right? But I find that to be like a cheap like marketing of the other parts of the ideology that it entails, the other things that allow for the destructive nature of religious people across history and currently to this day, right?
So
The
actually,
love
I don't
concept
know if you know
isn't
this.
unique to Christianity, bro.
Orthodoxy
Anyways,
prohibits all murder, all killing. It sees it
yeah,
like all killing
it's
as
what I'm
the
saying is
absolute
deeper
worst,
than
like
that, bro.
all death as the absolute worst. Like what I'm saying is, whenever it comes to specifically at least orthodoxy, we do not kill even if it is someone who is killing others. We
Yeah,
refuse to be the
that's one
participants
act,
in
brother.
killing.
That's
We
one
refuse
act.
to, to participate in those things. Everybody talks about, the Crusades and stuff like that. Orthodoxy didn't even participate in the Crusades until they had to defend themselves, in which most of them didn't even want to defend themselves.
You don't
So
get what I'm saying,
at its
bro.
core,
You don't get
you
what I'm
gotta
saying.
understand, while there's a lot of people who claim to be Christian and they do not follow what Christ said and the ideologies he said, there are plenty of Christians who do. You
Yes,
cannot act like every single Christian
fewer,
just goes
but the
against
people that are
Jesus.
operating, the people who operate in a ethical way across humans, right? They operate ethically across the human spectrum, regardless of what religion they're in. They would be operating ethically because of the values they uniquely hold. If it was the case that the values that Christianity espouses is uniquely righteous, it would turn out that almost all the people that subscribe to Christianity would be righteous because they embody the ideology. But that's not the case. So
I
if
don't
you
know if you
use
know
the
this,
few,
but
if you use the few
into
to describe the many, right, you're making a mistake, right?
if you
Also,
walk
what you
into an
said,
Orthodox church
listen,
and
bruv,
you
I'll
walk
let you
into a
speak, bro.
Catholic church,
I'll
you're
let you
gonna walk
speak,
into two
bro.
different worlds.
I'll let you speak, bro. All I want to add to the point of what you were saying is the minute their Christianity or the Christians in themselves were called into question, you immediately pivot to what's called a no true Scotsman fallacy. You say, yeah, but they're not real Christians. They're not doing what the word actually says. But could you tell the Pope that he's not a Christian? Right? You couldn't, could you? But then could you look at history and see what the Pope has sanctioned, or the Church of England? And I don't know really the history of the Eastern Orthodoxy, but I don't think their hands are clean either, with all due respect.
So I'd like to push back on this. So if so are you basically also claiming that ISIS are real Islam and that Zionists are real Jews? Because
I would say
they
they're
do
the
not
logical
follow.
conclusion. I
They
would
do
say they're
not
the logical
follow.
conclusion.
They do not follow what they claim they are, but they claim they are something. Listen, if I claim to be in the military, but I'm not, am I really in the military? If I swear to take oath, but I do not follow that oath,
But if you're
am I
armed
really
by
in
the
the military?
military, yeah, if you
No,
get your
so
arms,
hold on.
if you get your arms from the
Physically, no,
military, right,
physically,
you are
physically,
part of the military, bro.
no, hold on. Physically, I
No,
may be,
no,
and
you're
by
making a
label, I may
mistake.
be, but in spirit and in mind, I may
Bullshit.
not. I think that is
Bullshit.
something that I think that is something
Bullshit. I gotta call
so
bullshit, bro.
so
What you
so
just
you
said
agree
about
that
ISIS,
Zionists are
what
real
you just
Jews? Do
said,
you agree that ISIS is real
there
Islam?
is a history
Do you agree
behind
that?
it. That's the
So
logical
do you agree?
conclusion.
No, do you agree that? Do you agree?
I'm telling you yes, because that is the logical conclusion of it. The people in general, people that are going to be good people are going to be good people regardless of the religion they subscribe to. The same could be said about people that are going to be bad people. But when you look at what's been said via Zionism, it's saying based on the history that what's taken place to Jewish people in Europe, right? We are now apparently afforded the moral licensing to enact violence in the guise of protecting ourselves. But through the religion of Judaism, we can now also afford ourselves this veneer of innocence whilst carrying out these atrocities. So Zionism is a logical conclusion of Judaism, like ISIS is a logical conclusion of Islam or Boko Haram or
Even though they
Crusades or
contradict each other?
fundamentalist crazies in Christianity. Like these are logical conclusions based on what the ideology or the book itself espouses. Now, individuals in these institutions, they can be good people. I'm not saying every Christian's a bad person, every Muslim's a bad person. I would never say that. It's silly to say, right? But when you
Now,
sell the picture of the religion as, oh, we're just all about peace and love, and then we examine what your actual practitioners do, and it's not peace and love, then you got a contradiction on your hands. That's all I'm saying to you, right?
so listen, if I claim an ideology that says I cannot kill, I cannot RAP, I cannot, abuse people, and then I claim, yes, I'm a part of this ideology, I'm sworn in, I am a part of this ideology, and then I do all three of those things,
Yeah.
I end up going against that very word.
Yeah.
How am I still a part of that ideology at my core?
Because you're part of that
I don't mean
ideology by
physically, I don't
name.
mean by label, I mean at my core.
Yeah,
By
I'll give you
label,
an
by
example.
name, by core.
I'll give you an example, right? For instance, yeah, you would say it's bad to unalive somebody, okay? Just in general. For instance, one of the 10 commandments, thou shalt not kill, right? Some might say thou shalt not murder for linguistic purposes or whatever, right? But you'd say in the actual commandments itself, which is a part of this larger law, apparently there's like over 500 actual laws, Mosaic laws, but again, not a biblical scholar, just a random guy, okay? But you'd say thou shalt not kill is one of the things that you must subscribe to in order to be able to call yourself Christian, right? In an original sense. But even within the Bible, there are moments when God himself commands people to kill, right? Secondarily, like I just said, where you see it play out in Judaism and in various different issues across European history, people that are within the religion will use a different verse and give themselves context as in permission to kill. I'm killing in defense, or I'm protecting the faith. I'm protecting Christians. I don't want Christians to be hurt, so now I'm killing, I'm abusing, I'm X, Y, and Z, based on the same things found in the same book, right? So obviously the book isn't clear in that kind of way. Now, I don't want to make this as an attack to religion, because that's not my intention at all, right? These are secondary things to me.
So what I'm basically getting at is if a system, no, if the people using a system misuses it, mistreats it, and gives it a completely bad reputation, It's the system's fault. It's
Yes,
all it's all
because
the
the system
It's
is
not the
what's
people.
sanctioning it. Like I said,
The people have nothing to do
your
with it.
actions
It's all
are
the system.
your actions are an outward expression of your inward held
So you
beliefs.
should not be able to deter the difference between the good and the bad. You should just group them in together.
Like I said, right, if a small portion of people within Christianity, and I don't really think it's a small portion of people, I think there's lots of good people within Christianity. But like I said, if you have to look at it both ways, right? If there's a bunch of people doing bad things in Christianity in the name of Christianity, and when they get pulled up on it, they say, but no, look, we're good guys, and they point to the portion of people in Christianity that are doing good things to cover up their badness, it's still bad. They're saying, oh, just because there's good Christians, right, that means Christianity as a whole is good. It'd be like me saying, just because there's bad Christians, Christianity as a whole is bad. What I'm saying, no, they're not. They are not. This is the problem this is why it's fallacious. Wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong, brother. You're wrong. As I just said to you, right? You as an individual Christian cannot say that you are more Christian than a pope. Or like you as an individual Muslim can't say you're more Muslim than an imam or an ayatollah. Or you as an individual Jew can't say I'm more Jewish than a rabbi or whatever, right? And if it so happens,
Christianity is a lifestyle. You have to live out that lifestyle to be Christian. If you're not living out that lifestyle, then you're not Christian. You can
based
label
on
yourself
your
Christian all
opinion,
day.
based
No,
on
that's
your
not based on my
opinion,
opinion.
of course
Ask
it
any
is.
Catholic person that. Ask any Catholic
We can
person.
look at
They'll tell
history,
you right
bro.
now, it's a lifestyle, and you have to live that
We can
lifestyle
look
out.
at
Even
history,
the people
bro.
who go against that, even the hypocrites will
Brother,
agree with you, bro.
we can
Even the
look at
hypocrites agree.
history.
It's a lifestyle.
We can look at
It is a
history.
lifestyle.
All
And these
right.
people don't live out that
Thank you.
lifestyle.
I appreciate you, bro. Because we're getting into a heated place where it's like attacking a group of people,
I think
which
it's
I
just
don't
a
want to be
language
in.
barrier, bro. I
Alright.
think it's just a language barrier. And again, this is why I don't really like debating people or changing people's minds. Because again, most of the time, the issue is a language barrier and
All right.
understanding each other.
With
I
all
think
due
one
respect,
day
all right.
we'll both understand each other in our own ways, on our own journeys, on our own paths.
Right. With all due respect, I understand that, and I do appreciate the things you're saying, right. But just to the final point I was trying to make. Being within Christianity and calling yourself a Christian is one thing, but then when you actually examine the things that it may say in the book and how other people interpret those things and what they go on to do with those things, you cannot then say that they are not Christians. They are also Christians. As I was saying, you as an individual might say, hey, if I go out and murder, then I can't call myself a Christian. Right? Fair. You as an individual think that, right? Maybe others outside of your religion might think that. But within your religion, as I said, right, you aren't more Christian than the Pope. And if historically the Pope has sanctioned the murder of billions of people on the point of fact that they aren't Christians, then that means he is still a Christian acting at the extremes of the same Christian ideology. Maybe not just the same level of Christian that you are. He's taken it to a different conclusion, but it's the same fundamental source he's working from. Does that make sense to you?
I understand it in a label sense, but again, I would just keep saying that again. I see it a lot more as a lifestyle rather than just a label you can claim.
I think that would be dangerous,
output
brother.
from a label.
I think that would be
Output
dangerous.
from a label all you can. But I would like to refer to something Christ specifically said, and I think this would help us a lot. He said specifically, you will tell them by their fruits, not by what they preach, not by
I would
what they
agree.
say, but by their fruits.
And I would agree,
by how
bro.
they act, what they do, and just who they are as a person. And that gives
Yep.
you proper insight into who they truly are, how closely aligned they are to truth. Because something that I've learned is that the closer you are to actual truth, the more connection, the more love, the more honesty that
Alright.
gets built.
Brother,
Again, by
I
the
appreciate
fruits.
that. I appreciate that, but that goes back to what we was talking about earlier on in the conversation about ego, right? That view of I'm closer to truth, therefore I have some enlightenment that levels me above others is the ego speaking.
No, it's
right?
not about being above others. It's
No.
not about that.
Alright, so
What I'm saying is that within truth, you find connection.
brother,
You find
that's vague.
alignment with reality.
No, you don't, right?
Alignment with reality is truth, right?
Alright,
Can we both agree
listen,
with that?
man.
Alignment with reality is
Yes,
truth, right?
yes. In a sense, but the way you're talking is a pre-packaged talking point. That's not
Whenever
necessarily
reality gets
reality.
aligned, what happens? Connection happens when reality aligns, right?
Connection exists independently. Right? It's not something that's
When
unique to what we're
reality
talking about.
aligns, Okay, so when reality doesn't align, connection is, bro, right?
There are still
Is that what you're
connections.
saying?
Yes. Yes. Like to me, reality is just that which is
Give an
not
example.
unimagined. That
Give
which
an
is
example.
isn't imagined. No, I'm saying connection exists in general. In general, what you're saying is vague, made to seem like as if it's deep. That's why I'm pulling you up about it. You're
So,
not actually saying anything.
so
That's the
hold on.
problem,
Listen, time, space, and matter, they all need to connect, right?
brother.
Reality
Look,
just
let's not go. Let's not go. Let's not go there. If you wanna have a final word on the ideas you've offered, I will grant you to have the final word on the things you've offered, the ideas you've offered, bro. But let's not go there. We'll give
listen.
someone else an opportunity.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say is I appreciate the talk, bro, and I think we both gonna find whatever truth is out there on our own, bro. Good luck, man.
I appreciate you, bro. Good chat, man.
Later, team.
Take it easy. All right. I mean, I do appreciate the conversation, but I feel like we was going in a bad place, right? And it was unnecessary to go to that place, anyways. Go have a drink of water. We'll give someone a chance to come up.
Yo,
Hello.
what's up, bro?
How you doing, man?
I'm good, bro. Uh, so I see you got the title to say humans invented God. You said change your mind. All
Yeah,
right, I'm
sure.
gonna change your mind, but I'm gonna just like list out a few points, right? So, one, I don't totally disagree with your claim that humans are made by God, and I'm gonna say why, right?
Sorry,
So
sorry. Can you say that again?
I said I don't think that humans are made or humans made God.
So you
I don't
don't.
think
So
humans,
you don't agree with
or
my point.
I don't entirely agree with it,
All right.
right?
So yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. So the reason why I was saying it, right, the part that I do agree with, I feel like things like the Bible and like things that we glorify here in the. Are you in the UK by chance?
Yep.
Okay, I'll say this. Right? So, especially America, right? We tend to use like Christianity as our main religion, right?
Yeah.
I don't,
That's quite
and
unfortunate given the history of
especially
America.
yeah, and especially what's going on in the world. You know, if you know, you know. I'm not gonna say it, but if you know what's going on in America specifically, I
Well,
feel like
I
they
mean,
do
feel
try
free
to
to
use
say
the.
it as long as you don't, be
Okay,
be too offensive.
well, yeah. So what's going on in America? Like, people are coming, or people are waking up from their brainwashing. Like a lot of us has been brainwashed, especially in school, like how to stay under this control, how to stay under a system. And that's what people don't realize. We're so brainwashed into this system that we believe everything we're told. And the part where the Bible comes in, they use the Bible to kind of like keep people grounded. But that doesn't I well like as in the system, they keep us under the system by using the Bible. And I don't and I think that because like it's true. Like from personal belief, from personal experiences, right? Like people would do some fucked up shit to you, right? And then quote the Bible right after justifying them.
For real.
And so what I feel like is they use that to kind of keep us grounded. Use the Bible to keep us grounded, but that doesn't mean what the Bible or whatever the Bible is saying or whatever it's teaching is not true. And I feel like that's where like we all gotta come together, right? And like in a way of stop labeling ourselves to one religion, and we just gotta start gathering knowledge from other things. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta like
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
include all to kind of make your judgment. That's what I
Well,
feel
yeah, as
like.
much as you
Include
can,
all to
as much as you can. Sure.
Yes, yes, and like I was just in a chat where I seen somebody was saying like, so just because like one person doesn't believe in God, that means they're going to hell. Like, yeah, I was trying to say like, all right, basically, if I have a Muslim friend, right, and like he's a good person, all right, if I have a Muslim friend, they're a good person, and just because I believe in Christ, I think that they're going to go to hell, which like life doesn't work like that, like. My Muslim brother, I can have a Muslim brother. He go, he listen to the Quran. He read the Quran every day and stuff, and he follows by what his law is. He don't do no bad or nothing. Will he still go to hell because I'm a Christian?
Yeah,
My
that
life
is
doesn't
that's
work
a
like that.
messed up way of thinking for sure.
Yeah, life doesn't work like that. Like it really can't. And like people gotta start understanding like Jesus was a prophet, right? Jesus was a prophet. He was hearing stuff from God. And he was writing these stuff down, he was teaching people these things. We all in a way we all worship the same God. In a way we all worship the same God. Like
In what sense?
think about pre-colonization era before like England or like all the Europe countries was coming to the other countries and colonizing them. Like everybody had their own guys. Everybody had their own guys. Everybody had their own
Yeah.
religion, their cultures and stuff. And what they try to do is they try to make it they try to make it seem like one is wrong, each other is wrong, but we all interpreted God the same way how we interpret language. Like we all don't speak the
I
same
would
language.
slightly disagree on one thing, right? It's not that we
Okay.
interpreted God. We all invented our gods.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Because fundamentally, gods are abstract concepts. So some gods will turn out different based on the cultural needs of the people who produce them.
Can you say that one more time? They had cut out a little bit.
So to me, gods are fundamentally just abstract concepts. So they're just immaterial ideas. But based on
Yes.
the cultural needs of the person who produces the idea, the god
Right.
will reflect that culture's needs, the land
That's
mass,
true.
what was happening in that society, what level of advancement they were at. The god will reflect that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But it's like, especially like how. All right, have you watched The Boys?
No.
Okay. Are you planning to watch it anytime soon?
Nah.
Okay. So for anybody that hasn't watched it, I'm sorry, I'm gonna spoil it a little bit. But I feel like too, and The Boys project what's going on in America for sure. Like they so in the sense of the show, right? There's no God. Like they kind of, like the characters in the show kind of find out like there's no God. There's like no hope. It's just false hope. And then we see that because like well one of the scenes for sure. There's this pastor. And he has like stretchy powers or some shit. And fucking he's telling people like, yeah, God this, God that. And literally in like the next few scenes, it's like a whole superhero orgy happening. And he's not preaching, he's basically, and that basically show you he's not preaching what he's going for.
Well, yeah,
So I can feel like,
that's probably them just giving you a glimpse of
yeah,
metaphorically what life is really like.
yeah, and it really gives people that the preaching scene really shows that it's giving people the false hope so they can stay in line and so they don't revolt, so they don't rebel.
Yeah,
And that definitely does play into real life, I think, for sure.
yeah, no doubt about it. Like me personally, I don't like to reduce religion simply just to a control tool, but there's no way to deny the history of it being used as that. You know?
Yeah. It definitely people use religion for the wrong reasons for sure. Like definitely, I mean like definitely like even about praying, bro. Like I don't think even people should be asking like God for money, bro. Like stuff like that. Like
I mean,
like
I guess I can see that. I can see that point of view, but fundamentally, I don't think there is any deity that's going to answer their prayers anyway. Because then think about it like this: what is the hierarchy requirement for your prayers to be answered? Like, do you need to be dying? Like, does someone need to have a bad ailment, or do you just need like a bonus at your job, or a lift this morning? Like, what kind of prayers get answered and what don't?
Are you saying like what makes you want to pray?
No, I'm just literally saying that when people do pray, from my point of view, they aren't
Yeah.
praying to any deity. So even if they say, "Oh, my prayer was answered," right, it's unlikely based on what would be the requirements for your prayer to be answered. Like a mother that's about to give birth to a premature baby, he's got some ailments. The mother is making crazy prayers. The family, the community, everyone's making prayers, right? the prayer doesn't get answered. Another lady is like, oh, you know, like, I want to be a hairdresser. So I'm praying really hard, I'm going to be a hairdresser. Becomes a hairdresser. Oh, it was all God's will. Like, God answered my prayers, now I'm a hairdresser. Do you know? That kind of stuff is why I'm saying, fundamentally, it's nonsense, right? Now, is there, like, benefits for praying psychologically? Yes, but the reality is the prayers, they don't go anywhere outside of
I
you.
could definitely, that's what people don't say. It's definitely a psychological thing with praying, bro. Like, all right, think about like you not having to talk to, think about like you not having nobody to talk to in the moment, and you just like you just say, you know what, let me talk to God. He probably knows what's going on already, but like let me just, feel me?
I
Let
mean,
me just
yeah,
talk
if
to
you
him.
if you're
So
in if you're already in belief of God, then yes, it's likely you have that kind of view.
if you're living under belief, yes, for sure. But it's like to the point like where we as people or we as humans, we won't ever find that out until death.
I mean, I
And
disagree. I
that's
disagree on that one because, like, how can one find out? Like, put it this way, right? If there is something after death, we've got no good reasons to think it's any of the stuff we've been talking about, anyways.
yeah,
Do you know? So let's wait and see, right? Instead of like projecting onto it,
of
do you know?
course.
Because through that projection of it, obviously, I understand why people invent the concept of the afterlife. There's like this psychological thing called death anxiety, which is basically the fear of death. So people build up all of these ways to combat that anxiety. You know, you
Yes.
reduce anxiety and fear by offering information and solutions, even if those solutions aren't actually going to work or the information isn't actually correct. It comforts you, right?
Yeah.
But my problem is this: knowing that and then still operating as if the fantasy we've constructed for the comfort is a concrete thing can be dangerous, because that fantasy of an afterlife and you getting to find out leads people to act a certain way in this life, you know.
Hmm.
And this life has real world consequences, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is true. Well, like the part where I disagree with you though, like I don't think it's like God itself is necessarily made by humans. Like there has to be a God. Like there's no way there's not.
I feel like
Like
that's a little bit ignorant.
no, cause like no, it's not ignorant, man. Like where does all this stuff come from? Like I
No,
don't know.
nah,
Like
let's not go there. Let's not go there because that's just
all right,
that's like we're gonna get into a God of the gaps place. All I mean by that being ignorant is saying there has to be a God, right? There doesn't have to be a God. The next question you're about to ask, where does everything come from? There could be multiple different answers, things that humans haven't even thought about yet. That could be the case. So it doesn't have to be this thing that we already believe in. Is the
but
thing that we
that's the
already
part where
believe
we can't
possible?
comprehend.
Maybe.
We can't comprehend it. That's what I'm saying. We can't comprehend it, but it's probably God. Like that's why we
I don't know.
have, like
I
we
don't
can't
know.
comprehend it.
I feel
Like
I feel that's the wrong word is not ignorant. I meant lazy. It's
mm,
lazy. Do you know? Because
it
we're
is. I ain't gonna lie. It is a lazy way to think about it. I could say that for sure. It is a lazy way to think about it. It's just saying like, I mean, bro, we know like humans and animals couldn't make this shit, bro.
we
Even
don't
like
know, but
shit
yeah.
with your even shit with your soul, bro. Like what the fuck are we doing? Like what? Like
I mean, yeah.
think about it.
I don't
Think
know,
about
man.
it. We're a being, right? We literally like.
Yeah.
Why do we wear clothes? Why do we have phones? Why do we have all these things? Like, be honest. They have to. There's no explanation of it, right? So we put it as
Put it this
God.
way, right? It's
Like,
not
you know what I'm
necessarily
saying?
that there's no explanation. It just might mean that we haven't found the answer yet. It doesn't mean there will never be an explanation. But the thing is, like, for all of those things that you just named, obviously they're all material things. So we do have reasons for why we made them. But the fundamental question of why is why here in the first place. And yeah, like,
That's what I mean.
I think
Like, all right,
I think
why do these
believer
things?
and non-believer are like both asked that question, and that's why these like fields of thought were cooked up in the first place, because everyone asks those questions. Do you know,
Yes.
some try to
I mean,
approach
well,
it from a real world view,
specifically,
some from a spiritual view.
yes. Well, like specifically from like a outer world look. Like, why do these things just exist here, or like, do you know what I mean? Like,
Kind of like you weren't very clear about what you
it's
said.
hard. It's hard to explain. I don't know. It's like it's in my head. It's hard to kind of explain why. why do we like do the things we do? Like that's what I mean.
I
Like
mean, it's
why are we
you like
we?
you
What are
should
we?
you should like pick one thing at a time and try to break down that thing. Like try to like I know it's maybe not the right type of terminology, but try to apply first
Right.
principle thinking to just one specific thing. Like get very serious and focus on that one specific thing, and then as you learn more about that thing, knowledge will intersect with other fields, and you can start to get a broader picture about larger questions of why. But if you just look at everything already, like, oh look, I'm in awe, you'd be like a deer in a headlight. Like you don't
Yes.
know, so you're just gonna freeze and nothing is gonna make sense. Whereas if you pick
Right.
one thing to focus on and lock in on that and try to embark on the practice of reductionism, like what's under this layer, what's under that, what's under that, as far as you can go, through that process, whatever it is you decide to do, you'll unlock keys of thinking, how to think critically, rationally, etc., how to think creatively, and solve problems. Because that's really what we're supposed to be doing, is solving problems. Even what we're discussing is about solving a problem, you know.
Right.
But if you don't break the problem down into bite-sized manageable bits, then it's just like, oh man, F it all then, let's just jump or let's just do anything, because you're looking
Right.
at this giant picture like unmanageable. But
Mm.
if you break it down in steps, like what is it that I think, right? Why do I think it? Where did I get it from? Does it make sense? Just that line of reasoning, then you can move through life substantially more healthy, I think, anyways. Right?
Yes. I mean, well, all right. So I got a question for you, right?
Yeah.
So, do you like what is your belief? Like,
In what
what do you
way?
believe? Or not in like, well, yeah, about what you believe. You just basically said this. You believe about like you believe that we humans created God just for like just
I think
to give
there's
us hope.
not just hope, right? I think there's three core reasons that my kind of view, or my hypothesis, just mess around, right? But my kind of view is there's three core reasons, and off of those three core reasons, they expand, or like like a chart where you got little drop down bits from it, right? So the three main reasons I think humans develop words. The first being for survival. So there's a cognitive theory called hyperactive agency detection. It's basically just something that would help. We still use it today, but it helps us survive. So meaning in modern day, you're laying in bed, you hear a bang in the night, like in the house somewhere. Your mind immediately assigns agency to that sound. So it's like, oh, there's someone trying to break in. That's an animal, like it's one of the family members moving around, right? The ancestral mind did that too, right? For survival, in terms of like the bush is rustling, there might be an animal in there. But that same ability to assign agency to things, we use that on larger and more abstract things, right? So things like storms, things like volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, lunar solar eclipses, right? And we assigned agency to those events too, and over time we deified those. But that first part was simply just about us trying to survive, because it was dangerous. The storm was dangerous, the tsunami, the earthquake, the solar eclipse, they were all considered dangerous. So he was trying to survive. The second phase was abstract concepts. As well as our minds developed more, we could start thinking about things beyond an observational level. We started to deify those things to give us certainty where there's uncertainty. Like what is beneath justice? What is beneath love? Like what is beneath peace, creation, destruction? We turn those things into elements of gods, or gods unto themselves. Like Athena, for instance, would represent knowledge. Knowledge itself is abstract, but we embody that in the god Athena. Then the third phase is anthropomorphizing, is basically giving these ideas, these abstract and elemental ideas, human features. Why do we do that? Because we need these concepts to mirror human hierarchy in order to organize humans under these ideas. So I have the temple of Zeus, I have the temple of Athena, I have the temple of Ra, I have the cult of Brigid, etc., so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So reason one, survival. Reason two, to give certainty. Reason three, for organization. And out of those three reasons, you get various different breakoffs of why humans do what they do.
Yeah.
That's why I think humans invented God, in a short way. But yeah, like the religious beliefs, I don't hold any. Do I likely have some superstitious beliefs? 100%. Do I have some beliefs that I probably haven't examined yet? There's no doubt about it, for sure. But like, no religious beliefs.
Hell yeah, bro. Oh yeah, I gotta go though.
I,
It was nice
I
meeting
appreciate
you,
you, bro.
bro.
I had a feeling that bit would put you to sleep, bro. But yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It was good.
Anyways,
I got some. I definitely got some knowledge from you though, for sure.
no, I appreciate
Like
that.
just to help me on my
What's up, Ellie?
just what's it called? Like figure out what's going on in this world. What are we and stuff. Bro. It's just yeah. Thank you, bro.
No worries, man. It's nice talking to you, bro.
All right.
Take care. Alright, yeah, sorry guys. What's up, Ellie? What's up, Goat Man? What's up? I think I saw Grav in here. I saw Carp in here. Like, everyone, Aston in here. All the OGs, big up to you, man. Hello, everyone. I kind of see you in and out of, like, screen game. Everyone that's been here for a long time, appreciate you. Garrett, if you're somewhere sneaking on YouTube, I appreciate you as well. But yes, and everyone that's new here, it's very nice to meet you. Alright, so, let's have a drink. I think Eric was here before Kiam and Laden Bates, bro. So we'll let Eric come up quickly. Yo,
Hey, how's it going, man?
good man, how are you?
Good. So I just joined. I heard the last conversation. What were you talking about? Like, how long have you been live and what have you been talking about?
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter.
So you think humans invented God?
Yeah.
And can you explain that?
Yeah, so I think God is just an abstract concept, fundamentally. I think he was created for various different reasons that pertain to human needs. And I think various different types of gods were created for that.
Is it that you don't believe? So you think it's too abstract for us to understand that there's a God?
No, I just think it's an idea that we invented as like a tool.
Well, I think the word God is a title. I don't think that people should call upon the creator as God. And I think there is a creator. Do you believe there's a creator?
Not necessarily, no.
So would you be able to, if you had to, explain how things came about without a creator?
It wouldn't really be my job to do that.
But you're saying that, so you're saying humans invented God. It's just
Yeah.
a made up belief?
I think God is a tool that gives people like a feigned sense of certainty or explanatory power.
Well, what do you have to say about scripture?
I think religions are a subset of God beliefs, but religions only pertain to human cultures.
But what does that have? But what do you believe about scripture? Do you think it's just not? You just go past it? 'Cause you
No,
don't believe it?
I think it's just like a human cultural offering. Like it's a book. Yes, people hold it to be like sacred and believe in it, but it's just information to me. Do you know?
And the reason why you may believe that is because, well, the ruler of this world, Satan, Earth, is the whole thing. His plan is to deceive his people, deceive the Creator's people. That's his whole entire job. That's what he's trying to do. He's
Okay.
trying to stop the word.
Why
He's
should
trying to
I think that's
suppress
true
the
though?
truth. Well, I'm not saying that you have to. There's people who I can't force anybody. You can't force a horse to drink. You can lead the horse to the water. You can't force it to drink.
I would
People
agree.
have to. So personally, like a one-on-one, like a person asking a person, why should I believe that? I mean, I would say you would have to read the scripture, you would have to practice it, and you would have to follow it.
So
Because that's the
you
only way
could
to
tell
believe
me
it is true.
you could tell me what it is that made you believe it.
So I used to, growing up, we were always brainwashed, like that guy was saying last. There's brainwashing, and there's people that are waking up to it. Would you agree?
Oh, for sure.
So that is a thing. Brainwashing there's a lot of the Freemasons. Are you familiar with Freemasons and their work?
Maybe not in the way you're referring to them though.
Well, it's not like a Freemason is like the way it's but there's people and they believe that they are the hosts of this world, and that's their goal is to suppress the truth, like I said, and build upon what they want to build. They believe that their motto is "Thou do what thou wilt."
That's not true. That's not true. That's Aleister Crowley.
That is a statement that it was said, right?
No, that's Aleister Crowley's like working philosophy. It's not necessarily Masons, but like you realize like a lot of Freemasons are like very involved in Christianity, like and have been for the majority of its history. You realise that, right?
Of course, I'm not I wouldn't believe in a Christian. I believe all religion is a lie. All religion is made up to divide people, and so people can't come together.
I mean, I'm not necessarily in disagreement with that point.
And if people can't come together, they'll never like break out. Let's just say the Matrix. Do you believe in that?
The Matrix,
Like, as in
like the movie.
well, it's a little different because you're in the UK, but America. There's a lot of masonry in America.
Yeah, there's everywhere in the world, bro. It's like a social club.
That's how America is based off.
It's like a social club.
Yep, America is based off of a lot of Freemasonry and a lot of esoteric knowledge, as in like numerology. And then it's a spiritual war. That's what's going on. It's a spiritual war.
Why should I think that's
going
true?
on. Well, again, I can't force anybody to think anything. You have to do your own research.
So no, I asked you though. Why do you think it's true though? If you could tell me the reasons you think it's true,
Well,
then maybe
I've
they
read-
might make
I've read the
sense.
Torah. I'm reading the Torah. I practice my faith. I believe I believe I have. I pray to get more knowledge. That's what I pray for. I pray to get the truth revealed to me. That there's
Okay.
truth, and I pray. That's what I pray for. I don't pray for anything else. I don't pray for money. I pray for love, and I pray for to seek the truth.
So
The truth
so
to reveal.
the two reasons you're saying you believe all of those things, like about Satan existing and like deceiving people and all of these things, is because you prayed and you read the Torah. That's it.
And I've experienced life.
Say again.
I've experienced life.
How old are you? Actually, don't answer that.
26.
Alright, well, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. That was a bad question on my part. I don't think it's necessarily relevant. But yeah, I mean, the
See,
answers
again,
the answers you've given me, they don't necessarily convince me that I should believe in those things either. Now, I know you're not really gonna. You're probably not gonna be able to.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't have to believe anything. But the thing is that what I'm saying is that there's a lot of masonry in America. Their plan is to build and build and build. There's not their goal is to suppress the truth so people don't know the truth. They have
So-
their own world running and running.
So why do you
Cities
think
are
that?
all grid boards to farm energy. Do you believe in a soul?
So why do you think that though? Bloody hell, that's
Believe in
big,
what?
it's like a Ferrero Rocher.
Sorry, what was that?
Why do you believe that? What you've just told me
Believe what?
about Freemasons?
I don't believe it. It's clearly in front of us. Once you see the truth, you see behind the symbols, you see behind the frequencies, you see behind the lights. You pretend you're semen. That's a big thing. Is that not?
Not
is
the
that not a big
balls.
thing? Is that not a big thing? Is
I
that
mean-
not something that's taught in the Torah?
I don't know. I don't read the Torah.
So then, how could you have an opinion saying about something if you're not aware or knowledgeable? That's a thing.
So,
People
I realise-
are
I realise
given
God's,
knowledge. They're given specific knowledge.
Gods
growing up,
exist
right?
independently of religions. So, for
We're-
instance,
we're-
a god could exist
talking-
and religions
we're-
not exist.
Sorry, go ahead. I'll let you go. Go ahead.
So a god could exist and religions not exist, or a god could exist and have nothing to do with religion. So I don't necessarily
Well,
need
I
to
believe
know
God
what your
is the
religion
title.
says.
That's not his name. That's not the creator's name. It's not God.
Mm-hmm.
It's not religion. Religion is, again, to keep people separate. Separate. As
Mm-hmm.
long as the people are separate and never in agreement, they'll never wake up to the truth.
What is the truth?
Well, I can go ahead and speak about it. The creator, in his Hebrew name, but that how we have to say it in English, is Yahuwah. Have you ever heard of that?
I thought it was Yahweh.
Well, Yahweh is a pagan sun god. He's a sun desert.
Oh.
Desert.
He's a sun
pagan.
god.
That is a pagan name, yes, a desert sun god.
Okay.
Yahuwah is the correct name, and Yahusha is the correct name of the son, the Messiah. Yahusha HaMashiach. That is how you say it, and we say it from the Hebrew way.
So
It's
are you Jewish or are you?
No.
So what do you identify as?
I don't believe in religion. I believe in the Creator, His Word, and that's it. It's you believe on the Creator.
But
It's not
from my
on
point
religion
of,
that
from
you
my
have to
point
believe.
of view, you're pulling this from somewhere, no?
I'm pulling this from Scripture,
Which
from
scripture?
the original Scripture, not the King James version of the Bible. That's not what I read.
So
I have
that's
a
what I'm
book.
trying to understand.
Yeah,
Where
it
is
scriptures,
that?
old school. It is called the Yah Scriptures.
Yah scriptures.
I'm not Jewish.
Oh wow, that was a big
What's
jump.
that?
Oh, oh my god. Nah, sorry, I didn't mean to
King James
interrupt you.
Bible is when they changed the names. That is again. So people aren't totally knowledgeable and aware. They don't research the right things, and
I
the
mean,
phones, all the technology
so
is
but
supposed
but
to
but
instill
but
fear,
chill, chill,
instill
chill,
emotion.
chill, chill,
Okay, go
chill.
ahead.
I mean, like, so you're saying you're not a Christian, you're not a Muslim,
No,
you're not a Jew, but you're pulling your views about
I'm
the supernatural world from the Bible. Right? Are we on the same page?
well. The Bible, I like to call it scripture. Bible is the Christian kind of thing.
I mean,
Scripture
it's
is
kind of
not
what
like
it's
an
known.
influence of a belief. That's what it's scripture. All it is just data collection. It's not a belief of anything. It's just looking at the facts, what was written down.
Yeah, I think that's a bit dangerously vague, to be fair,
What do you mean?
because it's obviously it's part of some. Let's put it this way: the Bible is known as what's called a religious text, right? So to some people who follow that religion, it's a sacred text, not just like a book of information. But if you was to hold what's in that text to be true, right, then one might say that you follow the religion that produced the text.
Yes. So this call comes to a loop. It's going back to the other point about how knowledge is given to us in their specific way. We are taught things. We're not taught to do. We're taught to do certain things for a specific reason, to keep our energy and our vibrations low, to not seek a higher or to seek truth or seek a higher power, because
All right.
that is
Why
the truth.
why would you think that's the case if so many billions of people follow the same religion?
Because that is Satan's whole job. Satan was sent here. He got sent down, correct? Because he tried
I
to
don't know.
overthrow the creator. Is that correct?
I don't think Satan exists personally, no. But if the story says
You-
that, I'm trying to figure out
So
why
if
you
the
think the
story says
story.
that, you believe
I'm trying
it
to
now
figure
because
out. No, I'm trying to figure out why you think the story is true in the first place.
you have to, because everything comes together. It shows in the real world. It shows up in the real world. It's not just text that just is a story that you read and it doesn't relate to you. It relates to us.
I mean, I've read fictional books before.
Okay, but you know it's fiction.
Yeah, but
So,
there can
what is your point?
there
What
can
is
be
your
facts
point?
in it
What is your
too.
point?
Could be facts in it
Okay,
too.
but what is your point again? What do you mean by that?
So, like you were saying about the book and not believing it because it's a story, or did I misunderstand
It's
what you were
not a
saying?
story, I said. But I said it wasn't a story. It's just facts, and it's just what they
Oh, yeah.
noticed
So
and what was written down.
why do you think it's true? That's what I'm saying. For you to take it on as facts, what makes you think it's true? What makes you think it's a
I can
fact?
ask you the same thing. What has it that you don't think is true? Because I can ask you the same thing.
So I mean, again, I'm not a biblical scholar myself. Like, I don't even offer biblical critique like that. But I would say, if we was gonna like consider the Bible to be like a history book and not a religious text, it wouldn't meet my standards for a history book because it has magical things in it, and we don't find magical things in reality. So it wouldn't be
You can't see these quote unquote magical things. What do you
right.
mean
So
magical?
that means I wouldn't find them in reality, bro.
But we are a spiritual being as well as a physical being.
I mean, that's a belief that you hold, but it's not something that I know to be true yet.
So, are you open
Where are my
to
points?
changing beliefs, or is that something that you're not open to doing?
I mean, I'm open to being convinced if it's good enough to convince me. Do you know?
Okay, I'd love to convince you because I've been on this journey and I've read and I seek the truth. I look out for things. I've been very socially aware. I've been very
Where
aware.
are my points?
So I like to notice things. You notice that there's certain patterns and certain systems and certain things to keep people in place. People's lives are repetitive. They have the same job. They have the same wages. They have the same mortgages. They have very similar lives. Similar lives. And that is not on an accident. That is design. That is designed by.
Yeah, I wouldn't
quote,
dispute
unquote,
that.
So
I think that's
exactly.
designed
So-
by other humans, though.
Exactly, and the reason why it's designed by other humans is so they can suppress the truth. That is the suppression of truth. That is Satan's greatest
But
thing.
what is the
His
truth?
greatest-
This is what we're trying to get to. What is the truth that is worth suppressing? What is it?
I told you, it is Yahuwah, Yahusha, and it is that scripture. That is how you,
Right.
and the 10 Commandments. That is how
Now,
you follow
give me a
God.
reason. Give me a reason to think it's more than just a text and it's actually true.
Because if you practice what you say in this book, in this specific text, in this specific Torah, if you practice what you believe in and you truly are righteous in yourself,
I mean,
Truly
that's an interesting subjective view. What does it mean to be righteous?
Yes, and most people speak, and it speaks about this in the text. That people who speak the quote unquote truth, they have a sweet tongue, and it's tunes to to people's ears, so they like what they're saying and they follow it. That they speak about this. That there's people who will talk and people will listen, but it's completely wrong, and they'll go ahead and practice other things. They won't go ahead and speak, and that's where righteousness comes in. You have to be righteous in your heart.
No, so what does that mean? Like I said, I think the view of righteousness could be quite subjective. How do you know when you're being righteous?
It tells you in the text how to be righteous, how to follow the Creator, how to protect His word, it says everything. It's very descriptive.
But what happens if the repercussions of following what the text says to do causes destruction in the world?
Well, if that is the case, people like to say that argue. Oh, what if you're wrong? And what if, what do you want me to say? There's not really an answer. I can say, oh no. I mean, a lot of people say they practice it and they'll go ahead and continue, but that's also another thing. People will know the truth, hear the truth, and then it just in one ear out the other. It doesn't matter for the next 5 minutes. They don't matter. It doesn't matter to them. So people will know the truth, seek and then hear the truth, and then not go ahead and pursue it.
I think, ironically, I do agree with that statement. People can know the truth and completely ignore it. But I think the problem is, to be able to verify something's true, you need like at least a reasonable process. And I don't think you can do that when you start talking about beliefs.
What combating beliefs are you speaking of?
Just beliefs in general. So like if you to tell me, all right, I have to hold true that there's a soul, then I have to hold true that there's a spiritual world, I have to hold true that there's a heaven and a hell, then I have to hold true that there's a war going on, then I have to hold true that I'm some pawn in this larger war, and then I have to hold true that there's a God. Like, you're asking me to just believe a bunch of things without like giving me concrete evidence of any of those things. So how can I know any of those things are true?
Because again, we are taught to never look outside of that box. We have a framework that we are supposed to stay in, and there's knowledge behind that. Is there not? There's knowledge behind that first initial box, and you are, in order to get to that.
Can you say that again? I'm not quite sure I understood what you said.
So let's just say in a metaphor, if we are looking straight and we put on blocking glasses or a square glasses, and you can only see what's in the frame, and you can't see beyond that, and the only way to see beyond that is to seek the spiritual level.
Why the spiritual level though?
Because that is the other part of us.
Yeah, but this is what's in question. How do you know?
How do I know? Is because our Creator in the Genesis 1, He created this and it came to be good. He created the light and it was.
But that's just something someone told you. It's something someone written in a book. My bad.
Well, yes, they had to get down what they noticed. It's not just a made up story that they move in their brain in their bedroom.
To premise, a spirit level is actually a tool. It's actually a tool you use when you're building. But yeah, look, man. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, what is the next step for us to talk about?
I mean, again, like you've not really supported or given me valid reasons to think what you're saying is true. It's like kind of circular. You're saying, I think this is true because this book says it's true. Then I asked you, how do you know what the book says is true? Then you're saying, because the book says it's true.
And then what you said was that you never read it and you are unfamiliar with it.
No, I said I'm not like a biblical scholar. I don't offer biblical critique like that. No, I don't know everything that there is in the Bible. I don't think I ever will.
But yeah. I'm not reading the Bible as a Christian. I'm reading the Word as a citizen of the Shamayim, which is the heavens in translated.
Alright, that's fair. But I mean, it's not my job to critique what's said. Well, I can critique it if I choose to, but it's not what's happening here. You're supposed to give me reasons to think that what you're saying is true.
Yes, so it's hard for us to understand because we didn't speak the same language as the Hebrew. We didn't speak Hebrew. We don't have the same understanding of talks with each other. So that's why, and that's another thing. Language is a huge barrier because it's not an authentic language. That is a man-made thing. Humans invented language.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to function without it, would you?
Well, we wouldn't be able to function in this system without it.
Language
you could-
itself is a system.
Well, it's language. All it is just translating to each other. Like you speak to another person, you translate information.
I wouldn't say translating, but I kind of understand what you mean.
Yeah, just transperse, whatever you want to say, however you say it. You trade information.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that is all it is.
You
It's
but you
hard for us
said language
No,
like as if it was a
there's no way
stumbling block of some kind.
What was that?
You said language as if it was like a stumbling block of some kind. It's like obviously important, isn't it?
Yes, so they have to be translated. And during this translation, that is when the King James Bible was translated. They translated names into their pagan names.
Yeah,
like
but
there's very pagan names.
It's
in
true.
This Bible.
It's true that might be right. We
Yeah,
still
so
don't
you-
have
you know,
reasons
so-
to
so you
think.
believe that.
As true as that, yeah, I know the Bible was translated many times, right? But as true as
Yeah,
that
so
might
you
be,
know that these-
we still don't have reasons to
sorry?
think what the Israelites or the Jews wrote initially was true.
But it's not a title. You're just giving them a title, calling them an Israel.
Well,
It's
yeah, I
just
haven't got
like-
any other way to refer to them. If they're the ones that wrote the Old Testament, you know.
It's just people experience it.
Yeah, well,
That's all it
they've got a
is.
name, ain't they?
It's experiencing it and then writing it down for others to understand, so they could trade information and pass it on.
But I mean, at the end of the day, right? You still haven't given me reason to think it's true. That's the problem.
Okay, so back to what we were just speaking about how you agreed about that truth. Well, what was we just speaking about? Because we just got off topic.
You went on to talking about language and then translation not being the
Oh yeah,
original.
the translations. How you agree that there was translations that are pagan, correct?
Well, I wouldn't
That
call
we
them. I
believe.
wouldn't call them pagan. But they are translations.
Yep, there's translations, and what happens during these translations is that they translate the truth. American language is English language is all. This is made up. These are made up words that are based upon Latin.
All words are made up, bro.
All words are made up.
Of course.
Exactly. So that means you can't hold the truth in the language, and that's why it is a huge barrier.
Okay, so why should I think it's the truth to begin with?
Again, you can lead the horse to water, you can't force it to drink. I've never spoken about this for years and years like some people do. I just research the truth. I like to believe. I mean, again, believe, the word believe in itself is an American English word that is just a lie. It's just believe. You believe a lie. It's all in the language, and it's all based upon like play on words about how they can, and this is what we practice as the English language, and you start talking about Lord and Jesus Christ, and these are all translations of Hebrew.
So if you know all of this stuff, why do you still subscribe to it?
Subscribe to what?
The base stuff, or if you know the language you're using that helps you believe what you believe is flawed.
Yes,
Why do you still
constantly
subscribe to
practice
it?
the Hebrew language. I don't subscribe to it. I'm a citizen of the Shamayim. I understand that this world is all built to keep people in circles and loops, and not to keep the truth suppressed. That is if you want to believe.
How
evil,
how do you intend to escape then?
Well, you can. That's the thing. If one wanted to escape, it's not easy. You can't just escape because there's things that cost. The land costs a lot. Truth is not, easy to access. The good foods that we are supposed to be eating are not like. That's another thing. Food is something that the quote-unquote elites control, that we do not have a say over, that they have altered. Again, translated into what they want. So
I would
there's a lot
agree.
of things. Yep, exactly. So there's a lot of things in the food that we eat, the waters that we drink, fluoride that we brush our teeth with.
So I would say, interestingly, like although I agree with some of the points you're saying, it's the same kind of thing I said to the last caller. You should pick one thing and focus on that, and then try and work up from there. Because if you like take this view that you're taking, you're going to be overwhelmed by absolutely everything.
Well, it is very simple. The simple answer is Yahuwah. He is the creator.
Alright, so if we're going to start at that idea, why should we think that's the case?
Again, I can't maybe express it how I should be. I'm not a professional at this. but I say it as best as I could. Why should someone believe this? Well, again, like you agreed upon this before, you can tell someone the truth and they'll hear it, they'll understand it for maybe a couple minutes, and then it's just out of their brain, because that's the way our brains are functioned, frequencies are about.
Yeah,
everything.
but if for instance, if I was going to tell you, right, there was a car crash on the motorway, right, and to me it's true, but I'm giving you a testimony about something I saw. You've got at least some good reasons to think the car crash on the motorway is true, because you know that cars exist.
So, well, my next step would be-
Listen, brother. You know that the cars exist. You know that the motorway exists. You know that car crashes can happen. But if I was to come and say to you, you know, like a pink puffy furball, right, appeared to me and told me the secrets of the universe, do you just listen to that in the same way as you listen to the car crash?
That's exactly what I'm saying. You have to do your research after. It's not about just listening and there's a click in your brain where the switch flips. It's a gradual. It's not just one day you this and one day you're the next thing. I can't just flip that switch into anybody, but it's true. There's parasites in us. There's spiritual parasites that latch onto us. There's spiritual parasites in the foods that latch onto us. There's spiritual parasites in the music we listen to. There's spiritual parasites everywhere. And that is all eating away at us. And this is all a cause that they have designed. This is all design.
I mean,
so again, why?
I don't necessarily believe in all the spiritual part you said, but I would say it's quite obvious that there are humans who have their own unique agendas that will exploit other humans to get those agendas completed. So I agree.
Exactly where
but in terms of the spiritual bit is the problem that's causing you some confusion here. And I think based on the real world things, like the problem with the food, or the problem with how things are set up systematically, even language, I think those real material problems are problems worth solving more than getting caught up on the spiritual stuff.
Well, again, this is the spiritual war. The spiritual war is in the food. The spiritual war is in the music. That's where it is.
Not necessarily, bro.
Okay, listen.
I would say you're mystifying it. You're making it something mystical.
Let me continue, because in music, this is a big example. Music is a huge example. And there's a lot of people who spoke about this, about the music. The music is not just the words you hear. It's not just things that they say about how you feel. It's the frequencies that they play it at. It's the actual sounds.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
There's a lot of frequencies, like 440 hertz. That's a lot of big in the big music industry.
It's just a note, brother. It's just a note.
Yeah. So and these notes are not just notes that they want you to believe. They want you to stay in that circle. They don't want you to challenge them.
Yeah, but bro, listen to what I'm saying here, bro.
Feel things.
Listen, I know, bro.
Hold on, let me continue, because frequencies back in the day, they healed women's hair. Frequencies healed people. They would listen to certain frequencies to heal them.
Right,
so it's not just
some people may believe that, right? I don't necessarily believe that.
If you tried it and practice it, and let's say for an example, you go to a concert and they play the music in their frequency. That is a ritual of harvesting your energy.
No. I mean, if you look, right, so you could view it like that metaphorically. Now, me personally, I would say to you, yes, the best way to listen to music is to listen to it live. The actual vibration of the air from the humans making the sound via the instrument. That is the right way to listen to music, right? Correct. But that being said, this is a complete off the track subject based on what I just said to you. Now, if you're thinking, all right, there's so many issues happening in the actual material world. What you're doing is avoiding tackling the material world by invoking this massive spiritual thing that I can't do anything about. That's what's keeping you weak.
You can do that. No, it's people that are suppressed. They are not.
They're suppressed through the spiritual views that you're espousing. Because if you say to them, all right, there's issues with our food, there's issues with our water, there's even issues with the language we use to speak about things. Those are real world practical things that you can work on. But if you start saying to them, oh no, the issues with your food, the issues with your language, the issues with the music are actually magical and spiritual, then they're like, all right, so where do I start? What do I do? Right, you leave them in a state of panic like the deer in the headlights. So you're causing more harm than help.
That's because people cannot see, they cannot do their own research.
It's not just about doing your own research, right? Because in the world we live in, that itself, listen, I'll tell you, right? That in itself is another type of trap you set people up for. a lazy mind says, oh yeah, just do your own research, knowing the person will never go look into it. But if I actually want to help you, then I provide you with resources and I say, start here, look at this, take this plan of action and go forward. If you choose to, then you do it. If you do not, then you don't, right?
I am on that path.
In some matters, it's fine to say do your own research. But in the world we live in today, saying do your own research is also a part of the scam. It's that I can say all these things and be unaccountable and just say, hey, the problem's on you if none of this makes sense. Go do your own research. Well, hold on. We can talk about quantum physics. I'm not a quantum physicist, so how can I do my own research? What, are we talking about food and economics? I don't know anything about that. How can I do my own research? Do you know actually being able to do research is its own field of study?
Yes,
I'm saying to you, right? I'm saying to you, in the world we live in today, right? Being able to research is a skill in itself. But based on what we're talking about,
skill that most don't have. Is that correct?
yeah, because it's something you have to study, right? It's not a given.
Exactly.
It's not a given, right? So if you tell not unlearn it, but if you tell someone who doesn't have the experience of researching to go do your own research, you're not actually helping them.
Okay,
Right.
all right. I understand you. Can I speak now?
Yeah, sure.
So what I'm saying to that's not what I said. I didn't say, you didn't ask me why should I believe you, and all I said was do your own research. I said I gave you points, I gave you my point of view, and all I said is that to increase your truth or knowledge of the truth is by doing your own research.
That was circular. You said the same thing.
It's that simple. No, if someone wants something, they have to pursue it.
Right. So, in terms of what we're actually talking about, the spiritual stuff, is actually, it would seem that the way you speak, you're experiencing something called apophenia, where you're seeing all these various different things and you're trying to make a connection between them. Now, it's possible many of these things are connected on some level. Everything in this world is connected on some level, but there are extremes of this, right? Concepts and subjects that aren't actually connected, right? I'm not going to go into them because it's unnecessary. But that being said, to focus,
Again, it is not unnecessary.
no, to focus yourself, to be more precise on what you're trying to do.
But it's not.
To be more precise on what you're trying to do, you need to pick one thing and lock in on solving that problem. Right? And through that process, you can gain the tools to solve other problems.
Yes.
But if you want to tackle everything simultaneously, you will achieve nothing.
So my answer to that would be, that is the whole thing. I do not have billions and billions of dollars.
You don't need them.
No, listen. So that is exactly why you don't need them. The why you don't need them is because you can speak about it. That is how you do it without the money.
No, you can take action.
That is exactly what I'm doing. I'm taking action in real life, being righteous, and trying to present the truth and speaking about it. That's all that's happening. I'm
Right.
speaking about.
So what problem is it that you intend to solve then, based on what you're telling me?
The problem I am hoping to solve is that people wake up from the knowledge that they have been given. It is some time to unlearn what we have been taught by these people that we don't know, that these people who rule our world.
And what's the specific thing?
Specific thing. They teach us to to have a job. You want to be a cop, you want to be a teacher, you want to do this, you want to do that, you want to buy a house, you want to have a family, you want to do this, and then you pass away. That's it. That is the loop. And they don't ever teach you about they don't teach you about the correct things. That is the suppression of the knowledge. That is the evil that's their entire goal. So let's just say in the scriptures, Satan was sent down. He was sent down because he tried to overthrow the creator and he tried being more powerful. He got sent down with a third of the archangels, and now he's upset. He wants to rule the world. He owns this earth.
But
His
say-
whole entire goal is deceiving.
Sure, but say I was to believe that, right? I could say, right, the fact that Satan. Let's just pretend I actually do think Satan exists and God exists. One could just say, hey, Satan or Lucifer is just another expression of God himself. So why worry?
I'm sorry?
I could just say Satan or Lucifer is just another expression of God himself. So why should I worry?
Why should you worry about? Well, again, worry is something that is still upon us in our technology, in our phones, in these movies we watch. Everything we look at is that goes into us. It's not just what we see. It's about how we see it and what we hear, the frequencies again, and what we see. There's hidden symbols in our languages that mean something else.
Right,
that
so
translate to something different.
here's the problem that you're missing fundamentally, right? If you was to say, right, you subscribe to this whole story about God existing, God creating Satan, God creating humans, right? You are as much of an expression of God as Satan is, right? So,
You're all fragments.
unless you actually plan to take action in some practical way, there's really nothing to be worried about concerning everything you're saying.
Well, I do take action. What is your vision of action in a practical way?
In terms of what we're discussing right now, my view is to combat bad ideology that keeps people stuck in terrible places and not concerned with their material reality, right? Be it
Great, that is
economically, politically, socially. I think what we're talking about, spirituality, gods and such, etc., is one of the biggest stumbling blocks of people, specifically poor, impoverished people and ethnicities across the entire globe. So that is the practicality to what I'm doing.
Can you say that one more time? That last sentence?
So, based on what I'm doing here, right, speaking about the invention of God and breaking it down to its core subjects, is to tackle a real practical outcome of helping impoverished people who have spirituality and views about God and religion that keep them stagnant and unable to progress economically, politically, through education, etc.
Yes. So as a
So
person
that's the
who wants
practicality.
as a person who wants to give this person the knowledge that these people have been instilled in, they have been told this, and they have been told that, and that is exactly why they believe it. And correct?
Say that again,
Lord-
sorry?
So people are given, like, let's just say, for an example, the King James Bible. They give people the Bible and say, practice this, right?
I mean, yeah, in the past they have done that, yeah.
Exactly. So
I don't see how that's any different to what you're saying here.
they practice the wrong thing. They give them deception. They deceive them.
I would say you're doing the same thing. You're an expression of that whole event.
But you can clearly see that there's a difference between someone who is physically like a Satan deceiver versus someone who is trying to express and for the
No,
benefit of you.
to me, it sounds like you're, like, no, I say this respectfully, it sounds like you're scared of a bunch of things. So you need some
I'm
kind
not
of
scared of
comfort
anything. I
from
only
those
have
things.
fear of Creator Yahweh.
So again,
What am
if
I
you,
fear? I know that these people try to fear us. That's their goal. They try
I
to fear
give you
us.
an example, right? Just like how this conversation has actually went, right? We were just chilling inside of a house, like everyone's just doing their own thing, playing games and stuff. And then a guy just burst through the door. He's like, "Bro, outside there's crazy things happening. The sky is falling. It's all burnt." Like proper Chicken Little spill, right? Respectfully,
Exactly, that's
Chicken
what
Little
it
ain't
is.
too bad, right? All
talked
things
about
said,
this already.
all things considered, right? But
We talked about
the
this.
way the conversation has gone is you are currently the guy that's burst through the door saying, "Oh, all these crazy things happening outside," and we're like, "Calm
We
down,
talked about this.
calm
You
down,
said
right?"
You don't like the answer of go research it yourself, but what would that person do? They have to go research it themselves.
So yeah,
They have
I
to see
don't.
the car.
I don't think until you're able to get over like the hysterical kind of part of it, you will ever be able to do anything practical about it,
But
because
do you
you're
not
still
see the analogy
you're
between
you're
yours and
still
my
caught
scenario?
up you're still caught up on the spiritual magical woo woo instead of the material practical part.
But you don't believe it's spiritual because why? Because I'm saying it and you have to disagree
Because
with me?
you use the spiritual as an excuse to not do anything practically, and that's what billions of people are doing.
What do you mean? How am I? The way to do it without millions and millions, right, is to speak.
Yeah, but not about
So that-
spiritual things. Spiritual things are not practical in that kind of way.
The
If you're gonna
things-
speak,
there's-
you.
Are there things we cannot see that happen around us?
Yes, of course.
Of
Of course, there are immaterial things. Yes, I will grant that. But what I'm saying is, people who speak in the kind of way you're speaking, is you use this spiritual warfare, this magical stuff apparently happening, as an excuse to not take practical action of anything material you could combat.
That is not true. I have a great paying job. I do
Yeah.
things materially. It's physical
Right.
and spiritual. It is
So
not-
now all you have to do is, like, for instance, you in your view, like, the elites are controlling this, the elites are controlling that. Pick one specific thing and go tackle that and see if you can grapple that back from the elites materially.
The thing is, it all ties back into our scripture. That is the thing.
See? Do you see? Do you guys see it right there? Right? That's it. That's what it's worth combating. That, right? The practicality was offered. The solution was offered. No, I want the spiritual. Right? You see? Now that's why it's worth doing what we do.
So what is my response supposed to be, according to you?
No, I'm saying to you, right? Pick one thing that's real in the world that you want to tackle. How food is
Well, there's
being
many things.
how
It's not
food is
just
being
one
grown
thing.
where you live, right? right? And tackle that from a materialist point of view, not a spiritual point of view. What's the practicality? You do the job. You do the job. Listen to me, right? You do the job. You garner your resources. You put your money up, right? Perhaps you come into a community with someone else who thinks similar to you. You say to them, yo, we're going to put some money up. We're going to buy some land. We're going to buy some farming equipment. We're going to make sure we can irrigate or whatever. Start planting food, right? And then we're going to distribute the food communally. And maybe if it's suitable, we're going to make some money off it. We're going to make sure people can feed themselves, right? Where in that, listen to me, where in that was any spiritual warfare and God woo? That is real.
Okay, let me explain it.
What you're saying is the excuse to not do the real or participate in the real.
The excuse is trying to just justify it. That is
Sure.
to justify it.
You don't need to justify it, right? Because in the same way, someone would use all of these spiritual woo things to justify fucking you over. They would use the same spiritual views to justify effing you over via your food. They would use the same spiritual views. They subscribe to the same spiritual types of views, but are you doing anything practical? No. You fall into these conspiracy theorist cycles of never actually taking action. Okay. Sure.
You just said what is practical about that person going to that land with their buddies and farming the food that they're supposed to be.
I'm telling you that is the practical.
Yes, that is practical. So
yeah, that's material, really.
But that is physical and spiritual. It's not just one.
No, there's nothing spiritual about that. You see the cowardice. It's like, here's this real practical thing. No. I want to sit back here and pontificate about magic, man.
What are you speaking? What are you talking about?
You see, this is the problem.
You practice your spiritual and physical. It's both. The physical is by eating the right foods, by cleansing yourself.
Anyways, all right. So, Eric, it's been nice speaking to you. We've had 40 minutes, I think, on the line. So, I'm going to go toilet.
I hope this was not an argument.
And then I'm going to speak to someone else for a bit, maybe.
I hope this is a great, a discussion. I hope people don't just completely ignore what I said. And actually, like I said,
likewise, bro. Likewise.
It's about taking action. So, well, good luck. Barak Yahuwah, speak the truth.
Are you cursing me? I'm joking. No, I appreciate you, man.
I'll type it if you don't.
No, it's okay. I'll just play with you, bro. It really makes a difference to me, right? But I appreciate it. It's very nice speaking to you.
Yep. Have a great rest of your day.
Take care, bro. Alright, guys. I gotta go do the full cone leg hold thing again, and I'll be back in a minute. Oh boy, that was a lot, wasn't it? Boy Eric gave us a lot to think about, didn't he? I don't even know if I've got the energy to speak to anyone now after. That's a lot. That's quite a lot. So, of the people who were here the longest, I think it would be Shay. Hello?
Yo, what's up?
How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. I won't be here long, man. I just wanted to touch on the 432 hertz thing because that drives me crazy, man. I'm a musician, and that hurts me to hear because...
that's funny.
Like, just like language, man, it's just a standard measure for communication. When they
That's
were
true.
making ensemble music in a high level in the classical period, they needed a center point to tune to, because prior to that, instruments and individual musicians tuned relatively using interval theory. It's literally, and in a modern sense, and I'm ranting here, in a modern sense, almost nobody tunes to 440 hertz. It's not perfect unless it's auto-tuned. The intervals and the values of the hertz of each note in the 440 imperial system are uneven because you're dividing by 12 and 7. So the idea that there's a sacred rhythm or frequency that you can access is just, it's so unfounded and it's so frustrating to encounter. I love how you expertly dismantle that, brother. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you, bro.
That's all. Good live, man. And
Hey.
you're kicking ass on the ring.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you, bro.
Have a good one, man.
So yeah. Alright, big up to that brother. He knows his stuff. He knows his stuff. Alright, so who we got? That name's a bit suspicious, you know. I don't know if I want to bring that person up. Hello?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good, you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So, man, there's a lot to break down with this whole fucking. Oh,
Hey,
I'm
wait,
not
nah.
gonna finish my bad.
That's okay. Just
There's a lot to
try
break down with this
limit
topic.
it if you can.
I can tell just from your face, like you're a logical guy. Like I can
Nah,
tell you like to break things
I'm
down
not.
to the T. Like
I'm
you need
not.
to understand how things work, like how a computer works or some shit. But
Nah,
my
nah.
thing is all right. My thing is all right. Is you seem not to believe in God, right? You believe humans made God, right? This whole concept of God and Christianity and all that stuff. You believe we 100% like made that up, right? From our
Y-
brains.
yeah, in a nutshell, yeah.
So the same way with the game you're playing right now. What is this? What game is this?
It's Elden Ring.
Elden Ring. The same way you're playing Elden Ring and someone created it and someone had to code it and someone had to make everything for this game to work, right?
Mhm.
Is kind of this same way you're playing it right now. That is your life. Someone had to make you to live it. Someone had to make it.
You're breaking up, bro. Yup. He's kind of like breaking up. Oh, that's not good. Hey, brother, you can't be driving while you're on live, man. It's against the rules. Alright, let's have some gaming. I can't remember where I'm supposed to get the other half of the elevator piece. I think I have to go to that village to get it. All we want to do is get to the snow lake, or to the snowfield. It's like this area of the map. But we need the second part of the lift. It's supposed to be a speed run, but hey. It's not very speedy. I mean, we can have like like friendly conversations at other times. I think it's like I did try that initially, like just have more than one person at the same time, but it gets a little bit confusing and like, you know, I'm not really that kind of style of person. You like to talk about something new? Now you gotta chill out, brother. 40 minutes was a long time for both of us, to be fair. But you know, next time, Eric. Next time, think about actually doing something practical about the problems that you see. But that being said, I do extend the invitation to come up and speak to me, to anyone else other than Eric. I'm joking. But yeah, there's a button you can press. It's the 2 men at the bottom of the screen. Right, so should I go through all of this first or figure out? I know we ain't carrying it already because it doesn't carry over from last game. That's alright, finding solutions the best way possible. Now obviously we're not always going to get it right, are we? There's no way. But it's worth being way more practical about these kinds of things than, like, So don't get me wrong. I feel like I've been in that kind of position that Eric was kind of explaining before. Oh no, we ain't got the second part of the lift yet. But the reality is, the more you look at things in that kind of way, is the more it's designed to actually keep you scared and like that deer in the headlight. You're getting pulled in so many different directions mentally. You can't focus and do anything. Now, obviously, my personality type will make me do various different things at the same time, as you can see. But at least in a way that helps get some clarity, especially if you do have that kind of a more like neurodivergent experience of life. A way to get more clarity is to do, like I was saying, it's to like try and not know meditation woo woo like a Western bastardization of meditation, but just literally think about life at a certain point when you get the time. Think, why do I think the things I think? Where did I get these ideas from, and how do they serve me? And then if you do, like, if some ideas keep reoccurring, and you say, right, then what's at the bottom of this idea? Who did I actually get this idea from? And that's a good place to start, because you can't do everything at the same time, you know. So if you just like go around life like I'm kind of like that, a little bit pessimistic, like that's a problem, you'll overload yourself subconsciously with all these apparent problems, right? But really the reality is, like in a resource, if you will, right, that helped me with that same kind of problem is a book called Enchiridion by Epictetus, right? And it's a Stoic book, right? Not like Marcus Aurelius Stoics, like philosopher slaves, not philosopher kings. But the point of that is basically saying to concern yourself with only what is in your control. And if we do actually look at life in a more practical kind of material view, not saying that you must be a materialist, you could be an atheist and subscribe to anything, right? You could be a believer and subscribe to anything, right? Truly as well, in a weird way. But I'm saying if we look at life in that kind of way, then we can focus on attacking specific things at specific times and then moving from there, you know? I think that's the best way to go about it. Yeah, so you're friendly, bro. So, not today, my friend. But yeah, that's all I'm trying to say, right? That view of tackling what is in your control lets you move more practically in the world, right? Whether you decide to get into any like woo-woo concept, with that you'll still break it down to what is within my control right now. If you always defer or like, you know, push these problems up to some supernatural higher force thing, then you remove your agency, right? You give up your individual autonomy to some other thing which is really just an idea someone else gave to you. So does it serve you? You know, that's all I'm saying to the boy Eric. Yeah, I would agree. Yes, I think the Marcus Aurelius side of Stoic philosophy is what's been hijacked by that part of the internet. Definitely. I mean, me personally, I'm yeah, if I'm even allowed to say it, I'm kind of dubious of the existence of a Marcus Aurelius in that kind of way anyway. But that's a conspiracy theory in itself. But for me, I think Epictetus sums up Stoic teachings the best. Like, for all the difficult periods of my life, I refer to Epictetus and Enchiridion. Just listen to it as an audiobook while you're doing what you're doing. Anyways. Yeah, fair is right. Like I said, yes, conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory, indeed. Alright, maybe I'm not explaining that right. I think like so there's this like thing that's happened quite a lot in history where there's a specific pen name or a specific individual, right, and various other people have contributed works to that person, right? So that person is attributed the works of various different people's views. That's the kind of way I mean it. I may not be correct in the matter of Marcus Aurelius, but that's the kind of way I mean it, considering that I'm more a fan of Epictetus. Does that make sense? Alright, so I do think we need to go back to that other village to get the other part for the elevator, but we'll just see quickly. Nah, actually, YC, let's Google. And the two pieces. Request up. Request up. We'll talk about it. You need both halves of Haley Tree, Secret Medallion, Grand Lift of Road. The right half is in Leonia, village of the Abenorix, and the left half. Oh yeah, so we got to do Castle Salt anyway. Since we're here, we might as well just do Castle Salt. And we'll go get the other bit in the river later. We are playing Elden Ring. Well, we're not playing it properly though. The point is just to quickly get to the DLC. Yeah, it's just Eric. I mean, it's very interesting to see the amount of people that are in it. TikTok's banned. And, oh, what's up, Wise? Are you sure it's banned? I swear, like you said, I think you're in India, right? You can't just VPN. Hello? Oh, bro dropped. Alright. Let's see, we need to go. You prefer Diogenes? Diogenes, I don't know. Diogenes isn't even considered a cynic, not a stoic. I might be wrong about that. Diogenes is dope though. At least a few things that I do know about him. Like it's a very ballsy individual. Who made the snowflake? That's a bar right now. I think I came from this way. Yeah, I did. What's up, Quill? Come up, bro. We can talk about it. Is this the way? Yes, this is the way. Come up, cool. We'll talk about it, bro. Come on, dog. Joking. Hello.
Yo.
What's up, bro? How you doing,
brother?
Good, man. You?
Am I?
I didn't know.
Are you trolling me?
Me trolling? No. I mean, no. Someone just said I didn't let you up. No, I didn't.
No.
He didn't even request, bro.
But what's your religion, man?
I don't have any religion, bro. What about you?
Why do you think? I would say I'm a Christian.
You didn't say that with confidence.
Because like it's just like when you say you're Christian, there's a lot of things that come with that. So I just like honestly, if somebody asked me, I just say I'm a follower of Jesus Christ.
So, not really. So what are the things that come with that make you not want to be associated in that way?
Just the way people live and then claim to be,
So
the way they act.
So you're saying you're saying you've identified some hypocrisy.
Yes, sir. Always, in every religion, man.
It's interesting, bro.
Yeah. But what makes you, think that humans invented God? And I'm not. I don't know if I can prove to you humans invented God or did not, but I just want to put your perspective on that.
I think what God is just fundamentally an abstract concept or an immaterial idea. I think we've invented various different types of gods for different reasons, mostly as an explanatory tool.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I honestly disagree with that, man. But
Sure.
I mean, I don't.
I want to hear why, though.
Why?
Yeah.
I mean, for example, like you woke up this morning. Like, how do you think you woke up, man? Or I don't know what time it is. But you woke up.
I mean, in what way?
Like you woke up. You're able to breathe, talk, taste, feel, all these things. How do you think that came about?
I mean, I can't know with 100% certainty, but I feel like I'm just a product of nature in the same way everything else is.
Bro. Okay.
I mean, yeah, how can I know with 100% certainty, bro?
That's interesting, though. Because me personally, I feel like, like every day when I wake up, the first thing I do is just, tell God thank you for waking me up. Because that's just a blessing in itself.
Oh, that's so cute.
It's not nature, bro. I don't know what nature, how nature.
You don't know what nature is, bro? It's like,
no, I don't know how nature can wake you up.
Well, like I'm a human. I'm a biological being. I might consider myself, due to my human nature, a sentient being, but I'm still a part of nature, just like any other animal, just like plant life, just like fish, just like water. I'm a part of nature in the same way. I don't think of it as a who, but if you're asking me personally who made me, it would be my parents, wouldn't it?
Who made? Okay, yeah, and their parent made them. Okay. But, okay, have you read the Bible?
No, not all the way through, I haven't, no.
Okay, do you know where, like, creation came from and things like that?
Well, I've heard the creation story. I know that there's various different creation stories depending on which culture you come from.
But, hey, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I'm going to keep it 100. No disrespect or anything like that. Like, everything you just said literally sounds like nonsense, bro. It's a delusion.
You really think so?
And I mean no disrespect by that. I'm saying this out of love.
I mean, sure. So explain to me more.
I don't know how you grew up.
Explain to me more. Just
explain to you more?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take the critique as long as there's something substantial behind
honestly, like you're looking at it from just like a human standpoint. Like,
I mean,
you're not thinking more like deeply.
What else could I do? I'm a human,
Because you have to think like humans don't have any power to do the things that are the spiritual things that are happening in the world. Like,
I mean, I think humans. I think humans are pretty powerful, bro.
Invented God.
Humans are pretty damn powerful, bro. I wouldn't underestimate your own species like that.
Do spiritual things, though.
Yeah, but you haven't given me a reason to think spiritual things are possible yet.
Bro, you just woke. I told you the first one. You woke up this morning.
That's nothing spiritual. That's a matter of fact.
Is, bro.
That's matter.
Deep.
Bro,
that's what I'm saying. You only look at it from surface level.
So if you was to say spiritual, like, how do you define spiritual?
How do I define spiritual? I would say honestly. It's like things that happen that you can't like explain from a human standpoint. Like you have to like look at it from a different angle. You got to think like deeper than that, because like.
So you can think deeper than a human's perspective.
From a certain standard view, yeah.
So maybe you could say, yeah, I can maybe empathize with how a lion might think.
You said I'm being disrespectful. I literally said out of love.
Don't worry about it, bro. I didn't take it offensive anyway.
I appreciate that, man.
But yeah, like you're saying, spiritual is basically just things that we can't understand. Is that what I'm understanding?
No. It's not things you can't understand. It's things that you can understand, but you have to look at it from a deeper angle, from a different angle. If you think about it from like from like a regular like human standpoint, it's gonna go.
So what other type of human is there?
Bro, when you're in Christ, you become your mindset, your perspective on certain things, like where you used to look at certain things.
Wouldn't you say that's the state of still being human? You just think different things.
No.
So you're no longer human.
No, you're human, but like I said, your mindset, your perspective on things. Like if you used to look at certain things a certain way, you wouldn't honestly look at it the same way you used to, because you've been made new.
Or maybe you've been convinced of something, right?
Sorry, you've been what? You've
been convinced of something.
Convinced on something. No.
Yeah. You don't think so, no?
It's not. I'm not convinced. It's the truth. I'm living it.
Right. So that might be your personal experience, right? But if you were trying to explain your personal experience, how would you make someone else think that you're not insane?
Oh, I don't care if they think I'm insane, bro.
Right. But that's kind of what it sounds like. Right? So
you think that sounds like insanity?
Yeah, like that's this whole view of like
Bro,
Christ,
that
Christ
makes
consciousness making you be a new like.
It's not a Christ conscience, bro.
Well, however you stated it,
No, I'm not
right?
having a
That's a it doesn't appear to be like a
the
normal
reality,
thing,
man.
right? But yeah, like I said, if you was to explain it to me in a way that would make sense to me, make me think it's a reason, like make me think that. No, I'm saying make me as if that's the thing.
Okay.
If you could explain it to me in a way that would make me convinced that spiritual happenings even can occur, then I might be interested in hearing it. But if not, then you know.
Okay, I wouldn't say that's spiritual happening. Okay, it's a process. So as a human being, you're flawed, right?
Yeah.
You're not perfect. You do things, but there's one thing we all have to remember: we all have a moral compass, right? So if you want to be a good person, there's a moral compass you have to follow. So have you stolen before?
Yeah, probably.
Have you?
I mean, I'm not
immoral?
gonna go down a whole list of actions that could be considered like moral or immoral. But yes, I would say I've done unethical
I'm
things.
just asking. I'm just trying to get a better.
Yeah,
put
yeah,
something in
but
perspective.
that's what I'm giving you.
Okay, so say you've done all those things right, and then on earth here, you go to a judge. You
Yeah.
say the penalty for that is death, right?
Yeah.
Right. And you've done all those things right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so, and then you're in the courtroom or whatever. A random guy named John walks in the room.
Yeah.
He says, "Hey, you're good, bro. I already took care of that for you. You can walk out."
Yeah, I mean
And
that's
you're free.
that sounds like a cute
Let me
story.
finish.
Cute story. Like yeah, sure.
And you're free. You walk out of there. You don't have to worry about nothing.
Damn, George got
You
skills,
go on
huh?
and life continues,
Is
right?
his last name Cocker by any chance?
So what?
Nothing. Don't worry. Carry on.
But anyways, that's the same that's the same thing when you come to Christ. Right? You are flawed. You're flawed beyond your understanding. So when you come, like I said, like I said when I first came in, I'm not here to prove to you God is real, because
Right.
I
So,
can't prove that to you. But I have
for example, right?
Seen
What
personal
what
experiences.
what do you take morality to be from the point of view that you just gave?
What do I take morality to be?
Yeah.
Well, it's just foundation, bro, upon being like a good person, pretty much.
What does it mean to be a good
Like,
person?
to try to follow the commandments and things like that. That's what you're going to a person. But like
That
once again,
sounds
let me
that sounds
finish, bro.
mighty
This is my
subjective.
point, man.
That sounds mighty subjective to me, bro.
I was trying to get to my point, but you didn't let me finish.
Oh, I thought you'd got to it. Go ahead. Carry on.
But the point is, when you come to Christ, you're made new. Like all your sins are washed away. I'm sure you've heard that a million times. But
Yeah, but I have no reason to believe that's true.
You won't exactly. You won't get it until you've actually been through it, right?
But-
And
but
you
you know
can
that-
hear from a million people their
Sure.
experiences and things like that. You know, you may or may not believe it, brother. But
Sure,
I'm
but
here to
so,
tell you,
alright,
bro,
so
it's the
chill.
harsh truth.
You've said a lot, right? But that being said, right, obviously I don't believe Jesus can do anything like that. But secondly, there's no reason to think sins in a biblical context exist, given my
You
position.
don't believe Jesus could do anything like that, okay?
So if we talk about what a sin is, just like a public definition, right, it's a transgression on a God's moral law. Since the God is what's in question, there's no reason to think he's ever given a law. Now, any laws that might be in the Bible would be there as an alternate explanation because men put them there. Just like any moral code that would ever be developed would be because men developed that moral code.
Men didn't develop the Ten Commandments, bro. It was given to man.
So, why do you
He
think
didn't
that?
develop it. Why do I think that?
Mhm.
Because it is in the text, brother.
Oh, so
It's not a fact.
is this one of those ones where I ask you, how do you know what's in the book is true, and you say because it's in the book?
Nope, I'm not gonna say it's in the book.
Right. So, how do you know that men can't develop the Ten Commandments?
Because men are flawed.
Yeah.
Evil. So they wouldn't
The
do
Ten
anything bad.
Commandments are flawed too.
No, how is it flawed?
That one about
We are
don't
evil.
put a God before me.
We wouldn't command something.
That's
We
kind of
wouldn't
flawed.
make something to try to help us be good. We're evil, naturally.
You think humans are evil naturally?
Humans are, we're the worst, bro.
Wow,
You
man.
okay?
I mean, are you okay? It's like it's very pessimistic view.
Have you seen somebody that's separated from God and somebody that's with God?
Brother,
Do you not see
brother,
the difference?
do you hear what you're saying? One could interpret what you're saying as evil, in fact, so to hold that kind of view of humans.
So I
Being
genuinely-
that you are
humans-
from us and among us.
Me as well. Exactly.
So
Me as well.
based on
I
what
said
based
you,
on what
I
you're
didn't say,
saying,
I
right?
didn't say you.
Based on what you're saying, if God wasn't in your life, you'd be a horrible person. You'd be evil, right? That's based on what you're
I wouldn't
saying.
be a horrible person because I
But
have
you just
good
said that.
blood.
You just said
Yeah,
that.
but I'm just, right,
Like
listen,
you
you're
literally just
taking
said
my words out
that.
of context. I said we're humans are evil naturally, right? Like
No,
evil
we're
can
not
mean
evil
anything, bro.
naturally, bro.
Evil can mean anything.
No,
Naturally,
no,
like
no, it
evil
doesn't.
is we're gonna
Evil
sin
has a
against God.
definition, right?
We're gonna treat our
Evil,
brothers and
brother,
sisters a certain way.
listen, bro. Listen.
Doesn't mean
Evil has a
so.
definition, right? Evil is something that's morally reprehensible. That's the definition of evil. Right?
Okay.
But if moral codes themselves are developed by men, then men determine what is moral, and by that standard, we determine what is evil.
Humans aren't evil, brother. I don't know what you think you're a good person, bro.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Bro,
I think good is a value judgment. So I think good depends on what you value and disvalue.
Okay, but the Bible also says, you know, our good deeds are like filthy rags, bro. So
Say again,
it
sorry?
doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. So the Bible says our good deeds are filthy rags. So if you think you're a good person because you help.
I mean, I wouldn't call myself a good
that.
person. No. I think
just-
that's egotistical to call yourself a good person. I think it would just show through the work
yeah,
you do.
I mean,
In the same way, calling yourself evil would just show the works you do too, though, right?
So what?
So in the same way, calling yourself evil would just show in the works you do too, right? You could be like, I'm the evilest, baddest motherfucker alive, and then the people are like, man, he wouldn't hurt a fly. He's such a nice guy, like, you know.
That's the reality. You have
So-
to realize that.
So what I'm establishing is that these views about what is good and what is evil are fundamentally subjective. That's what I'm establishing.
I mean, if you want to think, you can think that. That's not
Well,
what I'm thinking,
is
bro.
there any other way to determine that they're not subjective? Bro, you better not be rolling up, boy.
I do not smoke, bro.
Ah, that's
What
good.
makes you- what
That's
brought you
good.
to that assumption, bro?
Because we could hear rustling in the background.
It's a book.
Ah, that's good. That's very good. Good on you. See how I think you're subjectively better now than I thought you were a second ago. Like, do you see?
That's your
Do you
perspective. You don't
see?
know me, so if you think I'm a good
I mean,
person, that's
bro,
based
I
off
have been
what,
on
you
a.
opening book?
Nah, I don't
That's
think you're a
sad,
good
bro.
person. It's a joke. It was like it's like a meta joke. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But I think opening up books will help towards character development, which would, you know, build on some virtues. So one could say, based on that, opening a book might make you a better person indeed.
Right. So there's morals in the book.
I wouldn't say the morals are necessarily in the book, but sure.
Nah, bro. I'm just gonna say one more thing, and I'm gonna let you go on about your day, brother.
Alright,
Honestly,
cool.
bro, this like when I see things like this, it genuinely scares me, bro. Because, you know, if you're like, it's true what they say, man. If you're separated from God on earth, you know, what would you want to go? If you don't want to be with somebody, you know, when
I mean, that sounds like you have
some.
some attachment issues. Like you need a father or a paternal figure in your life, maybe.
Bro, you're so funny, bro.
I mean, the way you said being separated from God sounds so scary. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you have some paternal issues.
I would not want to
Or perhaps the person who gave you that idea had some paternal issues.
Nope, it wasn't given to me by nobody, bro.
Well, I guess.
Yeah, I had to find out on my own, bro, and that's what I did. So,
Man, yeah, bro,
You're right, bro.
separation anxiety is a thing, bro.
Stop spreading
It's a thing.
lies. Stop
Hey, what have I lied about?
being-
Hey, no. Like calling someone a liar. Calling someone a liar. Hey, bro, calling someone a liar isn't something you can't. That's something that you can just do in Christianity, bro. What have I lied about?
Leave them away, bro.
Brother, listen. Be honest now. Be honest now. What have I lied about?
Use it for better things, bro.
What have I lied about, J-Mass?
Anything.
J-Mass? What have I lied about?
Bro, everything you're saying is literally like
So can you point out one specific thing that I said that was a lie?
this title. There you go.
But you called me a liar.
Yeah, that title is literally a lie.
It says change my
I
mind.
told you, humans change your mind. I try to change your mind. Hey, let me tell you this. I'm
So
not here-
so
like I said, I'm not
you
here to
called me a
prove
liar.
anything.
You bared false witness just now,
No, I didn't.
and you couldn't point to one thing that I lied about.
I just told
You just bared false witness. I didn't lie.
just told
What did I lie about?
humans invented God? How did humans invent God? I asked you that. You told
Me
oh, it's a
saying,
mind,
me
it's a
saying
state of mind.
humans, yeah,
Like,
right. So me saying
not,
humans
that
invented,
makes no sense, bro.
me saying humans invented God is what's called an explanatory claim. Me being open to being wrong is where the change my mind is. Where is the lie in that? You were just looking for something because you know I didn't lie about anything. So I mean, it speaks more to your character than anything else.
Right, but
It speaks to your character more than anything else.
From what aspect?
Right, because you accused me of lying about something and then you couldn't find anything that I lied about. So you said, oh, the title was a lie. Then I explained the title. It's like, you could say the title was incorrect. You could say the title is incorrect. You could say the title is incorrect, but to say it's a lie is to call me a liar. But how am I lying?
Bro, I'm not gonna fall into that delusion. It's a lie.
I mean,
So straight up how it is. It's a lie.
all right. So explain to me how it isn't.
Leading people astray.
Explain to me how it is a lie, brother.
Because humans did not invent God. And I told you, I'm not here to prove to you God is real. I can tell you all my personal experiences and things like that. You're not gonna believe it anyway. So.
You gotta do some
Like,
work,
me telling
bro.
you that, me telling you that, I'm not here to prove to you.
You got a lot of work to do, bro.
I can't prove to you God is real. You have to find that on your own, man. I can give you all the information. I can.
That's
answer
cool,
questions
man.
for you. We can do all these things back and forth, but at the end of the day, bro, there's one truth. God is the only way to heaven. God is the only way to life. You know. This
Right,
life
yeah.
on earth is
Help then. Help then. Don't just condescendingly say, oh, I know this to be true, and if you don't do this, you're a bad guy, go to hell. Like, help then, right? If I'm asking you, why should I think heaven and hell is real and God is real, it should be your duty then to explain it.
Yeah, and I try to explain it, bro.
So go ahead, explain to me why I should think heaven and hell is real and God is real.
Like, okay. I literally gave you an example when I walked in here, bro. You are flawed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When you were born, you were flawed, right?
Well, perhaps I didn't understand that because I'm flawed, right?
You're not serious about life. When you're serious about life, my man, you'll get serious, all right?
I mean, sure. I appreciate you, bro. It's very nice speaking to you.
You too, bud.
Cheers.
Y'all come back.
Oh, boy, it was wild, bro. Anyway. Whoop. Oh, I got cut out. How you doing, Uncharted?
Yo, can you hear me?
What's up, bro?
What's up? Like one thing, how I know God's real and shit, like low key, is dealing with like love,
Yeah.
smoking, taking pills.
Hey. Sorry, bro. I had to drop you because, like, I understand the context of what you're saying to me. It's like things you're going through, but like just like explicitly talking about substance use could be viewed in a certain way. So, if you want to come back and just like tone it down and just like be like, you know, like I was gardening, or actually, no, like I used to enjoy Pez. If you want to say it like that, maybe, but it's just like, you know, you got to remember it's the internet, bro. all right, welcome back, bro.
So like, basically, my brother, he got incarcerated and stuff. Like before he went in, he was he got laced, and we don't know how or what.
Oh, that's terrible.
He hit a regular vape, got laced, and from there, my brother was using the bathroom on himself.
So I didn't hear what you said, bro.
My brother, he hit a vape, he got laced, and he's at home and he was using the bathroom on himself. That's how bad it was.
Oh, I see.
And, like, he didn't talk. He was slobbering out his mouth. Hold on, it's finna get deep though. So basically.
But like, keep it PC though, bro. Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, as best as you can.
Okay. So I was trying to wake him up, like, but he's my twin brother, identical twin.
Damn.
I'm like, bro, what's wrong? What's good? Like, he not getting it. He's just looking at me like, who are you type stuff. Think we kill people because he seen like red soap in the bathroom.
Huh?
Like, I'm like, killing.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I understand the explanation. Yeah.
Yeah, and like he was going through like things and not talking, go to parties, birthdays, weddings. He'll stand by the front door and just like look at everybody like he's watching TV and stuff. Well, I was trying to wake him up one day, and we got into an altercation where I'm like shaking my brother up, like, "Kid, wake up, bro, wake up." Like, you know what I'm saying? And like we got it expired to a fight where I'm trying to wake my brother up and just say he scratched my arm, and then the police had to get involved because I thought like it went inside my vein, but it was a scratch. It was nothing. I was over dramatic in a way, and the police gonna lie on the report and say he did it to my neck. No, he did not. That's a lie. The police is being corrupted right now, and so he was getting beat after beat after beat in a regular pod jail. And then after the pod, he was so tired of it, he asked to go in protective custody. The police would say, "Okay, boys, what's going on?" And the boys would say, "He's lying. We ain't beating him up. We ain't beating him up." Well, okay, close him back in there, put him back in there, beat him again. Press the button for help. They wouldn't even come. Wouldn't come. He still get him beat. He'll call me and I'm like, "What up, kid? What up?" He's like, who's finna tell me something, like, cause we're brothers and like we talk about everything, and like about then, like that's when the Jeffrey Epstein files came out, like all this crazy stuff about like people and stuff. And I'm like, bro, it's getting crazy out here, like low key. And I was like gardening, you could say, and taking my prescription.
Yes.
And
well done for that one. I appreciate that.
No, it's still good. Like, listen, bro, listen. So we wasn't close to God and stuff, and like we was raised up in church, but from so long to kids to teen, we walked away from God. 9 years old, my dad killed himself.
Brother,
Started doing
I
my
mean,
thing.
I'm sorry to hear that, but you know, that's quite sensitive as well.
You know, like 9 years old, that happened. After that, like a month later, started doing that, the gardening, and like from then, I'd say a devil, gay spirit came onto us as kids and was smoking the stuff or whatever. And
Why would you think it's
I'd
a
say
spirit,
that-
bro?
I'd
So like
say- I forgot what it's called, but church was telling me, like, it's a sex spirit. Okay? And
I think I know what you mean. Yeah.
like,
but-
I want to
but-
say Jezebel, but that's not the right one.
I know it's like those
like
demons, like succubus, incubus
Yeah,
type
and then, like,
stuff.
Yeah, and
Them
me and this
goddamn
girl, we was,
demons.
like, cool friends. Like my cousin's friend and stuff, and basically they put a dream inside my head and her head to like make us connect, to have a baby. And I had a dream we was doing the deed, you know.
Hey, all right, listen. Let's get to the crux of the story, because
I got you.
that was a long story, G.
So bad.
It's like
We're praying.
a long story, G.
Protection of God, the armor of God around my brother. He's protected because he's getting jump. And when he asks for help, the police are not caring. And when my mom's like, "Don't go inside protective custody because they're gonna keep targeting you." So he was like, "Mama, I can't. Get in protective custody." The
What
police
happened?
are popping the lock, and then they're being corrupted. Well, basically, he got jumped that night. He got jumped real bad, almost died. I had a dream. In my dream, I was gardening so bad, doing prescription. I didn't have dreams like that. I wouldn't dream. And like we prayed that night, like it was so bad, like.
Right,
the police
so,
didn't know the
brother,
police at all.
listen.
I'm finna tell you, it's
Listen.
finna get deep.
No, it's got too deep already, bro. It's like been a 5-minute story as it is. What I'm understanding here is the reason you believe in God is because you had a personal experience, some kind of testimony, right?
Basically, kinda. And then God, my mom prayed, like, expose any wickedness, any witchcraft. God came to in my dream and said, "Hey, I'm distracted. I'm looking at a phone in my dream, and it's a black figure, and he's like, 'Hey, you got witchcraft under your house. You got witchcraft under your house.'" I said, "Huh? What?" Boom! I got snapped to ancient times. I want to say Babylon, maybe.
Bruh.
This big building. There's like thousands of lines.
Is this in the dream? Is this in the
In
dream?
my dream.
Alright,
And a lady
cool.
came to me in my dream and she was like, "Bring us Sodom and Gomorrah." And then I have these devil dreams where I see people trying to influence me to go back to drugs. At that time, I'm trying to throw myself off of it. But I have these dreams of my cousins trying to peer pressure me to go do it. I'm like, no. And as soon as I accept it and say, "Bro, no, you do it." And as soon as I said, "You do it," jumps up, smiles, gives me a little demon face.
Alright, Uncharted. I gotta cut you
Yeah,
off, bro.
wake up so
I
much
gotta
stuff is inside my
cut you
dream.
off, bro.
I got
Listen to me, brother. Now, I do look, so I want to say this respectfully, right? It does sound like you got a lot that you want to say, right? Because I mean,
No,
I don't know, I don't know.
fine.
Listen,
Fine.
listen, brother,
Go
listen,
ahead.
brother. I don't know
I
if
have
you've
to
got
walk
anyone
away.
else to tell this to, right? I don't know if you actually have other people to tell these kinds of things to in your life. So I understand that from that point of view. To be able to tell these things, to say these things that are on your mind, it can be helpful. But what I would say, considering everything you've told us so far, it's quite a lot of personal stuff on a public platform, right? So yes, maybe none of us know who the hell you are, but considering the kind of stuff you're saying, it's not only is it personal to you, but it can affect other people who are just listening in passing, right? So based on that, I'm gonna have to put you down, bro. Maybe next time you can come up and like you can like tell me in like a shorter, precise way what you want to say, but it's a lot, brother. Right. Well, thank you for coming up, bro. It's a lot though. All right, the story was interesting, but like considering the context of what's going on here, it may not be appropriate. Yo, Twitch.
What's the word, bro? Can you hear me?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing pretty good, man. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of your point of view and what you see as like, because it seems like you have a pretty good understanding of spirituality and demons and things like that. So
Nah, not really. Not really. Just like anything I might say, just like learning culturally in passing, you know.
but like, what's your background? Are you like a Scientologist?
Hell no. Scientologist is funny. Nah, I'm just a normal guy, bro. I'm just a normal guy. Just a normal guy. At least I like to think I am anyways.
Like that's what I'm.
Oh, what do I believe? Like I don't have any belief system in terms of religious views like that. It's not.
So you would consider yourself like an atheist, pretty much.
Yeah, in the context of gods, of course. Yeah, doesn't mean I'm not open to immaterial views on other things, possibly.
Gotcha. Okay, so are you? I heard you mention earlier that you're not too knowledgeable about the Bible, but like, do you understand the historical connections between some of the stories in the Bible and actual historical events that have been documented?
It depends, right? Like I said, not a big Bible fan. Don't really intend to read it like that. But yes, I do understand that there are connections between things that are in the Bible and things that actually happened. Right? I take there to be geographical facts in the Bible and historical facts in the Bible, even real people in the Bible.
Right. So, what do you think the significance, like, what do you think the significance comes up in those, what you would consider random occurrences? Like,
what do you mean? Can you say that in another way?
Basically, what I'm trying to say is like, where do you understand the significance and how the Bible connects those two events or a lot of those events together?
No, not in a way that you're saying it. It doesn't really make sense.
Pretty much the connection between how the Bible was written and what really happened brings a larger significance to the story in itself and kind of brings credibility to the Bible and the message that the Bible is trying to deliver. Like that's my point.
Oh no, I if anything, I think it works in the opposite direction. I think the fact that, so I'll put it like this, right? The Bible is what's considered a religious text, right? A holy scripture. And because of that, it's written with a theological agenda. Now, people take the theological stuff, e.g. the gods and the angels and the demons and, etc., to be true. That's their belief system. But just that being the point of fact that people believe in it, there being things like geographical facts, like I said, like real places, real people, real events. I don't think there being real places, real people, real events adds credibility to the supernatural things like the gods and the angels. I think it works in the opposite direction. Meaning, if we was to look at two accounts of a historical event and one of the accounts had like dragons and hobbits and magic in it, that account would have less credibility than the one that doesn't have those things in it. Because when we look around in reality today, we don't find the dragons, the hobbits and the magic as an example, of course, right? So I think it actually works the opposite way.
Like, not to interrupt, but like you wouldn't find those types if those texts weren't basically publicly recognized, or they were like you said, there were one person's account was a little bit more let's say fictionized, a little bit more fictional than the other one.
Mhm.
That document most likely wouldn't be carried throughout decades and things
No,
like that. It would probably be discarded. You get what
no,
I'm
that's not
saying?
true. That's not true. There's value in fiction, and there's always like when you're talking about literature. Again, not a big like scholar in any way. Oh, I'm just a normal guy, right? Not a scholar at all, actually. Right, but that being said, there's value in fictional writings, but also in the way that the Bible is supposedly put together. It's supposed to be a literary work of art, anyways, right? So it's like an artistic creation at the same time. So just saying the fact that it'd be like saying we should only have non-fiction books. Any book that's like fictional, we just throw away. That's incorrect. There could be factual things in there and fictional things in there, like a historical fiction. So I don't think just by the fact that there's things that are untrue that we would have thrown away. I don't think that's true.
I don't know, not to say that it would be thrown away, but the credibility wouldn't be held as high as let's say Harry Potter, or you know what I'm saying? Like there's
Yeah,
no
but
like
if you was to
the
say,
significance.
you could
You know what I'm
imagine
saying?
if you could imagine in the future, in like the far future, maybe even an alternate reality, that enough people have gathered and like formed organizations around the book of Harry Potter, and now Harry Potter becomes its own religion. The people who subscribe to the religion of Harry Potter will take it really seriously. But any like surviving ancestor of us today would be like, like like that religion around Harry Potter is just is fictional, right? Do you get what I'm saying? So, of course, you in simple terms, right? People wouldn't have just discarded the book because there's things in there that aren't true. There's enough value in the book to keep it around anyway, even if it was entirely fictional, because people find value in it.
I get what you're saying. So I mean that's a good point, but I still believe that there's still some level of like you said, significance when it comes to the historical events and how a lot of the things that played out in the Bible actually did play out, and then there's proof of said events, and these events were considered and at that time to be, I mean, even to, let's say hypothetically God wasn't real, these were unnatural events, so much so to the point that they had to document it, and it was looked at as something basically that had to be a divine sort of intervention, things that wouldn't normally happen that did happen, and it was written,
Yeah,
written down.
you could think that, but like I said, there's power in metaphor and allegory and fiction. So, I like you remember being a kid, like you'd be at school or something, you'd sit down on a mat and the teacher would read you a book. At the end of the book, there's a nice, neat moral that ties it all together. So like all of it was fiction, but it was all done to teach you a lesson at the end. Like your parent will tell you like a short story, like a folklore story. It didn't necessarily happen in that way, but there's a point to the story. You get what I'm saying?
Right, and I feel like a major point that a lot of people look over is the fact that there is an existence of an omnipotent presence that orchestrated a lot of the things that we consider to be nature and things like that, because that was mentioned earlier, and I feel like there is a bit of a metaphysical explanation for some of the occurrences that happen, like for example biology, because that was mentioned earlier in the conversation as well. The human being we're basically structurally perfect, so much so that we can exist in nature and build and create and hunt animals and make things go extinct,
Yeah.
and sometimes bring
Someone
things
someone might
back.
say
So
that's
I feel
that's
like
cherry picking though, bro. Someone would say like, look, you're like looking at human life with like a glossy type of view. Yeah, those things are amazing about us, but there's some really bad things about us too, like diseases, dysfunctions, various different things.
right, but that doesn't take away from the orchestration of the
So that
the good
alone,
outweighs the
that
bad.
that alone would
As
mean
much
it's not
as we
perfect.
try and bring up some of the negative things and
No,
a lot of
hear what I'm saying,
the
bro.
bad things that have came from people, I feel like there's a
No,
lot more.
just mean in general. Like think about me and you, for instance. We were born into the world. We may have lost or won the genetic lottery in some way. So it means we didn't pick our parents, we didn't pick our genes, what we were going to be. We didn't pick where we was going to be born, right? But given that same thing I just said about the genetic lottery, that's for the most part, that's outside of human control. As like you, a child being born, that might have something to do with your ancestors and how they lived in the environment. Fair play, but the sheer fact that we have these issues and ailments and these dysfunctions means we aren't perfect. So to frame us as this perfect being is obviously wrong, you know.
Okay, and I agree with that. You're right, and actually that aligns with a lot of the teachings that are explained in the Bible as well. That we're not perfect, and there are a lot of imperfections that come from us as well. However, like I was saying, to attest back to what we were actually talking about, it comes back to the idea that, like you said, perfect example. If we're not in control, then who is? Because someone has to be. It's
Nah,
not. Things don't just happen for no reason.
not necessarily a someone. You could say some
Or
things.
something.
Yeah,
Something. We can
or
say
like,
something,
but
and that's why. That's. I
something could
mean,
be abstract, you know. It's like why is it that when I pick something up and I let go of it, it drops, right? Gravity is the something that is governing that.
but
But the
the term
gravity
gravity
itself
is
is
man-made.
abstract.
That
And
was something
of
that
course, of
someone
course.
came up with to
As an
try and
example,
theorize.
I'm giving you, right? I'm just saying, like things like gravity, for instance, the theory of gravity is a description that humans have gained from looking at the universe or how the earth functions, right? So you saying there has to be someone behind it, right, is not necessarily correct. It'd be more sense to say there must be something behind it. And the reason I gave gravity is because gravity is just an abstract thing that does have causes, right? It can cause things.
Right.
Does that make
Cause and
sense?
effect. That's another perfect example that describes the existence of something. We don't have to say someone. We can describe God as something that is omnipotent, that actually
Yeah,
orchestrated this world that we live in and the structure
sure,
that we call life.
sure. You can define God as anything you want to.
But that basically, that I mean, honestly, right there, that goes against the title of this argument because you're saying that humans invented God.
Yeah.
How could we
So
invent something
if God
that
is an
was
idea,
already? Hold on, wait, hold on. How can we invent something that was already being affected upon us if it's cause and effect? You get what
no.
I'm saying?
So yeah, that aside, with all due respect, right? You can call God cause and effect. You can call God like a fundamental particle. You can call God consciousness. You can call God the universe. You can call God Dad. You can call God Jesus. Why do I say that? It's because fundamentally God is just a concept, and each and every one of us are walking around with different versions of what that might entail, whether you believe or disbelieve, because the entity itself hasn't been proven to exist in any format yet. It's people pointing at things and saying, I'm going to call that God. Or people thinking about things and saying, I'm going to call this God. Do you get it?
Yeah, that's problematic in its nature itself. And you're right about the fact that a lot of people are misguided. However, I feel like the teaching of the ideology that there is no God or that there is no presence that actually did orchestrate this thing that we call life, that right there is a poison because that kind of it deflects people from really seeking the truth or trying to gain their own
I would
understanding to be
disagree.
able to say, hold on, wait, it deflects people from being able to come up with their own decision for them to point at Dad or Jesus or the sky and say God. It doesn't allow people to come up with their own thought as opposed
I
to
think
like you're telling them something as opposed to letting them think for themselves.
no, brother. I think you've got it the wrong way around. I think the fact that you should allow humanity to be open to actually discovering things about the natural world instead of saying to him, "Hey, kid, you don't need to learn about science because we already know what's behind it, and it's this thing called God." Right? I think it's actually the opposite way around. You're putting a cap on human potential intellectually, creatively by telling them, oh, there's this thing called God and it works in this way and it's responsible for everything, rather than saying, you know what, actually go out into nature and figure out how the rock works, figure out how the river works, figure out how the human body works, and then let's see what we get answers wise. Right? I think it's actually the opposite way around. I think it would be poisonous to tell people we've got this whole thing figured out and it's this imaginary character which you can't see, you can't feel, but you just have to trust it's there. I think that's
But
the real
a true
poisonous.
believer is not gonna tell anyone that they have everything figured out because in all reality, if you any type of scholar, then
Right.
if anybody's any type of scholar, then they would know that knowing what we the
I
one
would
thing that
say,
we do know is that we don't know nothing at all. You get what I'm saying?
yeah,
There's no
that's an
true
old school
understanding of
fact.
anything.
That's an old school fact, and I would still agree to that. But like I'm saying, right, it's not me saying, oh, you don't have to say it explicitly, right? the belief that a God is responsible for everything kind of gives people the license to say, I don't need to learn about how the world really works because I already believe a God's doing it. That's what I mean. Right? It gives you that excuse to be lazy or to be, like apathetic about life instead of being like, right, like how much can I actually learn? How much can I actually contribute?
And I feel like, bro, that's the
You're just
beauty of
slotting
free
into a
will.
system already.
That's the beauty of free will as human beings. We're all entitled that, and that's also talked about in the Bible as well. We're all actually blessed with the ability to choose whether or not we want to be a lazy bum or we want to actually take effect and change the world. You get what I'm saying? And some people are
Yeah.
blessed with the knowledge and the resources to do those things. And
I mean,
it's not,
I think looking at it like that, calling it blessed is a disservice to humans as well, right? Because it's there, the knowledge is obtainable even if you would consider your circumstances the worst. There's still a chance in that, right? That fact that you can do something. But if you break your worldview down into blessings and curses, then it's like, nah, like it's ordained that my people are going to suffer, and it's ordained that my people are going to prosper, and it's ordained that I'm going to be smart, it's ordained that I'm going to be dumb. When really you could transcend all of those categories just by moving beyond that system of thinking entirely.
I don't know, man, because that goes against the orchestration idea where, like you said, like what we were saying earlier with the theory of gravity. Something has to take effect on something else for it to happen. So things don't just happen for no reason. You know what I'm saying?
That may be true, but the point I'm trying to say is like, to what you're saying about free will, that in itself is another type of concept that humans have cooked up. Like, without going deep into like a type of internal critique, from a view of a biblical type of world, you don't get a free will in that kind of way where you can transcend these classes or you can transcend your economic existence or your capability of learning. Right? From a biblical kind of view, it's like set. It is what it is because God wants it to be that way, and there's nothing more to it.
Me to interrupt, bro. It's not free will. Is not the guarantee that you will be given those things. It's the guarantee that you have the ability to achieve those things. So it's the ideology behind getting up and working your ass off every day, and grinding and achieving a goal, as opposed to getting up and saying, I want to do this, I want to do that.
But that view that you have,
never comes from that.
That view that you have
is basically the step that you take to make towards you know what I'm saying? Change.
I agree, but I'd say that kind of view of you being able to take action, personal autonomy, and express your agency, is not coherent with a religious view. It's not. The view that you're holding, like you can actually make some real change as an individual, is actually against traditional kind of religious views. Because in the traditional religious views, it's God's plan and it's God's will, not your plan and your will. So your free will isn't in consideration in that scheme. Where you might use free will in like an apologetic setting is to say, like Adam and Eve took free will to eat the apple, so they caused all of this, so therefore it was Adam and Eve's fault and not God's fault. But the reality is Adam and Eve are expressions of God, just like the devil is. And if God is the all-powerful, then his will can never be overrode by Adam, Eve, or Satan, or anything else. So within that framework, you don't get that personal autonomy and agency that you actually subscribe to.
Unfortunately, though, that free will does exist within that framework due to the fact that we like I said, we differentiate. If you wish to subscribe to my ideology for a second, we differentiate from angelic or omnipresent beings as human beings, and that difference being that those angelic presences don't have the free will to make decisions and live a life like we do. So
I mean, that's all conjecture, though. We don't know that. We don't know if you believe they do, but on my side of the fence, I don't know if angels exist and if they can operate on their own or not. Right? I'm just literally talking about what I know about your culture or your beliefs, because I obviously don't believe any of those things. You know.
Right, which is understandable. It's honestly, if I can be honest with you, I don't think that there's too many things besides a divine intervention within your life with your own eyes. It like nobody else can explain it to you or express it to you the way that you would experience it for yourself.
I,
So,
I would.
and honestly, I
I
think
mean,
that
yeah, you could think that.
these conversations are actually enlightening, and I feel like these are low key what you're looking for to get a better understanding of the world and of why we're here and what's going on, because it's crazy and a lot of shit goes on, and it's kind of easy. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot, bro. So I
Yeah,
get it, and I feel
I
like this is
agree.
also an attempt to reach that goal, that ultimate goal as well, because realistically, man, it's a limited amount of seats, bro, and
That's a
regardless
very
of what you
very
may think,
capitalistic view, yeah.
there's actual proof of cataclysmic events that have occurred within the framework of what I'm talking about, and there's a I don't know, man. There's a limited amount of time before things do happen. So
I understand what you're saying, right? And to be frank, if I can offer a critique, this view that you're holding about there's a limited amount of time comes part and parcel with the ideology. People would critique the Abrahamic faiths, Islam included, as apocalyptic death cults because of that. There's this view that a world has come to an end. Like an eschatology. There's a bunch of views around this kind of thing. So you being in 2026 holding this view that there's like a limited amount of time is the same as someone who lived in, like 50 or 60 AD or something. They thought the same thing. But the reality is, what the material reality is, or the somewhat objective reality is, on an individual level, even on a species level, yes, there is a limited amount of time because we're biological beings. So my view would be, in that limited window we've got on Earth, we should be affecting change in a real material way, not diverting our attentions and our efforts to this spiritual or idealistic view that has really been imparted to us in really and truly through a form of bondage and like exploitation, because it doesn't really serve us in terms of where we should be going. It's actually a hindrance.
yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't really see how I don't see how that would slow someone down. Even, hypothetically, if he didn't exist, if at least having faith, if there was no God, right? Hypothetically speaking, because I do firmly believe that there is, like I said, an omnipresent being that orchestrates a lot of the things that has went on and that continues to go on. And you know what I'm saying? Hypothetically, if that didn't exist, then what type of person would you be to be telling someone else don't believe in that? You know what I'm saying? Even
So
if you
I can give you an example, right? It'd be like so me and a bunch of friends, right? We right, I'm trying to give this in like a nicer way. Right, so one day, right, me and a bunch of friends, we find out some terrible shit's going down across the way, right? There's this house and it's kidnapped a bunch of kids, right? And we're like, F this, bro, we're not having this, right? So we go over there and we kick off the doors and we see these kids tied to the radiators, right? This is all metaphorically speaking, of course. This is a horrible scenario, but there's some truth to this, right? So we kick off the door, right? But in order to kick off the door, we've got to fight through a bunch of different men and a bunch of different groups. And we finally get through the door. Then we see the kid tied to the radiator. We're like, kid, we're here to save you and take you out of this thing, right? The kid's like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're trying to save me? Right? I like being tied to the radiator. That being the radiator and the chain is the ideology or the belief system that the kid is functioning with. That's kind of the situation I find myself in on my side of the aisle. Right? Because you're saying to me you like being in a house with the chain because you haven't seen what's outside of the house and that you're trapped by the chain, which is your belief system. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, no, your analogy makes perfect sense, and I definitely
But
understand.
now, although for me, I feel I have a duty to try and pull you away from it, right? It will still cause some psychological turmoil if I can't get you to understand why I need to get you out of here. Now, in the same way, you could say, like, a Christian feels like I need to save people's souls as well. But I'm going from a historical point of view, what's been done with the Christianity, what's been done
Now,
with the Islam, what's been done with the Judaism.
now
It has put
that's
you
another.
in that dark space tied to that metaphorical radiator being abused, all right, being
Nah, man,
exploited.
there's a
There's a
huge
history
conjunction when
there.
it comes to there's a huge conjunction when it comes to the ideology of Catholic, all the different types of religious subscriptions, and not just the belief in God. And that's where I feel like people misinterpret misinterpret how things should be, because there is a lot of messed up aspects of organized informed religion that doesn't actually support my belief system, right? And that I don't subscribe to myself. So that's where I feel like the separation comes, because you're right about the fact that religious ideologies, those types of religious subscriptions where you're like I said, Catholic, or we always hear about their priests getting into weird situations where they like, doing weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? Not to get
Yeah.
too, yeah. So those that's the type of stuff that I feel like that right there should be even more proof to let you know there is also, not only is there a God, there's also a entity that's working against him
Nah,
to make
brother.
sure that
Nah, brother. Like again, what you pointed to is what's known as the problem of evil, and that doesn't put God in a good light. Ultimately, it's either we'd have to accept our views about God are wrong, right, or what we think God can and can't do is wrong, or it's either God doesn't care and allows for instance, right? I'm currently reading.
bro, God is not good. He's not a good or a bad person. He's
Well,
just who he is. And
that's good.
unfortunately, I don't feel like, there's a lot of
It's.
people
I
who
mean,
like to
it's
kind
better
of
for
like,
you to view it that way. Yes.
put glitter, people trying to put glitter on it and shit like that. But I ain't gonna, excuse my language, but when you're a leader, right? When you have been in any type of situations where people are relying on you, you feel what I'm saying? Sometimes there's sacrifices that have to be made, and this is evident amongst all facets of history and just realistically speaking.
Yes, I
When we
understand.
talk
I
about
understand
war,
on a human level, brother. On a human level, of course, right? There's going to be casualties, sometimes even ourselves, right? But the point I was getting to is this, right? There's a book I'm reading, and it's called Unholy Alliance: Religion and Atrocity in Our Time. It's written by a Jewish major, a Jewish professor who's studying Jewish culture, but it's really about trying to reconcile the existence of God and religion, plus all of these atrocities that have happened on behalf of religion and via religion. One of the major things, the sticking points that sticks out to me with that same kind of view is this. What happened to the Jews in Germany, right, with Auschwitz and the H course, right? There's a view, what came out of that, there's a guy called something L. Rubenstein, I forget his first name, but anyways, he's a theologian, and he presented to the Jewish people this, right? It's either a historic view of what God is wrong, or God broke the covenant with us as the people who are the Jews, because he allowed for this suffering, right? He allowed for everything that happened in the H course to happen. Now, a God from a biblical context, and from their point of view, they're talking a historical covenant with God, not a religious covenant, an actual historical one, because the Jewish God is actually believed to be real to the Jews, of course, right? But anyways, what that creates is a schism, a split off in the Jewish culture after the events of World War II. There's a group of Jews who say, no, like, this had to happen to us so we could go over and establish Israel, the country. So what those Jews are doing are making an excuse for the problem of evil to reconcile where they'll be going in the future. And there's another set of Jews who are confronting the reality of, actually, if we're the chosen people and we have a covenant with God, why did God let this happen to us? Right? Whereas, if you were operating outside of that system, that wouldn't be a problem you have to contend with. So you wouldn't have to combat that cognitive dissonance on both sides. You'd be able to say from outside of that view, this has nothing to do with gods, this has nothing to do with spirituality, it's men, ideology. But even from the Germans' point of view, they were also operating with a level of theology, right? So they too operated with a spiritual view in mind for what they were carrying out. But outside of these systems, we can interact as men and know that it's men who make decisions like this. And no gods, no devils, no masters. It's us. You know?
Right, I get what you're saying, and yeah, man does have the capability and the capacity to commit great crimes and do a lot of things, and I feel like that's, I don't know, man. I don't know. Realistically, I do, and I'm actually kind of glad you brought that up as well, because when we're talking about historically the Jews of today are not the Jews of the Bible. So the covenant that you're talking about wouldn't be made with the same Jews of
Yeah, I
that
know.
time.
I understand that view as
You know what
well.
I'm saying? So
I,
it's
I
not. It
know. I
wouldn't
know
be.
where the world
It's
is at with
basically.
it
It's
now,
basically
but
someone claiming. It's like someone. It's like you. It's like you win a
yeah,
lottery ticket that has your name on it, right?
I
And
know.
then someone snatches it from you, and they go and try to claim it. But when they go to try to claim it, they get told no because it doesn't have their name on it, and they throw a fit
Yeah,
about it.
but what happens if
And
the
not to
opposite
say,
happens,
not to,
brother?
and I'm not trying to minimalize because I don't want anybody to think that I'm minimalizing
No, I
the
get it.
witch cost or any
I
type
get it.
of atrocities that was associated with that, you know. But there's a look, bro. There's a Luciferian ideology behind that as well. There's a lot of
Perhaps,
leaders that were open Luciferians, and they believe in promoting and
perhaps,
introducing
but you
the,
see the
you
point,
know,
bro. You see the point. On both sides of the aisle, people are using spirituality to do these things. And the same thing could be said in the opposite direction. Now, there's going to be a group of people within these Abrahamic faiths that think, oh, like we're the descendants of, I don't know whether it's like Ham or one of them, and because we're the descendants of them, it's okay for us to have this period of suffering, right? We can justify this in a not eschatological, but through this spiritual kind of lens of where we're supposed to be going, right? So now it's okay for us to have gone through all the suffering, all this slavery, all this brutality, all this racism, all this exploitation, because God sees so fit in the end. Instead of us saying, no, actually, this is wrong because we're actually humans and having human experiences. No amount of justifying from a God's point of view or a devil's point of view makes any sense here, right? This
right
is
now.
wrong.
Now, if I could try and contest that with the thought of exercise, right? When you exercise, you don't want to be at the gym. You're
I do.
hurting. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, but you know, you're
I like the
hurting.
gym.
You recover. You feel what I'm saying? There's a recovery process that you go through, but during that process, though, you're putting yourself basically breaking your muscles down to build them
Hmm.
back up, right? And I believe that that is the same. That is the same thought process that should be like when it comes to tragedies that happen within people's lives. You know what I'm saying? There's growing pains that come with becoming
Yeah,
mature. You know
I
what I'm
agree with
saying?
you.
Unfortunately,
I agree with
one of
you.
the things that we are guaranteed as human beings is death. So
Yeah,
when when you kind of change up the narrative a little bit and you don't look at death as such a bad thing and
I
or
mean,
as a tragedy, then it kind of changes the perception a little bit and allows you to open up your mind to what's really going on. You get what I'm saying?
no, there's nothing wrong with holding that view that you may have to go through some suffering to get to what you want to get to. But the problem comes in where you try to practice an apologetics on God's behalf for your suffering. It's like you creating a product, then blaming the product for not working. That's when the problem comes in. That's all I'm saying to you, right? You can hold that view of, yes, in order for us to achieve what we want to achieve, we're going to have to go through some suffering. We're going to have some sacrifices on a human level, right? On a political level, on an individual level, yes, there are going to be sacrifices, there are going to be suffering. But the minute we try to justify our sacrifices and our suffering or the actions we're willing to take on the behalf of some supernatural power, now we're playing a dangerous game, bro. A very dangerous
Not gonna
game.
lie, bro, but what's the difference between us subscribing to that and the ideology of nature and science and how
Because
there's
it allows for
what's like
things like,
what is it Marxism or where basically
yeah,
the
I
strongest
tell
only
you
the
what,
strongest survive and the ideology of
yes,
matter of
that's
fact
nature.
realistically what happens in nature with weak animals or animals that you get what I'm saying, like what's the
Yeah,
difference between
that's nature, but ideology is stacked upon nature. So now when I come and I cook up a god, right, a supernatural entity, and I cook up a religion, and then I identify myself as the favorite of the god in the religion, it now gives me licensing to do terrible things, right? That's the problem. Because now, when in nature, before we had gods and before we had religions, as far as I'm aware, even amongst our species, we still looked after our infirmed and our sick, right? So, although the strong will survive, the strong of us still look after the weak of us, the weaker of us, right? That's actually part of our nature to do. But when I invoke this view of a god and a divine order or a divine sanction, so to speak, I mean like a divine right to rule, and I can't actually justify that across to other men, it becomes tyranny, it becomes authoritarianism, it becomes problems across the board. And that is what's happened historically through a religious lens, through a religious framing of gods. Right? Religion is just an outcome of God creations. God creations can exist separately from the religions, but the religions uniquely have produced these problems in human history.
Now, I can agree that religions have caused a lot of the issues that are going on. Some of the issues that are going on currently, like the Crusades and things like that, there's still fights going on in the Middle East that kind of date back to a lot of those historical events that were happening. So I don't know. Like I said, bro, realistically, when it comes to the bottom of it, there's a lot of messed up people out there, and I feel like if you do any type of research into Luciferians, Freemasons, the ideology that they stand behind and things like that, and I'm not even not to get on a conspiratorial type of mindset, but there's a lot of actual books out there that kind of explain their
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
If you would allow me to continue.
Sure.
A lot of those individuals that subscribe to that are high-ranking political officials and people that make the moves and change things on Earth, and it's not just within the United States; it's worldwide through the Council of Foreign Relations and things like that. So.
Right. Whether or not that's true, right? What you're not seeing is where you're operating from. I'm not saying you individually, right? Because I don't know how well in tuned you are with your religious institutions. But what you're not actually seeing is whether or not that's true, that there's a group of people like a secret cabal who subscribe to Luciferianism or secret societies, etc. The individual humans are operating for their own personal gains and outcomes anyway. When people come together as a group, they operate, they collude, they subvert, they do things for their shared goals. In the same way, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism do that. But what's happening by you saying, oh, look, actually, the problems of the world is this specific group and they're Luciferians because Lucifer's our bad guy, right? Is your worldview has created an other, right? And whoever you can exclude and identify as the other, you can blame all the ills of the world on them. Whether or not what you're saying is even true about them, it's the scapegoat that your religion creates for you, right? Why do I say that? Monotheism as the central pillar of these Abrahamic faiths isn't conducive to harmony because it creates others. You aren't Christian, you're pagan. I'm going to flatten your culture and destroy you as people. You are the enemy. You're the opposition. You're the you represent my Lucifer on earth, right? Because you're not us. We are the saved, you're the sinners. Whether or not what we're saying you did is true, it doesn't matter. Because we've othered you by virtue of us creating an identity for ourselves that consists of us being one with this monotheistic God that centers us in it. I'll say it in another way. The minute you decide that there is one God and that one God belongs to this culture and it comes from these people, they then get the moral licensing to other anyone else they come across, like I was just trying to explain to you. So you saying it's Luciferian people who are behind it may or may not be true. But the fact of the matter is you only view them as that type of opposition because of your stance. When in the real world, there are people who are neither Luciferian or Christian who view Christians as that same kind of problem, or Muslims as that same kind of problem, or Jews as that same kind of problem that you view the Freemasons and the AKA Luciferians as. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's an in-group, out-group politic.
Making a bad guy out of someone, just like how someone could make a bad guy out of the Christian faith and things like that. It goes both ways, pretty much, is what you're saying.
In a sense, yes, but it's uniquely devised that way from monotheistic cultures, because you're saying there is one God and it prefers or it benefits us, and those who are not with us are against us. So it creates what's called a persecutory delusion. So you feel like this entity, that entity, those people, they all hate us, they're all trying to attack us, they're all trying to kill us. And that affords for the moral licensing to go and do even worse things than what you're blaming them for.
I feel like that's a pretty extremist level.
No,
I don't think too many people subscribe to that.
That is a mellow take, bro. And it's demonstrable. Like I said earlier on, with the events after Auschwitz, a group of Jews, not the whole Jewish community or the Jewry at large, decided the events of Auschwitz is going to afford us the moral licensing to go on to do what's now known as the Zionist project in the Middle East. So it's exactly what I just explained to you, right? Within the Jewry, right, There are people that are saying, we're not trying to hurt the Palestinians or the Lebanon or the Lebanese or whatever, or the Iranians. All we're trying to do is protect ourselves and our Jewish culture. Then there's another group that's saying, we're trying to protect our group and culture, but in order to do this, we have to smite this threat that's out there, right? To keep in here and expand in here. It's the same point of view you're having from your Christian worldview. It's no different. It's an extension of that view. Christianity, Judaism, and Islam all function like that same imperialistic vehicle. The people within the religion are like, we're just trying to protect ourselves. This is where the persecutory delusion gets played out. By thinking you're protecting yourself, you now go out and say, see that dog, that's a threat, I got to kill that dog. See that group of people, they're a threat, I got to put them down. You see that people over there that think different things to me, we got to watch them, they're the enemy in disguise, right? That's what you've created.
Gotcha. I mean, I see where you could be going with that, but I don't think that there are too many, like you said, monotheistic religions that are extremist enough to the point that they are going as far as like like what you were just explaining. I don't believe that has anything to do with the same God that I'm talking about. You get what I'm saying? Like,
hang tight, bro.
Definitely. So, I mean, if we could move on to something that I feel like is really important. A lot of the cultures that did subscribe to pagan ideology and the pagan beliefs and things like that, they aren't here to this day.
Say that again, sorry. Did you say cultures that subscribe to pagan ideology aren't here to this day? Is that what you just said? I don't know if you guys can read this. No, you can't. This is the book I was talking about. It's called Unholy Alliance, right? It's by a guy called Mark H. Ellis, right? Go find a copy if you can. It's probably available free on the internet. But it's discussing what I'm talking about. But if you just ask me why I think those air quotation pagan cultures aren't around today, it's because the history of Europe and what was produced called Christendom, right? Christendom is a geopolitical system, or a geopolitical, let's call it a system of how Europe functioned from the 4th century to the 20th century, where the church and state were tied together. And through that power that the church garnered during that whole period, they went across the entirety of Europe and then into Africa and then into the New World, and they flattened people's identity in order to either convert them or exploit them. That's where you get the papal bull from, the doctrine of discovery. The Britons on the island that I live on today, the UK, right? They had people called the Celts, right? And the Britons were the original people. They had a group of people called the Druids, right? The Druids had their own belief system. Just like the Druids, you had the Scandinavians who had their views about Thor and etc., Wotan and that. The Germans, the same. The Spanish, the Italians, the same. After Christianity was instilled as this vehicle for the Roman Empire, all of these various different cultures across Europe got suppressed and branded with the name pagan. So anybody that who wasn't a Christian, because that's what pagan means, anyone who is not a Christian, right? Anyone who is not a Christian is a pagan. So this is like calling anyone who is not YT is an N-word, right? So we've flattened your identity, so we've dehumanized you already to our in-group. You're an out-group, like I just explained to you. So all of these cultures on the way across Europe, some assimilated, just like how we get the story of Christmas, etc. But some didn't. That's why they got wiped out through that acquisition of power through the Vatican, through the Roman Empire that produces Christendom, right? That's why they're not. That's why they're not here today. In your country, in my country, in Africa, and everywhere else, right? And the same thing was done by Islam, and the same thing was done by Judaism, right? And even in the Indus Valley, by the Hindus and the Buddhists, they did that shit too, right?
Yep, I definitely agree with you on that, bro. And
that's why. And
that's where I feel like I separate when I talk about my faith, bro, I separate myself from Christianity altogether, because I know about basically the sword in the Bible and what they use to conquest the planet, especially being that I'm from here in the United States. There's a lot of historical artifacts that are placed here in reverence to them and things like that, and it changed my perspective. However, like I said, bro, there's people that use the teachings to pervert and do things like conquer the world, and then there's people like myself that use the teachings to live a peaceful, free life and get their ticket into heaven, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? That's the
I would
only
I
goal.
would disagree with you, brother. Right now, I understand what you're trying to say, but you get to say that from a place of privilege, the privilege of history playing out the way it did. If history had played out a little bit different, you wouldn't be a Christian. You wouldn't even be in the country that you're in today, right? But
And I feel like
you're
that's
afforded that
all
view. You're afforded
part
that
of
view.
God's will, bro. That's all part of God's will.
No,
It wouldn't have happened
no, bro.
if it didn't happen. If it was
You're
supposed to happen,
afforded
then
that
it
view.
would have
You're not
happened, but
hearing
it
me. You're
didn't.
not hearing me, bro. You're afforded that rosy kind of retrospect of the past, but you didn't have to live that. Now you're getting the outcomes of that, and the outcomes of the same issue that you subscribe to, Christianity, also to pertain to your actual existence in the Americas as African descendants, right? It pertains directly to that. If you don't understand that history, then you don't realize what you're actually subscribing to. That's the problem. So if you think, oh, like some of these people use it for bad things, no, one could argue it was designed for that. It's not that they use it for bad things. It was designed for that. You being able to use it in some airy-fairy lifestyle way is a repercussion of the history that you just so happen to be born after. Right? It'd be like, Granddad, back in the day, Granddad was a Nazi, right? Look at Granddad now. He's so chill. Like, Granddad wouldn't hurt anybody. But back in the day, Granddad was kicking people's heads open and shit. And like burning people alive. You have this sweet perception of Granddad now, because Granddad has now been modernized and dampened down. But originally, Granddad was a destructive force. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Right. And I mean, I don't think that those biblical events that happened then differ from some of the catastrophic events that happen currently. Now, there's not always a grand understanding of the reason why some of these events did occur. However, like I said, I do like there's a cause and there's an effect. There's things that happen, and there's a reason behind it. You get what I'm saying?
I do understand, bro. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm being a little bit emotionally charged, but in terms of the history, what was just on the screen was the definition of Christendom, right? I should put it back. But what's on the screen now is explaining the doctrine of discovery and the papal bull. The document that was sanctioned by the Roman Empire via the Vatican. Well, we weren't really Roman Empire at this point. The winding down of the Roman Empire, but the Vatican, right? And they sent this out. They sent people out from Spain, I believe, into the Americas with this document to start establishing the slaughtering of billions of people, right? To make way for the slavery of your people. It was done in the name of Christ and God. Right? Simple as that. So if you're here today as a byproduct of that and espousing those ideas, it's not good.
I don't think that like I said, bro, I feel like you still believe that I'm subscribed to the firm, like I said, what's the terminology for it? The not Greco-Roman, but basically the Christianity that you think that I'm subscribing to is not the same.
Yeah, I understand that. It's transformed. It has transformed, and it will transform within each individual culture that interacts with it. But fundamentally is what I'm saying. What is at the base of it?
I get what you're saying. There've been a lot of people that have misused it for personal gain and things like that. However, like I said, we still can't take away from what was mentioned at the beginning, the historical artifacts the historical events that took place, that were recorded, and that have been geologically connected to what actually happened and things like that. We can't turn away from the relevance of the Bible as a historical text and an understanding of some of the transgressions that occurred back then. And how
you shouldn't call it a historical text, bro. You shouldn't do that. You're making that leap. What we did discuss earlier on, like I said, yes, I will grant there's historical facts in the Bible, geographical places in the Bible, but it's a religious text, bro.
It's not just places; it's also events and inscriptions and things of that manner that have popped up that actually back some of the stories that occurred in the Bible. And like I said,
but it doesn't lend credibility.
That there's a white Jesus. You get what I'm saying? I don't.
That doesn't matter to me. That doesn't matter to me. I'm simply saying it doesn't. The fact that there are historical events, geographical facts in there, doesn't lend credibility to the supernatural things.
How could it not?
because it's a separate concept. As I said to you earlier on, if there's two versions of an event in history, and one of the versions of the event has hobbits and dragons and blessings and curses in it, and one telling of the event doesn't have that, the one without those magical things is the more credible testament to the event, even if there's some inaccuracies in it. Why is it more credible? Because when we look at our reality, we do not find the magical things. We do not find the spirits and the gods. Us even having this conversation means those things are in question. Right? So that doesn't make it a historical document, as you can read for yourself on the screen. It makes it a religious text.
There have been when it comes to Egyptian ideology or Egyptian whatever they believed in back then, I don't know if it was a religion or whatever, they also believed that there was some type of higher entity that was interacting with them, that they even sacrificed themselves to, and things like that. So
what does that difference does that make?
They are the ones whose history directly aligns with.
No, that's not true. You can go and do some research for yourself, right? There's no actual evidence that Moses ever existed or Abraham ever existed or that the Jews as we know them were ever in Egypt, right? All those things are in question. So that's worth you looking into in your own time.
It just hasn't been found yet, pretty much.
You could say yeah, but I mean, you'd think that would be some of the first stuff established, wouldn't you?
I mean, hey, like I said, bro, I don't know if we're gonna. I appreciate the conversation, and I definitely.
No, I do too, bro.
I appreciate you giving me the chance to talk in front of your audience and everything like that. I appreciate everybody for tapping in and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't want to just like go back and forth with you and things like that, bro. There's a lot. I feel like there's a lot of value that can be had with these types of discussions.
Mm-hmm.
However, after a certain point, we do gotta let it go, and I want to let somebody else kind of take the mic.
I know. I appreciate you as well. I know, like towards the end, I got a little bit harsh and militant with you, and I didn't really intend it to be offensive and abrasive like that. I'm just passionate about this aspect of it. The fact of the matter is, I do this because of this element of it, the actual historical, cultural implications of it. Not so much the interest about the supernatural and stuff like that. It's the reality, the material reality and conditions in which these things have caused humans, which interests me. You know?
Understood.
So yeah, I appreciate you as well, man. Very nice conversation. Thank you, man.
For sure. Good stream, bro.
Take care, bro. I must say, I was dubious about his name initially, because of the second part. Like I saw his name and I thought, is this guy gonna be a troll? Like he turned out to be a decent guy, man. So it's a big up to you, bro. So we're coming up on 5 hours, so I'm gonna call it a day. I do appreciate you guys tuning in. Hopefully you gained some value from this in one way or another. But yeah, man, make sure you drop me subscribe, hit the follow button so you can catch me next time I go live. I am over on YouTube at Culture Crack. I am on Twitch at Culture Crack. I am on TikTok at SetWest10. I do want to start uploading some of the long form content that I've got, but we just don't seem to have the audience for that kind of more in-depth stuff yet. So maybe we'll find the right people will find each other. But that being said, thank you all for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your bank holiday, depending on where you are. I'll see you later.